The second round of the World Racing League season starts right now, live from Eagles Canyon Raceway near Decatur, Texas. I'm Ryan West. Alongside me is Brendan Kazmarek and JT Tammy with Jordan Worth on the sticks. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
There we go. Perfect. So we've got a few storylines to catch everybody up on after yesterday. Obviously, yesterday's results are posted, so I'll just kind of catch everybody up on the storylines. Zepa Racing, their brand new C5 Corvette burned basically yesterday after a puncture in their fuel cell. So something, I guess, went through the fuel tank and the cell, and that's why it kept being on fire. The fuel pump was off. They did hit the kill switch, but it stayed on fire because fuel was just running out of the tank. So they have access to their E46 that they drove last season. So they rolled it off the truck, having not been touched since the last race it ran in. So still has all the battle scars on it, no maintenance done, everything all good to go. They're hoping that car will hold on for another 7 hours here in GP1. So exciting to see another car back on the grid. A great livery. It's that multicolored car. You can't quite see it yet, but it is back there in the second row of vehicles. Additionally, the AAA Racing 911, the Cup car that we talked about extensively yesterday, they had some problems with their differential, so that car is sidelined, but they do have a backup car, so they will be running their backup car today. It will start from the back of the GTO grid. Rapscallion, I think, gentlemen, looking to capitalize on their best outing. Is that fair to say?
I think so. It's obviously a track that suits the Ligier JS2Rs. I think the 678 was particularly well positioned yesterday. Some of that was through a tiny bit of attrition. It would have been a top 5 either way, but and the end result was a podium, and I don't see any reason they couldn't replicate that if everything kind of goes the same way today.
Now, we did talk about at COTA that we're at the beginning of a new era of WRL here this season. And I think the Supra team is going to be the super team, I would say. TCB and Stoic. Do you think they're going to be the favorites today again, or do you think the 911 can come back? How do you think that's going to develop over the course of a season here?
Well, you did cut out in the middle of the arguably the most important part of the question there.
Certainly.
But I will say there's strength in numbers, right, for those Toyota Supras. They've been around a long time. Those are well-sorted pieces of kit, and the sort of technical manager for TCB Racing and Stoic Racing there, Jason Marks, has arguably more Supra GT4 experience on the grid than anybody else. So between those 3 cars from TCB and Stoic, and of course the Kingpin number 77, yeah, I mean, I don't think a sweep of the podium is out of the question, but between the Ligier, the 888 Porsche, if it can stay reliable, and obviously the non-GT4 Supra there, with slightly different build, but one that's obviously competitive. Again, if it can stay reliable, then yeah, any number of permutations are possible there.
Is TCB the Peugeot Total Racing to the Kingpin Pescarolo? Is that fair to say?
Where's Stoic here? We gotta draw that one
and
out.
Stoic.
And we do have 7 hours there, but yeah,
so,
I mean,
Stoic's
probably
Orica. Stoic's probably Orica because it's like run out of the same truck, but like kind of the same, a different sponsor. Whereas Pescarolo was exactly Henri
Hoffman.
Walker.
I guess it would be Tyler.
The last kind of storyline I want to touch on here, S Collective versus Fifth Gear. GP1 typically a BMW builders class, and we've got 2 competitive Caymans at the front of the field. I think that'll be a big battle today, but I hope at least that that's a battle that'll go on through the rest of the season.
Yeah, I hope we see S Collective. Excuse me. I hope we see S Collective. A little bit more consistently through the season. I don't think we know exactly what that car's potential is yet. It was really strong yesterday. It was aided by the full course yellow and, catching the class split in its favor. For better or for worse, that was kind of the way it went. We'll see what happens today. I think that 5th gear car is really strong. And obviously the Screaming Goat number 29 is incredibly strong. Is that car on the grid? Is that it in the back?
It is not.
I was Ginger car? Yeah, interesting.
I was going to mention that. I don't see it out here in the pace laps.
Interesting. Well, to me, that blows GP1 wide open.
Indeed. Because Ginger had some good pace at the end of yesterday. We got the 2 Porsches.
Absolutely. Yeah,
if Choice Racing can have a clean run, they end up being a favorite more times than not as well.
Yeah, I think that's a huge storyline in GP1, that if we don't have the Screaming Goat number 29 less powered BMW 325i, I think we're over the balance of the 7-hour race distance. Who knows what we're in for?
Absolutely. So this will be pace car in this time by, right? This is our second lap.
Correct.
Yes,
yep, lights are
just
out.
Went out.
Perfect. We can just see the new 888 car right there, second to last in line, with the lone GTU entrant, the 4048 NPO1 right behind it. There was some discussion yesterday as to where the NPO1 should start, and they, I believe, briefly discussed starting at the front, but with a substantial gap, and it looks like they've settled here on starting at the back of GTO again.
Yeah, I think that's the right move. That car was, consistent, but didn't have the ultimate pace yesterday. But we got Ligier and Super on the front row, Ryan.
Absolutely. So the Ligier, after its best outing, is going to lead the field to green here. Just waiting for them to come by. The green flag is out. That means everybody's going to get going. We got a little bit of a... we got the 77 at Kingpin trying to make up some ground here into turn 1. Indeed, they're able to...
from Stoic in contact in the mid-pack.
Yeah, so they're able to make the move stick, and we've got Supras in the top 3 now. But with the 77, they're going to try to take another move on the inside of 3 here, and it looks like it's going to be successful. They're going to hold on to that on the exit of 3, so the 77 comes well up the field on the start, able to take the lead here in the early running. It's the 77, followed by the Stoic Racing, followed by the white TCB car. The Ligier is trying really hard to get the tires turned on.
Yeah.
3 wide and 1.
Start. Yep, 2 Caymans and a BMW. That's 5th gear up the inside. Will be the outside for turn 1. I think S Collective is going to come out of turn 2 here with the GP1 class lead.
Indeed, they have, and they're going to go into turn 3 here. S Collective is going to be on the inside, and I think the 550 is going to try to hang around the outside. They're going to stay right there, but not quite, and it looks like get the advantage on the exit.
Though. Inside for the double right-handers.
Indeed,
before they get to turn 4, move is done.
They are clear, yep.
And it's Ginger and Choice. It looks like TCS 5th in line with that Zepa number 325 BMW, such as it is today, running out the top 5 there. EP2 leader looks to be the Palomar number 83 again.
Yep, running, I think, 7th in what would be GP1.
We've seen this Kingpin number 77. I think back at Coda off one of the restarts. It comes up to pace really quickly. They start extracting pace out of that car very, very quickly off the starts and restarts. And then everybody kind of starts to catch back up and settle in as the tires come up to temperature. That 87 is obviously hounding them already, but I wouldn't be surprised here if we start to see a little train form up behind that number 77 as everybody starts to find their feet. Taking it easy in that 888 Racing Porsche number, I guess it's number 154, what I see on timing and scoring. Just around the back of the GTO field at the moment. I don't know, Ryan, did that car have any laps on Friday during the HPDE sessions, or did they only run the 102?
Unfortunately, I don't know which car you're talking. Oh, 102.
154.
I did not see them run both cars. I also was doing other things.
Yeah. It's Sadakal Khalsa, who is listed as the driver on board the Kingpin number 77 this morning. Remember, he had the finishing duties in that car yesterday as well. Jason Marks listed as the driver for the number 87. I've got Denny Stripling in the Lupe Tortilla 188, Troy Lindstrom in the 181 SoCal Rustlers BMW, Michael Robbins in the 282. Evan Lipsky is on board that Porsche with Kenneth Sanders inside or driving the 669 in them.
I wonder if they're saving Cam for the finishing stint here today in the Porsche.
Yeah, this is a more interesting one today. Obviously, when you've got a 4-driver lineup like they had yesterday, and you would assume again today, you can split the 8-hour race up into basically 2 stints apiece, or somebody kind of draws the short straw and gets the half stint at the end. I don't know exactly how that panned out yesterday, but the 7-hour distance on the Sundays is designed to do a couple of things. One, it's designed to get us out all a little bit earlier, bearing in mind we've all got to pack up and leave the track, but it's also designed throw some strategy curveballs because stints aren't a perfect hour in really any class. There are some compromises that are going to have to be made. It changes the way you approach driver lineups. Whether you've got a 3 or a 4 driver lineup, it does kind of run as a fundamentally different race than the Saturday one does. And it'll be interesting to see how they in particular manage that with 4 drivers on board.
I am excited to see that the 181 is making a much better pace today than they were yesterday and indeed on Friday. After some what I believe to be mechanical issues. Didn't get any answers on that, but the car running a lot better today, still at the back end of the front pack. Realistically, that's where I like to be in iRacing, is on the lead lap, but at the end of the lead lap. You know what I'm saying?
I do. The long stints. Sorry, I'm working with Joseph on timing. The long stints do have a tendency to really shape the way the race pans out over the medium to long term.
Yep.
And let's see what that looks like if and when I assume when we get the long green flag runs. Yesterday's start to the season really was just a real start-stop kind of mess. Nobody's fault. These things happen. But if we do see those long runs again, I think that's where the Porsche maybe was not the strongest relative to the Supras in particular and the 678 Ligier. So let's kind of see how those phases of the race in particular kind of drive the end result here.
Absolutely. So we're just seeing that battle for first in GTO come through the quicker corners at the third part of the lap. 0.3 the separation between the 77 and the 87. Sonicol calls a pretty good driver, but I think the driver of the 87 is among the people with the most experience in WRL running the Supra, having championed, other efforts over the past several years, and I think having a deep understanding of what makes that car tick. Yeah. So Sonicol doing well to hold them off here.
Also a deep understanding of where the opportunities are going to be, and I don't think Jason is going to be one to force the issue. I think we saw this yesterday morning as well, and I don't remember who the 87 was tucked in behind, but once they got clear, I think it was Jason starting again. Once Jason got clear, man, it was off to the races. Really started to build the gap as we get the move up the inside for fourth.
Yep.
That is Toyota R&D Racing Kyle Roach. Oh, well, listed on board 2 cars there at the moment. But the move done there at turn number 1 drops the TCB number 246 back to 5th. And now to 6th is the Lupe Tortilla number 188. Denny Stripling goes up the inside at turn number 3.
Now, I was just watching the timing for the 77 and the 87. They're kind of trading lap times back and forth within half a second of each other. The 77 will come through with a quick time. The 87's come through with a quick time. But just on the last lap, in third position, the 678 Stack Racing with Rapscallion, a 2 minutes flat, the first car to break into the 2-minute zone here. So only 2 seconds behind that battle for the lead. I think they're going to become relevant here again. And I really think lighter car, a little bit harder to turn the tires on, and now I think the tires are up to temperature where they need, and they're in a little bit more clear air than the 77 and the 87 have, battling with each other.
Ooh, flashing headlights there from Jason Marks up the back straightaway. 8.5 minutes into a 7-hour race. You'll love to see it.
I can't imagine. Go ahead,
that
JT.
Aussie rage.
I want to bring something to Brendan's attention here. Brendan, look who the driver is in the Team S Collective Porsche Cayman.
Scroll down here. Why not? Oh, you know what, Ryan, JT? It's so funny you say that. So a couple years ago, when WRL came here the first time, I started looking up onboard videos, trying to, get sight lines and cameras. I think I mentioned this yesterday, and I said I watched a lot of FE2 and Formula Mazda videos. Yep. One of the videos I watched, because I sent it to Joseph with the exact same reaction, was look who just popped up in the Eagles Canyon Raceway onboard video search. And it was Wyatt Gooden driving around some yellow street-going Porsche Cayman doing laps of ECR. Good on Wyatt. I haven't seen Wyatt Gooden in a sim race in
a decade.
At least. Good on Wyatt, man.
That's awesome.
For those who don't know, Wyatt Gooden was, before sim racing esports in quotes was a thing. I mean, would you say Wyatt Gooden was one of the top maybe 10 sports car R Factor drivers?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was really, really good. and might go some way to explaining why the why that car was so good yesterday. That's good stuff, man.
Yeah, he was involved with, I believe, the very first one of those iRacing scholarships. Doing the Volkswagen Jetta Challenge or whatever it is, and that put him into the actual VW Cup as a rookie, and did quite well there.
That's right. I forgot about that. Yep, that 2008, 2009 era. Man, even Sadakal doesn't know about R Factor.
He's missing out.
I'm starting to find that there's a lot of drivers here that are sim racing involved that have only been doing it since about 2020, which, for obvious reasons, that there's a lot of that history that seems almost lost to time, except for the few weirdos like yourselves.
Yes, fair.
Yeah.
Beginning to get that train I was intimating the existence of earlier. That's Kingpin now from Stoic. The 678, as Ryan mentioned, got those tires switched on. Pace is there now and has caught the back of Jason Marks in that 87 Stoic Racing Supra. That's all happening about 5 seconds, 4.5 seconds up the road from the TCB Racing number 246. Is that the lead car in the queue there? No, it's the R&D car. Why is that? TCB lead across the line last time?
No, they did not.
Oh, my timing froze. That's what's happened. Doing this.
So the 77 making good on staying out front here in spite of the flashing lights. I will say the lights on the Ligier are much brighter as they change directions. I don't know if they're aimed different or what, but they are substantially brighter coming out of turn 3. Okay.
Sorry, I'm again coordinating on the timing situation. Just to give an explanation there, what you're seeing in the pylon on the left-hand side, we've been trying to integrate the driver ID a little bit more prominently, let's say, now that we have access to more of the data. And based on the information we're getting out of Red Mist and the Flactronics driver ID system, we managed to get the sponsor plugged into the team name instead of the driver name plugged into the team name window there. So we're just coordinating to try and see that. You may see Liqui Moly as the sponsor on the 851. That is, of course, AOA Racing. You see Remo Health on the 678. That's obviously Stack Racing with Rapscallion. So just bear with us there a little bit. But
failing anything, the numbers are still correct.
Exactly, yep.
Looks like that Ligier has fallen back a little bit here. I wonder if that's them trying to create some space so that they can make a pass better on the twisty bits, having a little bit more air to work with. Sometimes following too closely is not the right move, but I don't know.
Yeah, I imagine they've got to hustle that car a little bit more and try and carry some of the momentum, which unfortunately, a mistake that you can recover from quickly in a higher-powered, heavier car. It does tend to cost a little bit more time in the long run there for that 678.
So the battle for the battle for first was just held up a little bit by the AOA BMW. I believe Sadakal having to go defensive here into turn 3. It ends up being okay, but the Stoic Racing car was quite close down that backstretch. An opportunity there.
I think that Stoic car is probably meaningfully quicker than the 77, at least at the moment. Although 201.374 is a really good initial offering from Sadakal Kalsa as a fastest lap there, and Kingpin Racing. Jason Marks 201.232. I think Jason probably has a little bit more pace in the Supra, but it's still really good stuff from Sadakal. That being said, Jason has been around the WRL long enough to understand that passing in the WRL is a, if you're going to do it properly, it's fundamentally a zero risk proposition. And at this stage, there's no reason to send it, make contact, and hose your race, or for that matter, somebody else's race, in doing so.
Well, especially when the car is what you're using to, frankly, generate income for yourself.
Yeah.
If it was your own car, maybe you take a few more risks, but this is a car that he has to share with, clients, and maybe you don't want to try to take a low percentage move here in the opening stanza of the race.
I'm loving the driver ID depth we've got here at the moment. between being able to talk about Sadakal and Jason, Adrian Kunzel in the 678, Kyle Roach in the 90, Denny Stripling in the 188 there in the top 5. That's really good stuff. It adds a lot. We should also talk about the GP1 class at the moment.
Yes.
Fifth Gear does lead off the green flag here. 15 minutes gone, 6 laps complete. It's a 5.4-second margin from the Team S Collective, number 140, with Wyatt Gooden on board. Aiden Meek is behind the wheel of the 550 there. So, yeah, as we said, it has the potential to blow GP1 kind of wide open, but I think those Caymans were kind of second best there behind the Screaming Goat BMW yesterday. So, wouldn't be surprised to see those two cars fighting it out throughout the balance of the day. Did seem to suffer from maybe a little bit of tire wear yesterday. The pace kind of came out of those cars. They were able to switch it back on occasionally. But that may open the door back up for Choice Racing, the 522, Ginger Racing in the 46, kind of rounding out the heavy hitters there in GP1. Wonder what the story was with that number 29, Ryan, because we spoke to Cade McKee yesterday, right at the end of the day.
Yeah, and the car looked in good health as it came off the track, and I thought I saw them around the car this morning, but maybe not.
Yeah, he didn't even remotely seem to suggest that. He didn't even remotely seem to suggest that there was a problem that they were nursing with the car. So maybe when they got it back and tore it down, they realized that, something still wasn't right, or they found a developing problem that they didn't want to risk becoming a big problem.
Right. Indeed, especially since they want to keep that car in good shape for the remainder of their season.
That being said, did they clear tech yesterday? Yes, they did. Okay. Yeah, if we recall, that car was overpowered during qualifying on Friday as a result of it was a throttle stop, wasn't it? Or something of that nature that they were using to manage power?
No, they put a different tune on it. Was my
it was a different tune. Okay, all right. Yeah. I know we had talked to Kate about it, but I missed the details there.
No, they had a new tune that they were doing, I think, at the Choice Racing, facility. And they tuned it to where they were pretty happy with it, and then they randomly would blow over or, power over by like 5 horsepower, even though they had it set where they thought it was set. So they had to tune it down by about 10 so that if they got that jump, they wouldn't have to worry about it. I did just see Stoic try to sell the 77 a dummy pass like you would on iRacing. It was pretty funny. They are quite close now, but Sadakal did not fall for it, it seemed like. He kept to his line.
No, this is the eyes forward time, right? Don't overthink this. Don't overcomplicate it. Especially if you know Jason is going to be conservative, right? If you know that 87 is basically going no risk here, why?
Ooh, it's going to be close though, coming up the hill here.
Yeah, 8's not really a passing opportunity.
Yep, it's done. Unfortunately, you say that, but just did it on the way into 7. So we don't have camera side of that, but if we have the onboard of the 77, you could theoretically scroll back through, and it was a pretty clean pass. I think Sadakal left a little bit of room there for him to get by.
Yeah, that's bold there as well, right?
That's why I think it was a friendly gesture. It was clean. There wasn't a whole lot of fight going on.
Yeah.
Indeed, and so you see the position swapped there. Of course, the 87, I think, now going to drive off into the sunrise here.
I see what you did there.
Indeed. A little bit harder to set cameras up with the overcast today. It is a little bit overcast, but today it's meant to be about 5 to 8 degrees warmer than it was yesterday.
70, 79 for a high, I think.
Yeah, and it was a little bit warmer this morning as well, kind of in the low 50s as opposed to the low 40s that we were dealing with yesterday. So I imagine that track temperature will not change tremendously because of the overcast that we have right now. And here is the onboard with the 77. Doing a fist, I don't know if that's like angry fist pump or an excited fist way out the window is Sadakal. And he is going to stay with the 87 here. And I think there's an opportunity, Brendan, when you've got somebody like Jason Marks driving the Supra in front of you, I think you have the opportunity to learn a few things.
Absolutely, yeah.
Learn some new tips and tricks, some new lines. So I think you'll see Sadokal stay a little bit slidey.
I was going to say, I think he's trying here, but he's finding that maybe this Kingpin Supra doesn't have the rear grip that the 87 does.
Well, if you just
through the
up
medium
through there
speed.
through 5, it looked like Jason used the brake to rotate the car a little bit. It seemed a little bit more together. I saw the back end step out, fractionally.
Yeah, a little bit of rotation there. He's really shallow on the way into 8 here. Also, a little bit on the exit.
I think they actually gained, Justin went a bit wide there, and that allowed Sadokal to gain just
You mean
a little
Jason,
bit.
the
Jason,
other marks.
Yes.
The other marks. But it's those medium speed corners where the rear end protests a little bit on the 77 that the 87 is able to draw away down the longer straights.
You're pretty even through that fast bit right there. Now, the 87 is going to get held up a little bit here by some slower traffic. I think they're going to try to make the move around the outside.
Yeah,
it's Montgomery Motorsports 24.
It's actually
Sotokal's going to...
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that's actually going to hurt the 77 more. Jason was able to get the move done on the way in. Sadokal had to compromise the exit, where you'd prefer to just unwind the car and let it track out. Had to be really mindful of the position of the 24 there.
Ooh, the 87 runs a little bit wide there on the exit. Who was it that talked about doing that routinely? I think it was it like Tommy Milner or somebody that talked about on Dinner with Racers intentionally running wide to try to spray gravel onto somebody's windshield.
A good overtake.
Notes of that there.
I have an update from David McKee, if you would like.
Yes, I would
on
like.
The situation with Screaming Goat from yesterday. They lost the throwout bearing on the way to the dyno.
Ooh.
After the checkered flag yesterday, they had to push it up the dyno ramp and start it in gear on the dyno just to get it to run on the dyno. Pulled the transmission. No, they pulled the transmission last night and had it back together, but couldn't get the throwout bearing to bleed properly, and they eventually just called it a day at 3 o'clock this morning.
That's too bad.
Yeah. They weren't planning on going to Barber, were they? I don't remember.
Not this year, but they were going to go to other races.
Yeah, so I mean, they've got some time there. Barber's the quick turnaround there, 3 weeks from now.
Jordan, can we go back to that onboard there? I want to see if we still have the 214 stock.
Ooh.
Drivers right, I think we're coming up on.
Oh, there's a yellow flag. Yeah, there was a yellow flag out just at the top of the hill there.
Here we go.
Yeah.
So that is our Subaru BRZ. From Garage 66. They had an off-track in turn 11, rejoined 12, and was reported slow. They've now pulled off here.
What a bizarre spot to park yourself.
They originally were fourth after a slow start, but worked their way back past the two FastTrack Racing GR86s. But unfortunately, it looks like trouble is very early for them.
A pretty close battle on track between the 678 and the 90. The 90 has just gone around the 678 for third in GTO. That makes it an entirely Toyota Supra top 3.
Full course caution.
Yeah, there we go.
Yep. We're going to go full course yellow here. It's going to bunch the field up. We are going to see pit stops here, only about 25 minutes in, but getting on for at least a third of the way through your stint. It's going to bunch everybody back up here. I think this is going to help the 90, who I think was held up a little bit by the 678. That'll now be able to be racing directly with the 77 and the 87, depending on how the pit cycle shakes out. SoCal Wrestlers able to stay up in 7th here, so doing better than PCB, Singler, and the 888 and the 669. So a much better day for them. Well, while we wait for this full course yellow to shake out, should we run an ad?
Seems as good a time as any.
Yeah.
Excellent, because we only ran 3 ads yesterday, which, I don't love ads in racing either, but that's what pays the bills. You know what I'm saying?
Technically, yes.
So, anyway, we'll go to ad here. We'll kind of vamp a little bit as Jordan prepares the ad, and then we'll watch, and we'll have some words
Jordan
from
is always prepared, man.
Continental Tire. Will contribute. How much is it, Jordan? About $2 and some change. $2 and however many cents to our broadcast. Exactly. Excellent. So we'll be right back here from Eagles Canyon Raceway with the field formed up under the safety car.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to Eagles Canyon Raceway, Decatur, Texas, home of the first round of the 2026 World Racing League Championship season. Brendan Kazmarek, Ryan West, who's fighting the old internet down there at ECR. JT Tammy with us from the Pacific Northwest Data Center. Jordan Worth is on the buttons, of course, as we work through the first half hour of racing on this Sunday 7-hour finale to open up the 2026 season. We do finally now have cars queuing up behind the safety car. I think Ryan said that they were, just as the pace car we saw pulling away from the exit of pit lane there. So finally getting all our ducks, as it were, in a row around the second half of this 2.7-mile layout now. We had a report, JT, or you had mentioned it. We think yesterday the full course yellow split the GP1 field. As far as we can tell, that's not the case at the moment, but we do believe it split the GP2 field, correct?
Yeah, that's what Mike Anderson has reported to us in chat. Basically just splitting the leader from everyone else.
Yeah. So let's see what that actually looks like, because what I see on timing at the moment says Palomar is only about 16 seconds ahead. Oh, no, that's an AOA. No, it still says it's only about 18, 19 seconds ahead of the FastTrack Racing 986 and 989 duo. So let's try and pick up that Palomar car. I guess it's possible that that's 18 seconds also included the overall leader.
So we'd be probably looking for Palomar to be towards the end of this line going through
Well,
shot
it depends
here.
on who we see first, right? If we see the GR Cups first.
The GR Cups already passed through.
Oh, did they? Yeah, then that's
and there
exactly
goes-
what's happened.
That's the Cajun Connect car going through shot there last. That car did not make the initial start.
Interesting.
Palomar through
Okay.
one. They did join the field after the green lap.
Wow. Tough. I mean, look, I call a spade here. That Palomar car was the class of the GP2 field yesterday, right? Like, it really wasn't, not going to say it wasn't close, but on raw pace alone, no mechanical issues, that car was finished 7 or 8 minutes ahead of the GR Cups from FastTrack, right? So it's not like anybody is massively disadvantaged relative to where things were yesterday. That being said, you don't like to see this stuff happen, right?
Yeah.
And, faster cars, not always, but sometimes are a little bit less reliable. And building up an advantage in an endurance race can make a big difference in how you handle those reliability issues. And the free time, if you're Palomar, you're thrilled about. If you're, FastTrack Racing, much rather not gift them the minute 40 or 2 minutes or whatever this is.
Mhm.
But so it goes.
That's racing.
Yep. I don't think we've seen any pit stops here. At least no obvious pit stops. Now we are getting some notes in Red Mist. Looks like Toyota R&D Racing came in to top off. They dropped to 10th overall. Oh, yeah, 10th overall. Singler Racing in the number 13 pitted as well. Fifth gear. Oh, interesting. So fifth gear 550 is in. Choice Racing 522 is in. S Collective. Pit flag says yes. Kelsey Kurangis in the number 154 AAA Racing Porsche has pitted. Palomar 83 pitted as well, and why wouldn't you?
Mhm.
You know you're going to catch the back of the lineup there. So a couple of pit stops there. Oddly enough, mostly down in GP1 rather than being up in GTO. GP1 having slightly longer fuel range.
Maybe that's a strategy call based a bit more on driver stint than actual fuel stint.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I don't know that I would start back timing the race a half an hour in, but also, I would probably just take the opportunity to top up here anyway.
And also, you don't have to schedule driver changes.
No, true. That 550 fifth gear motorsports came in anyways. Among the fastest cars there in GP1, so even giving up a little bit of track position is not really the end of the world. See if we can pick up that car in the queue here with lights still on the safety car. There went Ginger in the 46, which is the GP1 class leader now as a result of the 550's pit stop.
And you can also see, based on the car stacking up behind the safety car here, is that it also impacted part of the GP1 field as well, with Zipa being right here third in line, which gave the top four in GP1 now a substantial margin ahead of them in the rest of the GP1 field. So Zipa, AOA, TCS, Montgomery, they all really lost out with that safety car and where the GTO leaders were at the time. Like pace might be picking up just a bit under safety car at the moment, so we might be ready to go back to green shortly.
Indeed. I'm very sorry, I had to step away for a moment. Have we had pits from all of the leaders?
No,
or no?
We've had pits from none of the leaders, except for the 154, the 90. We also had a pit stop from the 550 from fifth gear.
Interesting. So that's going to move the 550 off of
just back to second.
No, but off of the main strategy, then also the 90 off of the main strategy from the rest of the runners. So that's already a development to watch.
But don't forget, we saw that from Stoic yesterday, and it worked out just fine. So I don't think
that's what I'm saying.
It's not a bad
thing. Give them an opportunity that they may not have had otherwise on raw pace.
Yes, and importantly, they didn't hose themselves by ending up, behind a class leader or something like that. They didn't cost themselves any laps. They just rejoined the queue a little bit further down. For fifth gear in particular, I think it really only cost them the one spot. just to that Ginger Racing number 46, which did not pit. S Collective 5th Gear, Choice Racing, all did pit. So it only shakes up GP1 there a little bit. The lack of pit stops in GTO intrigues me, I think, a little bit more.
Yeah, I think so too.
TCB 282, the 90, and the 13, I think, are the primary stoppers there in GTO, as well as that 154 Porsche.
Like, do people value class position that greatly, or is this a we need to get driver time to be square? I imagine it's the second one, that you want to minimize your stops when you've got, you know, a shorter race. You want to keep that driver in the car that little bit longer. You may already have a plan in place as we come back to green here.
Yeah, it's definitely a valid strategy.
Indeed, so the 87 and the 77 streak off into the distance as the Zeepa Racing car is at the front of the line here, not necessarily for position.
It has the AOA 54 directly behind them, though, so they're having to really get going here. TCS a little bit further back, the GTO Ligier splitting them.
Man, on the restart, Jason Marks able to get that car turned on. Already a decent-sized gap back to the 77. And, of course, the Rapscallion car now, I think, a little bit disadvantaged by having to start in the traffic. They're trying to cut their way through here, and they are going to go around the Zeepa Racing car. Probably before the next straightaway, would be my assumption.
Brian, I have a question for you.
All right.
Does it look like rain out there at all?
It does not look like rain.
Okay.
We have our weather correspondent, Jordan Worth. If he could pull the correct lever and engage the Radar-O-Matic 6000 presented by the National Weather Service. Nope, not quite. That's all right. We'll get it figured out. Yeah,
I don't think we're centered on Decatur there.
Yeah. No, and I think that I told Jordan yesterday definitively that there was zero chance of rain, so he may not have seen fit to even remotely fire that thing up, which is fair.
To be fair to Jordan, I didn't think there was a chance of rain this weekend either. And then our Portuguese, our Brazilian friends, what's the word? Simulcasting in Portuguese.
Yes.
Asked for a local weather forecast, and I sent him a link, and it says rain stopping in 20 minutes in Decatur.
But it's not. I look that direction, and I see how that could be the case, but it doesn't.
Yeah. So to be
I think it's going to be more of a mist than an actual rain, to be honest. I don't think it's going to be anything to affect the on-track product.
So, to be fair, I think the way you and I think about weather in general, if it says it's raining on the radar, it's reaching the ground and it's raining, here. Certainly, I don't know if it was that way in your parts of California.
It is, yeah.
But I think in the plains, particularly where it stays windy and quite windy aloft, you do tend to get virga more often. So it does pick up legit rain return on the radar. But it reaches the ground with less frequency, just because it kind of blows around up in the air.
So S Collective right behind the BMW of Ginger Racing right now, just coming up through turn 5. That's the orange and white car right behind the black BMW. They're going to not have the ability to make a move through turn 6. I think they checked up there just a little bit to keep from getting into the back of the Ginger Racing car. But that is your top 3 in GP1 right now. Like we said, GP1 more or less wide open now with the faltering number 29 not making it the grid today. Their clutch-related issues. I mean, look, if they had a sequential transmission, they wouldn't necessarily need the throw outing. They could just push it out of the pits.
LS swapped 8-speed BMW 325. The good little scrap here involving the 5th gear number 550. It looks like Cajun Canucka's in there in the 555 as well. And then the S Collective number 140. There goes 5th gear. There's 140. Oh, and they've already overhauled that Ginger number 46, who slipped back to, was that 4th now? Or is that KG Canuck is a couple of laps down, right? So it's back to 3rd.
Yeah, so keep in mind, they're having to cut their way through the back half of the GP1 field right now because based on how the safety car split them up. So that was, I think Ginger kind of struggling to get around the Cajun Canuck, and the Porsche's pouncing there as they go around the Montgomery Motorsports BMW. At the same time, Palomar looking to put a lap over the 97 Little Hee Racing S2000. Coming to shot here.
There for a moment, the GP2 class leading Palomar number 83 was up into 4th place overall in the production cars. Choice Racing, the 522, able to get back through on the last lap that shuffles the 83 back to P17. Nick Romano listed as a driver on board that car at the moment. To what kind of margin Jason Marks is able to put on Sadok Kalsa here now that it's getting restarted with more or less clear air. It looks like 4.5 seconds after these first 2 laps. Personal best off the green flag, 2 minutes, .508. It's the only car. Oh, no, sorry, not the only car under the 2 minutes. Looks like Kyle Roach in the TCB Racing number 246 has done exactly that, as has the 678 Stack Racing with Rapscallion. The GAJS2R. Kind of reset here has allowed everybody to just find themselves a little bit of clear running air. Looks like a good start here for that SoCal Rustlers number 181.
Yeah. I'm telling you, man, I think they fixed whatever their problem was, because they're doing a lot better today than they were yesterday.
Well, I mean, remember that what we saw yesterday was literally the first time that car has been run in racing conditions, right?
Yes,
that was
that's correct.
A build towards the back end of last year that wasn't quite ready to go. When we got to Coda, they were still running the old 181. Was it an E36?
Yep.
Yeah, and GP1, and obviously going to run GTO this year. It does take
Here's
a little
the 90.
Bit.
Just wow, wow. Okay, alrighty. Just barely able to get that woed up in order to not clatter that 40-48 off the track, as tends to happen when these GTO cars do come into contact with the GTU. There's one car that weighs a lot more than the other, but indeed, this is the 90 in 9th position, trying to slice through the traffic here. So everybody ahead of them, except for this GTU car, is for position, and the 90 now being off cycle on the strategy really needs to get through the traffic here and continue to make headway so that they can make good on the ability to capitalize on their off strategy situation.
Yeah, I mean, it was a choice. I think they kind of knew they were going to be fighting the traffic here a little bit. Finally gets the legs, and it's going to send it up the inside into turn number 1. Move is done.
Nice and clean as well. You can see the car right behind.
Should be
the 40-48 is going to enjoy having a big car to follow down this straight. That's going to help them substantially, I reckon.
Similarly sized diffusers on those 2 cars as well.
Indeed.
Kerner behind the wheel, that 40-48 competition alone.
In PO1.
Yes.
Is this Kevin Madsen aboard the 669 right now?
Why do you ask?
Because I know that he is aboard one of the cars, and I know that somebody has the ability to look that up, not me.
669 says Kenneth Sanders at the moment. Are you not looking at
All
Red
right.
Mist?
I am not. Red Mist doesn't display nicely on my phone, and I only have one laptop.
You only have one laptop?
One was the one that was having all the issues with the connection yesterday, so I'm not messing with that, and then reducing my available bandwidth.
Right. Yeah, fair. Okay. Yeah. No, Red Mist, if you're not following along with live timing over at redmist.racing, that is where we are pulling our driver ID information from, and is actively pulling that direction, or pushing that direction, I guess?
Yep. I have not seen it cycle through the tower yet. We update that?
Yeah. I mean, that update's been done.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen that come up as a field, and I've been trying to, but I've seen Gap multiple times, but not driver yet.
We'll need to confirm that then.
All right.
Yes, it is the first thing that comes up in the cycle when you refresh the link. Prompt a refresh here and just see what happens.
Oh.
Let's give it a minute.
So here are the 90 again, making up a lot of ground on the brakes. I think a function of having all that additional aero versus the GT4 car.
Yeah, I
again,
think
this
general,
90 that we're on board with, a hand-built car. Well, they're all hand-built presumably, but a home-built car and not a homologated race car. Yes, a garagiste. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I think this car in general is just quicker than the two cars ahead of it, by virtue of what we saw in the kind of opening stanza of the race. That 669 is the widest Ligier I've ever seen.
Yeah,
and not doing anything wrong.
There.
It's just smack in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
I think it's quite obviously holding up the 282 at the moment. The 90 is going to be quicker than both these cars. Best lap in the 201s.
Yeah, but this is where the 282 is going to shine here on the straight.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the launch off the last corner there, turn 10, coming up onto the back straight for that Ligier is really not bad.
Yeah.
The mid-corner speed is obviously going to be a little bit higher by virtue of being a lighter car. 90 set this up
the 90's
really
gonna
well.
go in.
Yeah.
Tough around the outside.
Here. Wow, not leaving a ton of space there is the TCB car.
Yeah,
They're going to try to cut down the inside? No shot.
That's a really difficult place to make a pass given the way the road falls away there going into turn 13. Yep. And then the car just pushes all the way to the outside. Really difficult to go too wide all the way through those two left-handers. But it was a good job to set up the move, or the attempted move, out of turn 12. And if that straight were about 100 meters longer, 200 meters longer, you'd think the move would have been done, but...
Indeed.
So it goes.
Now we'll go on board the car that's being attacked brutally by two Supras.
Oh, okay.
It is. They're right behind, dicing it up. I think both are being a little bit bottled up by this car.
Yeah, and the driver definitely has access to a nice large rear view camera here.
Yep, right on. They can see right behind what's going on their dashboard.
Yeah,
How long, Brendan, until we see somebody that has? Oh, there they go. The 282, the 90 is going to try to follow. I think thinks better of that. Probably would have needed to track out in order to make the pass happen, and they can't track out because there was a car in the way.
669 would have had the wider radius there going through turn number 5, so able to get back to the throttle sooner.
Yeah.
Again, I think if the 90 were able to carry the speed a little bit better through the corners, probably would have had to move on, but just wasn't really in the cards there. Again, is going to set this up really well through the descending S's here at 8, 9, and 10. Does get the run. Car length down to half a car length. It's going to pull to the inside here, climbing the hill into turn number 11.
Easy.
Oh,
no,
contact in the braking zone for the number 90.
Ooh, almost took out the TCB car on the way by. That would have been
669 went off driver's right.
Yeah, we
enormous disaster for both of them.
Reappear. Do we have the onboard for the 669? There it is.
It's made that crack much worse.
Yeah,
Oh my
I
goodness.
don't know that he is within the fence line of the circuit. Yeah.
So he's going to
that
try
was-
to reese.
Yeah, go ahead, Ryan.
It looked like he was going to try to reselect a gear there and get the car moving, but as our producer points out, the car is not in the property of the track.
The people that are
supposedly.
responding there are not on the track. They are. This car is not in the circuit at the moment.
And is it not?
And
in
it looks like everybody's
or is it
okay.
in the dirt track? In the dirt track, like further out.
I don't know. That I don't know where that is.
Because I think that is still the property of the track out there. That's just where the dirt racing school bit is. But I think that's all owned by Eagles Canyon. So I don't think they've left the premises per se, but they may indeed be far from the circuit.
Boundaries of the track.
Yeah, the circuit itself, it is still on Eagles Canyon property. Yes, it is outside the boundaries of the track. And as going back through the YouTube replay on board that car, it got very close to a shed. It went through a barbed wire fence, very close to a shed, and ended up in between the property access road there down to the southwest, and the circuit itself. That's a really lucky escape for the really
We'll
lucky
say,
for the 669. And glad everybody appears to be okay.
Before we attempt to, and I hope that we wouldn't attempt to find blame to anybody.
No.
I will say, I will put my hand up and say that we saw a camera view yesterday that appeared pretty cut and dry, that somebody dive bombed somebody else. And from our view, it looked pretty awful. But having viewed onboard of both of those, it was a lot less one-sided than you would think, and that the car was actually alongside. But the perspective of that camera meant that it looked pretty bad. So I hesitate to assign blame to anybody here until they've seen all the camera angles, because that's a tough situation to see who moved first on that one.
I disagree.
Yeah, that's too bad. That's fine, JT. But again,
there's
we're not calling balls and strikes. We're just we're not calling balls and strikes, JT. We're just here to call the race. That's it is what it is.
We don't officiate, but we do commentate on what we see.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean,
you got to be careful, JT. Let's just leave it there. Got to be careful.
It's a tricky one always to adjudicate cars making contact going in a straight line. Right, corner entry, corner exit, that kind of stuff you see all the time. But cars don't usually hit each other going in a straight line, especially in the World Racing League.
No. I think
and
that. Well, I don't want to talk about
matters.
intent, unfortunately.
No.
But the 90 really wished that they had stayed on the back of that TCB car. I think that's all I'll say about that. I'm not saying that influenced any decisions, but going into it,
no need to force the issue. They had a good run.
They
that
did.
move was going to be done at turn 11. No questions asked. Yeah. In looking back at the 669's onboard, that car was not on the racing line, far to driver's right, and the 90 had room to driver's left. But it's not going to be up to us to decide how, how blame will be assigned. And look, it's almost immaterial at this point, because even if you start assigning 1 or 2 lap penalties for having had the contact, the end result is we've got 2 broken race cars, and one of them is outside of a fence line, right? So
yes,
the end result is the primary issue here. The penalty is going to be secondary, or assigning blame is going to be secondary to what has already happened, which is already really unfortunate.
And it's unfortunate the 90, which was in a really interesting strategy position for the rest of the race.
Yeah.
That was going to really give some meat and potatoes to talk about as we went through. That's not going to come to pass, as we do see it going back to the garage. Yeah, that's too bad. All right, and we have an interview now after having downed from the contact. Kelsey Kurangis from S Collective Racing going to be up here. She actually messaged us, a couple weeks ago to let me know that you'd be coming up here. Thanks for making it up here. I appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you guys for coming out.
So S Collective, talk to me about S Collective Racing.
So S Collective is actually a performance shop and automotive service company. So we do everything from detailing, PPF, automotive service, racing, race support. And then on top of that, we just added interiors. So really, you bring your car to our shop in Plano, Texas, and it's a full one-stop. You can get everything done to your car full sweep.
Nice and set. Okay, cool. And I have to ask, Plano, Texas, but you've got a Cayman. Talk me through the decision on a Cayman, especially being in Plano, Texas, where the 800-pound gorilla in the room is Toyota.
Well, we're Porsche and Ferrari specialists.
Okay, got it.
And Silvio, my other half, he's been working on Porsches for years and years and years. So
Got it.
Porsches are really our personal passions. That's why we have a Porsche.
Gotcha. Makes sense. That car has been doing exceptionally well this weekend in a class that traditionally is we've talked about being a BMW builders class, more or less. You get a lot of E46s out here. So it's been refreshing, I think, to have somebody out there to play along with the 550. How do you guys feel that you race against the 550? Are your builds similar? Do you think that you guys do something a little bit different that gives you an advantage?
The two cars are actually quite different. So the 550 fifth gear, friends of ours as well, great team. They've got a 987.1 with a 3.4 liter motor.
Okay.
We've got a 987.2 with a 2.9 liter motor. So
okay, so you've got the Cayman motor,
cars.
And they've got the Carrera.
They have
motor.
A Cayman motor as well.
Oh, it's just a
two
bigger
different
Cayman.
Generations,
Okay,
yeah.
got it. I thought the Cayman motor was a 3.2.
Maybe the Boxsters.
Or the Boxsters. Okay, that's probably what it is. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so a little bit bigger motor on there. So yours, in theory, a little bit better handling, a little bit lighter.
Tiny bit.
Tiny bit. Okay, fair enough.
This car we found on Craigslist, and it was built for Continental Challenge. And interestingly,
okay.
nothing of that is left from back in the day, but the ABS is, and so we take a bit of a wait here for that.
Got it. We've had a few of these cars in WRL that were like leftover Continental Tire Challenge cars or leftover Pirelli World Challenge in there, like TC or GTA class, whatever they called it back then. A lot of these weird cars popping up where someone else has already gone to the trouble of taking all of the like road car electronics out of it, and you're left with a better blank slate than just going to the dealership and trying to buy something.
Exactly. Yeah, this car was fully set up to go race in 2015, but that's right when the GT4s kind of started coming into the mix. So ST kind of faded away.
Fizzled out. Yeah. And it's too bad, talking about ST, that it used to be a really good, kind of like WRL, a builder's class where you'd have Bimmerworld and Turner taking parts out of their catalog, putting them on the car, and then that's how they were able to sell parts. It was like, our part's on here, that's what's going, you should buy it. And I think a lot fewer of those opportunities available, and it's something that at some point I would hope that we get to in WRL. Now, obviously, that becomes a spending war thing, and I don't love that either. But I like that WRL has this class structure set up to where you don't necessarily have to go buy an M2 CS or whatever. You can bring whatever tool you see fit, and if you are Porsche people, then that's what makes sense for you.
Yeah, and we've made it work pretty well. This car has been pretty fun, and it's been pretty competitive, so I've been really happy with it.
Awesome. How long have you guys been in the racing business, I suppose, or not even business, but just been around racetracks and done track days or racing, anything like that?
Quite a while. Silvio started driving on track in probably 2011 or so.
Oh, okay.
I did in 2019, but for both of us, he's been doing track support his whole life. He's worked at shops in California and then started his own shop here in Dallas, Fort Worth, before joining the S Collective.
Mm-hmm.
So really just being around race cars is something we've kind of always done.
Gotcha.
We have a lot of experience with. We've got clients that run in like Porsche Sprint Challenge. They do Pikes Peak Hill Climb. This will be our 5th year this year, going to Pikes Peak support cars. So
awesome.
We've been out racing for a little while. Not super well known yet, but
right.
But
you're getting there, and you've had, like I said, a long run here so far, both at COTA and here. I think really shown off the pace of that car. Do you guys plan on doing a full season with us? Plan on doing a Midwest season with us? What's the goal here?
We're looking at Midwest plus maybe a track or two. Maybe not the whole Midwest season. We're picking and choosing kind of where we want to go, how I want to be with the schedule.
Gotcha. Okay, so that's Midwest plus usually tells me Daytona, perhaps? Perhaps. Okay, yeah. I gotcha. Is that a car, like here's a question for you, 2.9 versus the 3.4, is that a car that you think will do well at Daytona versus how the 550's gone about it?
The oiling system in the .2 versus the .1, like engine-wise, is quite different. So the .2 is pretty stout. Our car actually, at COTA, we were 3rd on Sunday.
Yep.
It got over-revved to 9,500 RPM with an hour to go.
Okay.
Still finished the race.
And still ended up keeping that car where it needs to be. Yeah, that's... Is this a new motor since then? I would hope so. Yeah, okay.
Unfortunately, the gearbox we thought was fine. It was hurt. So yesterday we had no second gear the whole day.
Hold on. So don't undersell that for a minute. You had no second gear most of the day, if not all day yesterday.
Yes.
And you still did as well as you did. Is that solved for today?
Yeah, so the guys, kudos to our guys, CJ, Ethan, and Tyler. They pulled an all-night last night in our garage.
Wow.
In our home track, we have several clients that have garages here.
Right.
One of them has a lift. He let us borrow his lift. We had a spare gearbox. So the guys stayed up all night swapping that thing.
So you're able to get, full speed out of it. How often are you in second gear around here at Eagles Canyon?
This car has a little less torque, so we use it 2 or 3 times a lap. Can add up pretty quickly.
Okay. Perfect. And just right now, you're about 6.5 seconds behind the fifth gear motorsports car.
Aiden's wheeling it this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you've managed to keep the Ginger Racing 46 behind you. That car has been up and close. Were you able to race super side by side with that car? How do you feel between you guys and the BMWs, or even at COTA?
You know, it just kind of depends on each BMW. They all kind of have their unique builds. You
Okay.
know, we look at the Screaming Goat car with their LS, and we got
Right.
BMWs with S54s and F62s kind of running around all in the paddock. And now we've got new motors coming into play with some new builds. So really just kind of just car dependent.
Car
But I feel like
dependent,
we've balanced well. What I found is our car doesn't make as much power, but we do have a good aero.
Okay, gotcha. Which around here, the aero is, of course, helpful because you got enough of these, sweepers and corners where you really want the front end to bite. You want to be able to get on the throttle early. I imagine in a Cayman, it's at least similar to a 911 where because you're mid-engine, you can get back to throttle on the exit a lot sooner, even though those BMWs might have a bit more power available to them.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha. Cool. Brendan, do we have any updates going on? Anything we've missed so far?
No, not obviously. I do have a question for Kelsey.
Yeah, of course.
Am I right in saying Wyatt Gooden is driving a 140 at the moment?
That's correct, yeah. So we've known Wyatt for a while. He was a coach here at ECR, and we service his cars. And so one day he had his car in for service, and we were sitting on the alignment rack talking, and we're like, hey, we've got our car. We might have a seat available for Eagles Canyon. Would you want to come drive with us? You've been talking about every time you come in the shop with your car that you want to get back into racing, but you've just been so busy with your sim business. I'm like, we have a car. Just show up and drive it. So that's kind of how it came about.
Yeah, so we all started as sim racers, and Wyatt was one of the top names in sim racing there in the late 2000s, early 2010s, and then he just kind of disappeared for a while. Had a pro opportunity in the VW Jetta TDI Cup, and we just stopped seeing Wyatt around. And
Sim
then,
shop's
all of a sudden,
growing
reappeared
big.
Here.
Yeah.
That's very cool. I like seeing Wyatt. He's obviously as quick as he ever was.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, very cool.
That's what I like about our team as a whole, is that really, though, even Wyatt being probably our fastest driver on the team, down to me maybe being probably the slowest, I'll admit, but we're all really close in time delta between, we've got Patrick Brunson, who runs the GR Cup, as well as Sylvia, my other half. We're all really close in time delta, and that helps keep our pace, I think, throughout the whole race, which really helps too.
Excellent. Cool. Anything else you want to mention before we get back to the race here?
No.
No?
I think that's it.
Perfect. Well, Kelsey, thank you for coming up to chat with us. I appreciate it. If you ever have anything you want to talk about, please come on up. You're always welcome.
Yeah.
Anybody who's a friend of WRL's is a friend of ours. So please, if you have anything, if you have new merch, anything you want to promote, come on up. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, for sure. I'll keep messaging in the chat here and there. I know a lot of the teams that are running out here, because a lot of them are home track, locals,
right.
So it's been fun to kind of see how everybody's been doing.
Perfect. Well, Kelsey, thank you for coming up. Kelsey from S Collective, everybody. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out.
Thanks.
S Collective continues to run second in GP1 at the moment. About 6.5 seconds back from Fifth Gear Motorsports. Last time through, lap times were almost identical to each other, so very competitive run from both cars at the moment. Starting to pull a bit of a gap back to the BMWs of Ginger Racing and Choice Racing. About 15 and 18 seconds back respectively. So we see both those BMWs coming through the shot here as they put the 54 from AOA Racing a lap down. Luke Anthony Martin driving that car at the moment, running in fifth. They currently have about a 6-second gap over Bryson in the Zipa Racing BMW coming through shot here. TCS another couple seconds back. Looks like we have both of the FastTrack Racing Toyotas on pit lane here. Pitting out of second and third in GP2. That's going to promote the 97 Honda S2000 of Lohihi Racing.
All right.
Looks like a
Okay, so
driver
this is
change.
the lone remaining Ligier, I believe it's safe to say.
At the moment, yeah.
I think having an off that far from the racing surface is conducive to staying green while they recover it. I think is how I'll put that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a silver lining question mark that it hasn't ruined everyone's day by having another yellow so close together. Yeah, that's too bad. Okay, there we go. The description, nice. Okay, so for everybody who's been asking, if you look at the description field on the timing tower right now, you will indeed see the driver ID info that is being pushed to us. Whether it is 100% accurate or not, I don't know, but all we are doing is simply pulling what is being given out by Red Mist. So if Red Mist is correct, what you see on the tower should be correct, and now it's switched back to gap to lead. But the driver data is there. Has Brendan stepped away as well, or is he just sorting things?
Yeah, just for a moment.
Oh, okay, perfect. Well, then I'll join you, JT. We'll hang out here. I'm just looking through timing to try to get myself reacquainted with what's going on here. Yeah, fifth gear and S Collective still about 7 seconds the gap now. Just spoke with Kelsey from S Collective. Lovely person.
Yeah, both cars running consistently about 2 seconds quicker than Ginger and Choice at the moment.
And Ginger and Choice quite close together, about 2 seconds.
Yes. They were just icing through the next part of the GP1 field.
Right.
Having just gone around the 54 and the 325.
Deepa, I think, unfortunately caught on the wrong side of that yellow flag before.
Yes.
Now, I believe an entire lap down, but they were most of a lap down because of the yellow.
Yeah, they were, I want to say, like third or fourth in line
right
when the safety car came out.
Perfect. Let's see here. And then we'll also give the rundown here. I'm just looking to see. We'll look at GP2 here before we've got more interviews coming through. Palomar Racing, really, their experience here in World Racing League, I think, paying dividends. Especially when some of the more stalwart other GP2 entries, Chattanooga Touring Wagon, a big GP2 entrant, North Loop Motorsports, all these kind of Harrison, not around this weekend, allows Palomar to kind of streak off into the distance to some extent. Little Hee though, doing well, I believe, on their debut with WRL. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I think
Excellent. Perfect. And that could be, do we know if that's a car that was run by someone else that his team name has now changed? Because I feel like we've had a red S2000 before.
Yeah, we had this discussion yesterday.
Yeah.
ASM is the silver S2000.
Okay.
Let me look back through the Eagles Canyon results. Hang on.
Was it quality time?
Might be quality time. If this was last year or the year before. What, number 150, right?
Maybe 410.
Or 410, yeah. No, you're right. 150 is
ASM.
The ASM, yeah, exactly. I guess 2 years ago then. Well, not sure I'm going to be able to find this.
Uh-oh. So they ran GP2 last year, or I should say 2024.
Here we go. 2024 GP2 entry list. Quality Time Racing. Yeah, it was all red S2000 with a pretty sizable black front splitter and a black rear wing.
Yep.
Drop the chat here.
They ran 1-2 on Sunday. That was back when we had Kurdog as well.
Yeah.
They took Saturday's or second in Saturday's race. Lone Star Rallycross took the win that day.
2024. Right? First visit to ECR.
Oh,
Kelsey and I talked a little bit offline about the Kurdog entry. They weren't quite able to fill the seats this weekend. They did attempt to, but some of the folks that run with Kurdog also run with S Collective, and so having an S Collective car meant that they couldn't really get the Kurdog car.
Oh, sorry,
filled,
that's
is
a
my
slow
understanding.
Ligier.
Yep.
Nope, there we go. That's the second one as well. So now both cars having experienced some trouble. Is that it? No, they were just in, so it's not out of fuel.
Correct.
No, but they're obviously nursing some kind of issue. In at lap 28, a 5-minute 7-second lap. How did we lose here? Should have a note. Yeah, they reappeared. So that's a long stop.
Yeah. That's too bad. So double bad luck here for Rapscallion after having a pretty good day, I would say, yesterday with those Ligiers. The first good day they've had, I think, with those cars in some time.
And it was a reliable day for both cars, too. I mean, okay, the 669 maybe didn't have the pace of the 678, but both cars were on track fundamentally all day.
Right.
Now, bear in mind, we've had, 8 hours of racing. So
sure.
It's not like this car's showing up fresh and ready to go. It's already a little bit tired, but early trouble here for a car that was really good yesterday. It was tough.
Absolutely. Well, Brendan, I have another set of interviews here. I've got 3 young gentlemen with me who have just gotten out of one of the Eagles Canyon Dream Machine cars, the GR86s that have been circulating here today and yesterday, in fact. So I'll have you gentlemen each introduce yourselves one by one.
I'm Connor Ackelbein. This is my second year at WRL. First race with FastTrack. Super excited.
Excellent. And?
I'm Joseph Maley. It's my first WRL weekend with Eagles Canyon, and I'll be running the GR Cup season.
Excellent.
For 2026.
Perfect. And?
My name is Carter Wilson. This is my first WRL race, and I will also be doing the GR Cup with Eagles Canyon.
Excellent. So that sounds pretty awesome. So you guys getting some experience in this Cup car that I understand isn't quite a Cup car. Can you talk to me about how that works? Because it looks an awful lot like the genuine Cup car, but I've heard that, it's got an automatic, so it's different. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, so it doesn't have the Bosch electronics. Is that better?
Yes, much better.
Sorry. It doesn't have the Bosch electronics that I've been told, not the fancy sequential transmission that it has. So it's still using that stock transmission that comes from Toyota. That's proven pretty well. It did 8 hours yesterday, and we got on the podium with it. And it's just a fun little. They basically just took it as a street car, just made a cup car that was light.
Right.
I don't know. I'm fairly new to the car as well. I only knew about it last week. The first time driving it was on Friday, and the car handled extremely well. So I mean, out of the box, it felt a ton of fun. It was amazing.
Excellent. And then tell me, which car did you run with last year?
I ran with 2 different cars last year. I was in the 135 Miata with Rapscallion last year in GP2, and then their 644 BMW M2 CSR last year in GP1, and did Atlanta, Sebring, and Coda with all of them, and it was a ton of fun.
That's awesome.
Yep.
No, it's really a good way to get a lot of seat time, especially if you're going into, like you two gentlemen, going into some GR Cup stuff. You're able to get a lot of seat time in a format where the schedule, I think, is a little bit less hectic. You don't have to worry about, we've got to be on the grid here at this time, then get off and do all this, moving the car around, etc. So have you been able to drive both cars yet?
Yeah, I've done a couple tests in the GR Cup, and I feel pretty good in it. Pretty comfortable. This car's quite similar, but it's just not as much of a race car.
Okay. Yeah. It was one of the complaints, if you could call it a complaint, that I heard last year as the reason that people hadn't been running that GR Cup car, which is in a pretty good power to weight window for GP2. But one of the reasons that was cited was that car is a lot more edgy, a little bit harder to drive over the course of a 7 or 8 hour race versus the road car that was set up a little bit more timid, I guess you could call, a little bit easier to control over a long term. Did you find that was the case then? Yeah, absolutely. So is it your first time doing the GR Cup, I understand, right?
Yeah, this will be my first season.
Excellent. What's the track you're looking forward to the most?
Honestly, I think Arlington's going to be really fun.
Okay.
Also, Coda. I haven't ran Coda yet. I think that'll be fun. Mainly those two.
Gotcha.
Also Texas tracks.
Texas tracks, staying local.
Yeah.
Would you be like Coda? Probably not. But for the Arlington one, are you close enough that you could sleep at your own house?
No, I'm in Houston.
Oh, you're in Houston. Okay,
Yeah.
so you're having to go out anyway. Okay, gotcha. I always figured that people that are local Eagles Canyon are living in the Dallas area somewhere.
Yeah.
I gotcha. And then tell me about how you got into racing.
I got into racing through my dad. He pretty much started, he had a Porsche and he started driving a bunch. And then he found Eagles Canyon and he was like, once you turn 14, you can start driving here. So I turned 14. We got a GR86 Streak. Went through that a bit. Then I moved up to a 718 Cayman.
Nice.
Drove that. And now I've gone to the GR Cup car and I plan to run the series.
Can you talk about the differences between driving in that 718 versus the Cup car? Because again, now you've got mid-engine car. May not necessarily have been set up as a race car, yes or no? No. Okay. So there's a different race car to road car for the track, but then also mid-engine to front engine. How did that work?
Well, I really like the mid-engine cars because the weight is just all in the middle of the car instead of being like if the back goes out on you, it doesn't really exaggerate it, or the front. But the biggest thing between the GR Cup car and the Cayman was really the speed, because here it was like you really had to be on top of it. But once I got in the GR Cup, I was like, okay, it's a lot slower. Everything comes to you a lot slower. And I was really able to like focus in on the real specific things in the GR Cup car.
I gotcha. And you get a little bit more data acquisition stuff as well on a race car. That way you can go back and go through, hey, this is what you didn't do. I imagine that's part of the Dream Machine team stuff.
Yes.
Absolutely. Cool. So how did your race go yesterday?
It went really well. Yeah, we second, and we finished. We crossed the line like right next to each other. They were just a lap down, but it was like photo finish. It was like straight out of Ford versus Ferrari. But for my first race in the car, I've never driven a Toyota GR86 platform.
Right.
And I thought it did really well. I mean, it was a ton of fun. Some feedback to give to the team that we're going to work on for Barber. But other than that, I mean, 10 out of 10 to drive the car. It was a lot of fun.
I mean, among the folks that are in the room right now, at least, I mean, you're kind of the experienced hand at being able to do this endurance racing stuff. So I imagine they're at least a little bit receptive to your feedback.
Yeah, or I at least hope so. We're working with some really good people at FastTrack. Lucas and Zach are both helping out a ton, and they have a ton of experience. So they've just been, they've been teaching me a lot. In my second season, I'm still learning as well. And then they've been teaching these guys for the first race. So it's just all a big learning curve still, just trying to get better as well. But yeah, hopefully they're taking a little bit of feedback from me. I guess I am like sort of experienced now.
Right.
It doesn't feel that way. Like
Exactly.
last year, I was here, and my first race, I was in the same position as these guys. So it's really kind of weird to come full circle.
Through and
now
right,
I
be able
have
to
a
do
few, have a few races under my.
So how have you enjoyed getting into endurance racing then? I imagine from a sprint racing background, what does your background kind of look like?
I did Spec Racer Ford.
Oh, okay.
Like three years.
Okay, gotcha. So no, you're not new to racing at all. If you're doing Spec Racer Ford, that's like some serious stuff going on. You're racing all kinds of people. You're racing Jenny Stripling, for God's sake,
Yeah, all the whole Lupe Tortilla, all those guys. Yeah, I've raced with them for quite a while.
Okay,
I
got
know them quite well.
So going from a Spec Racer Ford where you're doing sprint races, presumably with the SCCA, and so you're in kind of a 10 to 20, 25-minute race, to now you're asked to do, I imagine, a GP2 car, a 90-minute stint. How does your mindset change going into that?
I mean, I'd say one of the biggest factors is just taking all the other cars into account. Being GP2, we have three other faster classes, and so you gotta manage the traffic. The race is it's a long race, so let everything play out. It's gonna run its course. But yeah.
I gotcha. I imagine, I always think about people that are doing SCCA, like that's multi-class most of the time too, but you're spoiled in Spec Racer Ford that usually the field's big enough that you have your own run crew.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotcha. And so it sounds like you're a little bit newer to at least the racing side of things. You've enjoyed it so far though, right?
Yes, I have. This is like, I've only been driving for 2 years.
Right.
So I've never really done karting or any of that stuff, but we had the Screaming Eagles sprint races here.
Oh, okay.
Last year, and that was really my first taste of driving, but worked out pretty well for me. I ended up winning the championship off of points, so that was pretty nice.
Oh, that's awesome. And then what kind of car is in that?
It was the GR Cup cars, the Spec Boxers, and then Spec Miata.
Okay, that's a good little group
Yeah.
you got there of all very different cars, but all in this kind of lower end as far as concerned. Club level cars, being able to race those together, that's probably a lot of fun, I reckon.
Yeah, it was because you could like get with spec boxers, race with them a little bit. Spec Miata's not so much in the GR Cup cars, but it was really everybody out there could race with each other on some level.
That's absolutely fantastic. So I have to ask, the three of you, has anybody tried out this dirt track over here at the other side of the circuit? No. I have yet to hear from anybody that's actually been able to do it. They're over there now. Okay, gotcha. That I would love to take a swing at that as well. Like I have to drive my car around here. I have a rental car to set up my cameras. I have a RAV4. I'm going up the hills to try to play stuff, and I always look over there at that dirt track. It's like, I bet that would be kind of fun. And so, doing the circuit racing half and stuff, I'm always intrigued when there's the dirt track over there. It's like, man, what are they doing over there? What kind of fun have they got going on? So you guys had a pretty good race yesterday. I think a double podium, is that right? Yeah, double podium for you. It looks like today, a little bit further down the order here, a couple laps down already. What happened there?
That's a great question. I'll have to go find out. Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't realize that.
I got you. So,
If I may.
Yes, go ahead, JT.
So the unfortunate full course yellow did split them up. That basically put them almost.
Oh, that
lap
put them
down.
behind too.
And then they did pit recently under green flag.
Okay, so they're not that far down. It's just they've recently pitted, and so they got split from the strategy, but then also had the pit stop recently.
Yeah, on top of that, the Palomar car did pin under the full course yellow as well. So kind of a double whammy there as it relates to the 83.
I got you. That's endurance racing, though, right? That's the kind of thing that you got to be, it's going to come and go for you. At some point, you'll be on the positive end of that where you've made an incredible move, it looks like, and you'll be a lap and a half or 2 laps ahead of somebody else, right? Yeah, absolutely. Well,
So
gentlemen, do you have any?
can I ask one question?
Yeah, please.
Yeah,
Brendan, please, go ahead.
I'm curious. So the sports car racing ladder at the low end, especially, or at the entry level end, I don't know that it's ever been more diluted than it is now. It used to be that you had no way in, right?
Right.
And there were this VW TDI Cup that we talked about earlier kind of existed in the periphery, and MX-5 Cup was in its infancy, and now you've got a really strong Mazda MX-5 Cup. You've got a really strong Toyota GR Cup. You've got a really strong and still growing pair of Mustang Challenge and Mustang Mustang Cup Series, right?
The historic thing or whatever they're going to.
Yeah. No. The USAC one and the IMSA one, right, side by side.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
So now you've got these 4 manufacturer-supported series, really strong, compelling options to get into sports car racing. Why GR Cup? Why was that the specific choice? You get alongside SRO and their promotion and everything. And did the GR program that FastTrack is putting together, the GR 86 program and WRL that they're putting together, did that kind of factor in as part of the decision?
Yeah. So for me, Eagles Canyon is, it's quite close, and they have a really great program going, and so it was just a great option. Plus, the GR Cup I find is more. I'm looking to get into cars, so GT4, GT3, and the GR Cup. It has that traction control, the ABS. It's very similar to. It's like a down-tuned GT4 car, so it gives you more of that that more sports car feel than like an MX-5 would.
Right.
And yeah.
That's it. Same for you as well.
Well, my decision for the GR Cup wasn't really like a choice. Like I didn't have it wasn't like MX-5 or GR Cup. It was more like Eagles Canyon's my home track, and they started doing the GR Cup heavily, and so I did a rental day in one of the GR Cup cars, and I was like, this is pretty good, and my dad did it too, and we both really enjoyed it. So we plan on doing it together at our intent as like a father-son duo.
Gotcha. So the proximity of Eagles Canyon in this part of the country obviously, plays a big role in that. And again, as I talked to Kelsey about, Plano, Texas is right up the road, right? And so Toyota's heavily involved in this track. They're heavily involved in the region, Yeah.
For me, I live in Arkansas. And
you live in Arkansas? Yeah. Oh, so okay. And this is still your home track then?
Yeah. Okay. It's either here or all the way out in Alabama for the closest tracks that can really give an advantage to a driver. But I think ECR is just overall a great track. You have a lot of support coming here with the skid pad down there. You can really work on your driving control, and it's the biggest skid pad I've ever seen. So
yeah, no, it's huge over there, and they're adding, like I was talking to Scott Noble about yesterday, they're adding to it as well. They're doing a big extension there on there as well.
Can't wait to get on that.
No, that'll be super cool. So Connor, what makes you get locked in here with the GR Cup then, or even the GR, the endurance-y type one? You were driving other stuff before, and so now you're in this. What makes you make that decision?
Yeah, I'm in the same boat as them. I'm trying to go into the sports car ladder, GT4, GT3, and perfect segues, the MX-5 Cup or the GR Cup. And I've been kind of looking at the Toyota side of things more or less. And I was just having some issues last year and like trying to finish WRL races. And so saw that Eagles Canyon had a really good Toyota program, and then called Brad, and he got me hooked up with FastTrack. And so I'm going to try and work into the ladder and hopefully get to a GR Cup race here soon.
I think it speaks volumes about what Toyota has been able to create. I don't want to say out of thin air, but I worked at Toyota in 2017 and 2018 on the dealership side doing the car business, and it pretty quickly went from, if I'm being really honest, boring brand, right? And they had the Camry with like the grounded to the ground commercial was a meme for a long time, where it was a Camry. I owned one, and it was a nice car, but they were not fun to drive at all. And then around 2018, they relaunched that new Camry. They do a redesign on the 86, around that time. The RAV4 starts looking a lot better. We get the GR Corolla as a, extension of the GR Yaris that was available in Europe. Supra came, and it seems like within the last, I'm going to call it 7 years or so, they've gone from being a brand that nobody really thinks of as a sporting brand at all, and really taken up the mantle. And I think by doing the GR Cup, are really putting their money where their mouth is, where they're not just trying to sell road cars, they're really trying to build the brand around enthusiasts and people who go to the track. And you can see evidence of that here at Eagles Canyon, of course, where you've got FastTrack Racing set up this program. There's always been a lot of GR Cup cars here, to my understanding, but they've also done a good job of making this car, I think, look like a race car. The MX-5 Cup car, I think, wins in terms of it looks just like the one you can buy down the street at the dealership. But I think that GR 86 Cup car is going to, for people like yourselves who are trying to be on the GT4 or GT3 ladder, be more of a race car. And I think that's a really good advantage that they've baked into their own, basically.
Yeah, definitely.
And associating with SRO, which is like a heavy, GT series, as opposed to IMSA, where it's less defined, you could go into LMP3, LMP2, try to do hypercar, or you could do the GT stuff as well, whereas SRO very close to the GT thing. So I think it's a smart move on their part. Anything else you gentlemen want to add before we go?
No, I just want to say hi to my friend Brady, who's probably watching right now.
Perfect. Hi to Brady.
Hi, Brady.
No comments.
No comments. Just pleased to be here. Yep, excited to be at the racetrack.
Yeah, really excited for the GR Cup season.
Excellent. Good. And we'll be sure to watch you there. And then how about you?
I'm all good. I got nothing to add, but pretty good experience.
Good. Excellent. So thanks for making the trip down from Arkansas to come race with us. It's been fun. Gentlemen, thank you for spending some time with me up here. I appreciate the interview here. And we'll look forward to seeing you the rest of the season, right?
Yes, sir.
Or at least parts of it, I hope.
Yeah,
but
yeah, for sure.
We'll see that car around and get some more track time for you to go out there and kill it in the GR Cup. So thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Well, Ryan takes care of that. Green flag pit stops begin, particularly for the cars in, all classes that did not pit under our first and only full course yellow of the day. Stoic Racing, your overall race leader and GTO class leader, is in. The 77 of Kingpin Racing has already been in, as has the TCB Racing number 246 Toyota Supra. Interesting to note on that Supra, by the way, that 246 car, 2 minutes 50 was the pit stop lap time there for that car. 2:56 for Stoic Racing. Those are two really quick pit stop laps. I think quicker from memory, JT, than anything we saw yesterday. Even the Kingpin car, which is a really good and really buttoned up operation for Rob Walker Racing, Cargo Shorts Racing, was a 3:22. Now, they did do a driver change on that 77, where I suspect they may not have on either of the other two Supras for TCB and 87 for Stoic Racing. But anyway, that's a sizable advantage there. I also anticipate the 87 is going to come out ahead of the 282, which pitted under the full course yellow and thus has not made the pit stop, the equivalent pit stop there as yet. Same thing goes for that 154 AAA Racing Porsche, pitted under the full course yellow. Now sits in third, but Willow is a green flag stop here probably in the next 12 laps or so.
Yeah, it looks like about a 31-second gap between Stoic and TCB at the moment.
They need a refresh here. Sorry, you said a 31-second gap?
Yes.
Yeah, that's correct. I show the same Singler in that number 13 is also in that same kind of position, showing in 5th in class there. Actually, not so far off the back of the TCB Racing number 246, although I suspect the 246 is on the way up after the pit stop. Singler just kind of clicking off laps there in the 204s, 205s at the moment. Probably saving a decent amount of fuel along the way there as well. So we'll see how that plays out over the long run. Nothing else obvious at the moment elsewhere in the field. If I pull up the GP1 gaps here, 12.9 seconds is the margin from the class-leading fifth-gear Motorsports number 550 back to the Team S Collective number 140. Both cars lapping in the low 206s at the moment, and still drawing the margin out to the Ginger Racing number 46, which did have to make a green flag pit stop. We noted they stayed out under the full course yellow. And they were in back at lap 31. Choice Racing in at lap 39, so they've slipped back to 4th. And then Zeeper Racing in that number 325. That car was, remember, not supposed to run this weekend, has not pitted yet, and still sits there in 5.
Mm-hmm.
A 888 Racing Porsche 206.869 is a long lap, but also an outlier there. Looking at the updated time, 203.843, just ceding a little bit of time to the TCB Racing number 282, which is likely to sit in... Oh, go ahead.
Slow AOA going through 1. Nope, gets up to speed.
It's CM2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, number 54.
Maybe it just come out of pit lane, so maybe it just took a moment to get up to speed here. Also trying to keep an eye on GP2 at the moment. It looks like the 989 FastTrack Racing did overtake the 55 from AOA Racing this past lap. So that has promoted them up to 3rd at the moment. See them go through shop.
I see them. I show them in 4th. Is that not right?
The 989 should now be 3rd. So 55 drops down to 4th.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know why my timing is quite different there.
Maybe it hung up.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh no, there it goes. Just took a minute to refresh. Hi to my family at home. Mom is in the chat. Mom, I'm home this weekend. It is not warmer in Easton than it is in North Catasauqua. So I can't say that it's for sure colder here, but it's really cold. Ryan is down there enjoying the warmth relative warmth in Decatur, Texas.
But you have power.
I do have power, which was a legitimate concern yesterday, but we did all right.
Pit stops for a lot more than GP1s at the moment. Looks like Zeepa, TCS, and AOA.
Yeah, a little awkward there as they came out of the pit lane and were caught by the number 77 Kingpin Racing Supra. I don't have a driver listed on board that car at the moment, but I did see I actually don't know the helmets. I believe that's Rob Walker, if you told me so. But I do know Sadakal got out of that car. I did catch that on the onboard camera. Hasn't picked up a driver name on any of the laps since that pit stop was made. PCB Racing 282, the car in second place overall at the moment, being driven by Michael Robbins. 35 seconds is the gap up to Jason Marks in the number 87. Obviously starting off the day with a double stint. And I thought that was maybe a little aggressive given the issues they ran into yesterday, but then obviously remembered we had the long full course yellow and the red flag yesterday.
Speaking of.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we are going full course yellow.
All right.
There is
there
a car
in the
pulled
cut?
off in the cutout, yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like that's a little far away for me to see.
I believe it's Miata.
It is a Miata. It was that the AOA car having come back out?
851 is the number in the race control log.
I cannot make out that much detail from here. It is quite far away. I believe that.
Yeah, that would be the lowest. Well, yeah, the lowest place of the AOA cars in GP2. Car had not pitted yet, as far as I can tell. We're getting to about the time that I would have expected the GP2 cars to be making those stops.
Yeah, correct. That might have been a possibly a
Fuel situation, yeah. We saw this yesterday with cars that ended up in the cut. We didn't go full course yellow until it was time to recover them, or until they were ready to be recovered.
So I thought about that, and I think that might be a factor of them having to recover the Rapscallion car as well, but I would assume that they had that taken care of by now.
I was going to say, I think you could do that on the perimeter road.
Well, that's my point, though, is if there's a tow truck over there that's being employed, now another one is needed, and so you know.
Well, so, I mean, to be fair, I don't know that we really saw any hot pulls yesterday, did we?
Fast track.
Gone wide there, yeah.
The last corner. Yep, the 550 is in at the same time.
Yep.
A bit awkward crossover there.
S Collective stays out.
Yep, so that'll change the GP1 class lead. That is interesting. I wonder if S Collective was caught a little off guard by the full course yellow and just isn't ready, because they were only in at the full course yellow on lap number 12. We're obviously out to lap number 43.
Well, unfortunately, they are behind the safety car right now. I wonder if they were trying to see if they could beat the safety car out, but they were behind Stoic probably for some time.
Yeah, Stoic went through the shot earlier, like well before the fast track car went off. So
yeah, I wonder if they thought they could maybe get to the front of the line, then pit, and still not be behind, but like none of that passes the sniff test.
No. Also, have we split the GP1 field? Is that Ginger car lap down now? Or nearly? Because it's directly in front of the S Collective car.
Yes, I think it is. So they just missed it by 2 cars, basically. The Stoic car must have just gone by as the yellow came out, because they're painfully close to having made it all the way around. But again, as we spoke about earlier, it tends to happen.
Well, so
sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't.
Overall here, right, this was all set up by that first full course yellow. Ginger Racing didn't pit.
Right.
They stayed out under the double yellow and had to make a green flag stop back at lap 31. So it makes sense that they didn't pit now, but they were just barely clinging on to the lead lap in GP1 as a result of all that. It was a good stop, but the two Caymans have been really quick. Caymans didn't have to pit under green. It's excellent timing for both of these cars, which makes it all the more curious that the S Collective squad did not pit.
Right.
But, so it goes. There's the 851 on the tow rope. The end result of all that is the 550 is going to end up coming back out in second place here, I think.
They're going to have to be careful, because if the S Collective car does pit now, I don't imagine we're going to stay yellow for that long. And they did catch. They are at the front of the queue, but they're going to have to really hustle to get back to the end of the line.
Well, remember that we've been waiting to go back to green until the relevant recovery vehicle is back home.
That's true. But it's just that pickup that has it on the tow rope, and that pickup typically gets back across rather quickly. It certainly puts in some laps in the morning, I'll tell you that much. The drivers of that Tundra not particularly worried about the tires on that machine. Now it's going to be both of those cars in. The S Collective as well as the S2000. For Little Hee.
That's a one-syllable word, right? Is Lil?
Little.
Lil.
Who's Lil? Should we try to cram in an ad break here?
That's probably not a bad time.
Let's do it. So we're going to say hi to Continental Tire. And we'll be back here at Eagles Canyon Raceway shortly. My goodness.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle. Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
All right, we're going to come. No, lights are still on. I kind of thought we would come back to green here, but that's okay. We'll rejoin you. Stoic Racing here at the front of the field. Have not made a pit stop under this yellow.
No, they were just in under green, though, about 6-7 laps ago, so... as was the TCB number 246. Good news for Kingpin here. They had the longer stop to facilitate the driver change, with Sadako getting out of the 77. That's put them back up into third now, and just 6.5 seconds behind the Stoic and TCB cars. Same goes for the Lupe Tortilla number 188. It's actually just kind of put our top 4 or 5 in GTO all back in a row. There. TCB 282 also made an extra pit stop here under the... not an extra pit stop. They did pit under the full course yellow, bearing in mind that they were the ones, one of the few that did pit underneath safety car number 1. So again, really good timing there for all involved.
Absolutely. Let me just look down the Brendan, check your phone. Let me just look down the order here. Yeah, so the 246 at TCB and then Kingpin in third. So Kingpin managed to stay near the top of the order here after having led the race in the opening hour or so. Still up here in third, and they've got more drivers to cycle through as well. So I think we're in a position now where some driver changes are going to take place across the front of the GTO field. I think reshuffle the pace that is available to everyone. Lupe Tortilla has climbed the order. They're only about 5 seconds off the lead. So this front of the GTO field, now that's under yellow, of course, but the front of the GTO field here I think is going to be somewhat spicy, at least for the next 30 or 40 minutes. GP2, man, Palomar crushing it. No other word for it. The 83 is dominating. That car, of course, has run several hours in WRL. They're able to keep that car where it needs to be. At 989, 986, we were just speaking with some a nice young gentleman from that car. And I think now with the yellow and having cycled through the pits, they're now up to second and third again, right where those cars finished yesterday. So I think they'll be pleased with their position right now. 40-48, they are on lap 45. The leaders are on lap 46. So they're only about a lap off of the overall here in the 148 in GTU. That car not quite able to turn on the pace, especially at the beginning of the race. Trying to get temperature into those tires and then working their way through some traffic. So not quite the overall weekend I think they were hoping for, but some good running from the 40-48 car and able to get some miles under their belts so they can hopefully take that experience with them the rest of the season. GP1, as we've been speaking about, Team S Collective currently in the lead but has not pitted yet, is our understanding.
They just did.
Oh, they just did. Okay,
yeah,
perfect.
Finally.
Or they just pitted. Okay, and we're going to go green here. Go green about a lap later than the expected. Stoke, of course, out there by themselves, but there's that gaggle of GTO cars behind them a little ways. I think bottled up some by the Ginger Racing et al. Cars. They're all going to file down into turn 3 right now. And so that's going to be the 77 and the 246. That is for position right now. That's the white Supra, followed by the white and blue Supra. That is for position. And then the Lupe Tortilla car lurking not far behind. They're able to go down the inside of Ginger Racing there through turn 5. So they're going to set their sights on the battling Supras ahead. I think this is the highest that Lupe Tortilla has been in the order this weekend, on merit at least. So as those two Supras battle ahead, I think the Lupe Tortilla car by FastTrack Racing going to draw a little bit closer and hopefully join this battle and make it quite fun. We have the 77 on board, I believe, Jordan? Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. Oh, I see. The only remaining on board we have. And then, Brendan, do we know who is in the car at the moment?
I don't. That's probably a question for Sadakal, who was in the chat, but apparently going to grab a shower. Yeah, so.
Is that not on the red
mist?
It is
not. No, that has not been picked up yet.
Okay, got it.
And not since that car pitted underneath or under green a little bit earlier. Just real quick.
Yeah.
This whole dynamic at the front of GP1 with S Collective in 5th gear pitting under the full course yellow, I thought it was a bad move for the S Collective car to wait, and ostensibly it should have been. But the 550's pit stop was it was a 4.5 minute lap.
Yeah.
So the whole thing allowed the S Collective car to come in a lap later, make the stop, and still get out ahead of the 550, which is now 8 seconds in arrears of the white and orange Team S Collective Porsche Cayman. It's a really interesting dynamic and really interesting setup there. That somehow, I mean, like I said, it shouldn't have worked out in the S Collective car's favor, but it did. Let's see what they can do with the class lead here. I do wonder a little bit if maybe the 5th gear motorsports squad had something they kind of wanted to do, and knowing that the Ginger car was caught up behind the safety car and that they were going to, at worst, come out of the pits in second, if they took the opportunity to do something they otherwise might not have, given that extra little buffer there. Rob is in the 77, which we thought was the case, but we didn't know was going to be the case. Doodles, 9696 in the chat. asks, RWR on board looks so much better than some of the other ones. Didn't lag or anything. Why so different from one car to another? Different systems is kind of the baseline of it all. Our onboards are not provided by us here at DriversEye Lab. They're all team sourced. WRL requires cars to run forward-facing cameras, and often live streaming cameras accomplish the same thing. And then at the team's offering, we get access to some of those onboard cameras. So Sentinel actually had 2 of our onboards earlier that got taken out in the same incident. 77 has the onboard there from GPX Stream, I think is the provider there. MyRaces.live had the 555 Cajun Canuck on board, which I know Jordan has been watching intently. But we don't get to see.
Indeed,
so
I think
systems,
that was what was the
setups.
Screaming Goat had it as well. The
GPX, or not GPX, the MyRaces.live. Yeah. MyRaces.live, it's a really unique kind of setup there. Is this live?
Yep.
Yeah, 9:49. All right.
Looks like they got it hopefully repaired here.
Yeah, they have a really nice producer setup where you can just expose your stream link to specific production teams. So you can go in and say, I want DriversEye Live to be able to see my feed from MyRaces.live. It's actually a really clever system and setup there. Cameras don't look too bad either. So appreciate everybody who offers us their feed, including this Toyota R&D Racing number 90.
Yeah, strong run by that 90. Unfortunately, brought to an end by some contact that we saw earlier, of course.
Mike Anderson reports in the chat there's a huge debris field that turns 14 and 15, or from 14 to 15. I don't know if it's going to be obvious that we're going to pick that up on a camera, but if we get an onboard somewhere around the last sequence of corners there, I'd be interested to see what that looks like. Best lap of the race from Jason Marks in the number 87 Stoic Racing Supra, 159.904, which is the only lap underneath 2 minutes so far today. Interestingly, it's still almost 2 seconds off of yesterday's fastest lap. I don't know if that's as a result of just being under a little bit less pressure or what. But yeah, still stretching that margin over the TCB Racing number 246. At last look, it was 6.7 seconds. And if I do my job properly, there we go. It is since the restart.
Yeah, you can see from the onboard there is debris on the road.
Perhaps Brendan.
Great chunks out of things since the restart. Still a good kind of counterpunch from the TCB 246, 2 minutes .273, but margin just beginning to draw away a little bit out to 5.8 seconds now.
Brendan, I think, in addition, also Easy One, a lower third graphic that simply displays the car number, the name of the team, and the driver, and then if we can get the sponsor and/or car detail on there.
I think I said that on Thursday when you proposed the idea. But just purely an informational lower third would be highly useful as well. Yes.
I'll be honest, Thursday feels like a week and a half ago.
Isn't it amazing?
Like
Yep. Especially, have you done back-to-back race weekends before?
Traveling? No, I have not.
Yeah.
I think I've done travel one and then call the other one. I've never done back-to-back travel.
Man.
I'm happy for it, man. I really am. There's nothing I'd rather be doing. There's nothing I'd rather have than an excuse to show up 3.5 hours late to my regular job. Let me tell you.
The In-N-Out wouldn't tolerate that kind of stuff. So
no, they
absolutely
would not.
Fortunately,
I have somehow worked my way into a leverage position with my day job. So I was able to be like,
I became
well,
important at work, and it's ruining my life.
pretty much. Well, I guess I'm going to leave. And they go, wait, oh, no. I'm like, okay, fine, I'll do both. So, never been in that position before. That's quite fun. So, apparently that's part of getting older and starting to be good at things as opposed to just being mediocre to terrible at everything.
That's a backwards NPO1 in a really awkward spot there.
Yeah,
on the
that's
racing
tough.
line.
Get a replay here.
This is 40-48 competition, the only NPO1 in the field this weekend. Wait for it to appear stage left here. In kind of shallow, got on the throttle and it looped around. Good work by the Singler number 13 there to avoid. Very conservative by the Porsche 991 Cup. Go to the outside there, but well done. Let's see if we can get it spun around here. Gap in traffic. Yeah, we're going to get up over the curb, keep it moving. Don't high side yourself, and we're on our way. Well done. Got a battle on for second place in GTO. PCB 246 from Lupe Tortilla. And that gap is about 3/4 of a second. We have eyes on those two cars. That was the 282. There's the 77, so it should be up the road from there. We go. We get there eventually. That is TCB 246 in the white Supra, Lupe Tortilla obviously in the all-yellow BMW M4 GT4. When was the last time we only had one E82 in the field? My guess is it would have been
probably
the
when the
debut
G82
of
came out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Would that have been probably would have been Random Vandals? Question mark.
Ooh. Did they debut the G82? They might have.
Well, the WRL.
Well, WRL.
It was yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, it was either them or ACP. I think ACP got it later. Would be my. Yeah, because I think there was discussion around Random Vandals already had one because they were on the list, already ran GT4, and they were sold out to teams that were going to run SRO and or MPC, and so there wasn't going to be any cars available to secondary series until later, but Random Vandals already had one because they ran NPC at the time. I think is how that played out.
Right. AOA, don't forget, also had the Rue Helmets entry, which came in quite early.
Yeah, that's right.
May also have been them. I'm not sure, but it's been a minute. Also, remember, we've got the APV table running for the first time this weekend, and there are some additional constraints being applied to that M4 GT4. Including an on-dash variable that needs to be set to a very specific number.
Yes.
And then obviously the 0.4 modifier on that car. Yeah, when that car comes back in numbers, it'll be interesting to see what it looks like. But I'll tell you what, the on-track battle with the 246 seems to suggest that the APV table is working wonders at the moment.
Yeah, I
really
think it's working
so
the
far.
way they intended.
Yeah.
I like the APV table and the data thing.
Yeah.
There has always been an undercurrent of like, so-and-so has it set my gear and and all this other like bickering about it. And I think that the way they're doing it now has eliminated most, if not all, of the bickering about the BMWs with the turbo motors, and in addition to the Supras, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, sometimes if you're not homologating a car, it takes some time to understand where the advantages are, how every car works when that rule book is fundamentally open. Yeah, it takes some time to gather that data and be very intentional about it, rather than just throwing things at a wall. But I think the situation we've got at the moment, as it relates to the on-track racing, certainly is really, really good. Between those two cars.
Speaking of the on-track racing,
yeah,
I've got Paul Wilson here with me out of the 989 FastTrack Racing Toyota entry that's now up into second. Paul, thank you for coming to chat with me.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad to be here. We're in 986.
Oh, then the page I was given is wrong.
Okay.
You can blame your PR guy for that.
Yeah, yeah. Me and Carter are in 986
Okay.
along with Andrew Gilliland.
Gotcha. Okay, so you are in 986, which is down in 5th.
Right.
Have they made an extra pit stop, and that's why we're separated? Because you guys were together on track for some time.
They had a check engine light came on, so they came in and reset it.
Okay,
and
I got you.
He went back out.
Perfect. And was that something that was presumably not catastrophic, but was that like a road car conversion type check engine light, or was it an actual problem?
I don't think it's a problem.
Okay.
It just came on, and
Gotcha.
shut the car off, turn it back on, and
Goes away.
Goes away. Yeah.
You'd be surprised. That happens in racing. It happens in the real world, too. Somebody has a check engine light in their car. They bring it in, and then I go to start it, and it's like the light's gone. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Yeah. Yesterday on my stint, I didn't have any issues.
Perfect.
With it. So it just, just part of it happens.
So, Mr. Wilson, obviously older than the 3 young chaps I had here earlier.
Yeah.
What draws you to running this in this Dream Machine sort of program where you're running the GR86 and then maybe into the Cup Series? What's going on with that? Tell me.
Well, it's just as a kid, I was always interested in cars and motorsports and everything else, just like every other young kid. But I started doing DE events about 10 years ago, and it kind of just progressed from there.
Okay.
And came out here and I saw all of the programs and everything, and I'm like, I want to get good. I know I'm too old to be a pro, but I'm just like, you get out here and you start doing it, it's just so challenging, it's so complicated, and there's always room for improvement. You're never going to run the perfect lap. And man, we just got plugged in, and it's been a rabbit hole since.
I got
it's
you.
like just.
So I'm curious. You said you did HPDE. There's a wide variety of people who choose to participate in HPDE and the vehicle they select before going into racing. A bunch of people who are successful in business, let's say, and they have GT3 RS because that's the cool hot thing that you want to have.
That's what I started.
That's
with.
what you started with.
Well, I started with a Z06.
Okay, that's still a lot of car.
It is, and then I moved into the GT3 RS.
Right.
And then the street versions. But yeah, I did it backwards.
Yeah, but talk to me about what decision do you have to make for yourself that you're driving a car which is, tires aside, objectively faster than the car you're racing in now. How do you, I don't know, I don't want to make assumptions obviously, but like how do you put the ego away more or less and go, you know what, I am going to step into this 4-cylinder car that's got about 200 horse and we're going to learn how to do this the right way?
Well, step one is you scare the shit out of yourself. And then you got to get through that. That's the first thing. And then after you do that, then you realize driving the fast car is fun, but you get faster in the fast car driving the momentum cars. I had to figure that out for a few years. And that's what the DE guys, that's what they realize that going on. I like driving the fast cars because everything comes at you faster.
Right.
The car's moving faster, you've got to react and all those things faster. And then when you drive the momentum style cars, things are slower, and so you feel more.
Right.
You going in a turn, I have a little bit more time to think.
I got you.
And it's just trying to get the maximum amount of performance out of the car.
Okay.
And it's just,
it works. I got you.
It works, yeah.
Have you driven both sets of cars? I understand right now there's this kind of endurance-friendly road car-based GR86 race car, and then there's also this Cup car that we've talked about is a little bit more edgy, a little bit more of a sprint car. Have you driven both? What's your experience look like there?
My son Carter's going to run SRO, so he's going to be driving the Cup car. I'm going to run SRO for Arlington, so I'll be there as well. So we've driven both. The Cup car is faster, and the transmission's different.
Sure.
And it's they drive close, but there's a little bit difference in the GR light. This one that we're driving today, I think, is a really good endurance style car. It handles a little bit differently, but you really have to sort of underdrive the car to make it go fast. In the GR Cup, when you're coming up to the turns, you just bang it through the gears as fast as you can. In this car, there's cadence. There's a brake, a pause, a shift, and you have to learn that cadence. And I have a feeling once you master that slower cadence as you move into like the GR Cup, that cadence is going to be faster. So it's kind of like the reverse of driving.
Right.
Yeah, but once you get that cadence down, yesterday I drove the car. It took me about a tank of gas to figure it out. second tank, I really started to get into the groove of it. And, you know, for me, it was really figuring out what that cadence is.
I gotcha.
And, but I mean, I really like it. There's a lot of similarities. I think starting in this endurance car that we're driving today and then moving into the Cup car for the new people down the road, I think that's probably the way to go.
It's going to be the move for sure. It's an idea that makes a lot of sense, right? That you would start off in the one that's a little bit easier to drive and then go up to, you know, the more hardcore version. And that's something that they've done to some success in Europe with like the Brenda, they still do the full Ginetta Cup, right? Where you start in like the small one, and then there's the one that's tuned down, and then there's like the actual GT4 one. That's right.
I'm not sure what the full ladder is like, but I mean, Ginetta has a series here in the U.S. as well, so they are definitely plugged into a ladder.
Right, but in terms of
ladder,
like you start with the, not to say watered down one, but you start with the more beginner-friendly version of what's effectively
I think
the
it's a
same car.
Ginetta Junior. That's and then you go, you add aero, you add sequential, and you keep going up and up and up.
Yeah, and it's something we talked about earlier. You don't get to have that if you choose to do MX-5 Cup, for example.
Yeah,
that's the car. That's it. That's what you got, and you're working with it, and that's, you know, whatever decision you make after that. And I think that car, I would imagine, I haven't talked to anybody yet that's driven both, but I know from the sim, hate being that guy, that they do drive substantially different. One's a little bit more loose, a little bit more playful. The other one you really do have to have committed with, but you do have the wing holding you in check, and then the car or wheelbase, etc.
I've been driving a lot of the MX-5 Cup on the sim, and this GR Light we're driving today, there's a lot of similarities between those two. In this car, like today, driving the majority of the track we're driving in third gear.
Right.
And in the MX-5 Cup on the sims, I've never driven one of those in real life. Out here, it's very similar. Get the car pointed, get on the gas. If you get on the gas too soon, you'll pay a penalty later on.
Right.
So you just have to let the car rotate, gas, and sim MX-5 Cup. It's very translatable here. If I could do it all over again, years ago, right, I would start out here on the skid pads in just the street version of the GR86 they have, and then I would move into what we're doing today, and then I would move further on down the road. So I did it backwards, but my son, he's doing it the right way.
Perfect. Well, that's good. Well, I mean, you did it backwards, but, you know, like I'm trying to say, it seems like a lot of people do come around to that. For every story of, you know, someone who has a Ferrari road car, so they go straight into Ferrari Challenge and ruin millions of dollars worth of cars, there's also a story of somebody like you that it does usually end up being scares themselves and goes, whoa, okay, hold on, I don't really know what I'm doing here. Let's figure this out.
And then, you know, it's also one of those things, like at the end of the day, you have to pay for it. So you're also conservative about the cars, and you don't want to wreck them and everything else. I mean, you see that flag stand right in front of us with I hit that.
Oh my goodness.
In our Cup car. So, but yet, you know, but that was the first, and at the end of the day, it was not that serious.
Right. I gotcha.
But, you know, you got to respect the car and everything else. But yeah, I mean, it was.
I gotcha. What do you plan to do moving forward then? Because it sounds like you've got designs that, you know, you're moving through the system a little bit. Do you see yourself doing GT4 or even GT3? I know Lexus and Toyota have this new thing coming down the pipe, and
somebody else is paying for it.
I gotcha. Okay.
About it. But no, I'm really here just to support my son. Like for me, like I've reached what I've wanted to do. Anything else, it's just bonus.
Just cake. I gotcha.
But I really want him to. So he's going to run the full season. I'm just going to walk him. I probably will run Barber just because I like Barber.
Okay.
We'll do the GR Light for Barber with him as well. But for me, I just want to, you know, like when we go to Arlington,
right?
Be me and him. Family will be there. Everybody, you know, and it's going to be like that'll be like one of the milestones, memories that I'll take to the grave, you know.
Absolutely, and getting to run that track in Arlington too. You don't know how long they're going to be willing to do that. You know, we talk wistfully at the Brendan. What's our favorite one that we talk about at the street courses? The Baltimore Grand Prix circuit. How I wish that I could have had the opportunity to drive that. It looked like a nightmare, and that's my type of fun. It's something that's awful. So yeah, anytime you have, especially if it's even semi-local to you, being able to have that opportunity, it's really cool.
Yeah, we live in Arkansas, so we drive down here. Arkansas is close to Barber, Eagles Canyon, NCM, Ozarks. So it's all about just over about the way, but we're down here a couple times a month.
Nice, that's awesome. So able to make a nice run of it. It's close enough for you to be able to get there. There's a lot of spots in this country, even on the East Coast, where if you're in the wrong area, you're actually quite some distance from where you want to be. That's yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They just have to know. Yeah, 100%.
But for me, it's like I want to go to Arlington. Me and him are going to drive. It would be nice if I could keep up with him. And we're like going towards the finish line, and it's like me and him were battling out on that last, lap or something.
Right.
That would be a great memory to have,
Father, not of a child who's that old yet, obviously. She wants to be doing the K1 speed championship that they do. She saw a poster for that the last time we were there, and I was like, this is not going the right direction for me, right? But I think there is a degree of, if my daughter were to be in racing, I would feel good if she was at some point substantially better than me.
Yeah,
just purely from a parental perspective, having him be out there in front of him, I wouldn't be embarrassed if, it would be great if I had the opportunity to run this Arlington race. But if it was me, if she beats me by 30 seconds, I'd be like, you know what? Perfect. I gave you the launching pad that I wanted. That's good for me.
Carter surpassed me. He started when he was 14. He more or less about 6 or 8 months.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So he started at 14. Before he was 15, he was already putting down faster lap times than me.
Right.
And, they're younger. They got better reflexes and everything else. The old guys, we've got a little bit more discipline, more self-preservation, which isn't always good on the racetrack.
Right.
So that's really the only advantage I have. So I maybe can beat them. If I'm having my best day and they're having their worst day, I might be able to
get there.
Maybe, and that's pushing it. But me and him come out here and just I'm just really looking forward to going out there and just the experience of just being out there in the crowd, me and him, and just I mean I don't think I've never experienced anything like that before, and I have a feeling when we get out there, it's just going to be just insane. Just
going to street course races. I've been to Long Beach once or twice now. For the Long Beach Grand Prix, where they do a very similar style weekend where it's SRO and IndyCar and all that stuff, and nothing feels like that. Where you're in the middle of town and there's people everywhere and you're mixed in, and it's fantastic. I think that's a great place to choose to do it.
And I think I've watched them on TV. The stands are kind of empty when you go to the other track, but I feel like when you go to Arlington, it's going to be packed. There's going to be people all over the place.
Yep.
And we're just gonna. It's just going to be crazy, and it's going to be. I was telling Carter, I think the best thing, our strategy going in for this first one is really just to survive.
Right.
The very first race on that road course, the sim is pretty spicy. There's some tight turns in there. So that's a little learning. And just never really done anything at that level.
Right.
So, I gotcha. But we talk about it and we're like, we just gotta drive smart, be conservative, and not go in there expecting to win.
Right.
Our goal really is to go in there and finish, and if he can get in the top 10 or 15, great.
Perfect.
I just want to finish.
I gotcha. Absolutely. I think if more people went into racing with that attitude, if I just want to finish, I think we'd have a lot less yelling.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that doesn't always tend to be the case, especially in sprint racing. That's
But the kids, he's competitive, and when we first started doing this, we had a white GT4. We're out here, Porsche GT4. We were out here running it, and Brad was here. The track was at the end of the day,
right?
And a goal for him to officially have the car to drive, be his car, he had to beat my time.
Oh, okay.
And so he did it.
All right.
And and I was like, okay, at that point, you're like, all right. When that kind of happened, that's when I realized that I'm not going to really be able to teach him anything else.
Right. You're at the end.
I got to turn him over. I turn him over here to the staff. So Zach's helping him out, Lucas, all the guys here. They really taking them to the next level. So.
Absolutely. No, it's super cool, man. Is that there's a Cayman GT4 parked down there that's got the big wing and the splitter. Is that yours?
No, we sold that.
Okay.
I have a baby blue GT4 RS. Street car. So we run that as the practice car out here. It's faster,
right?
So things come at you quicker.
Yep.
And then we'll run that, and then we'll kind of go fast, and then step it down, and try to get that consumption of information when you're driving.
Sure.
Be able to consume just a little bit more. But Carter drove it. He already smoked me in that car too. So.
Gotcha. Perfect, Paul. Anything else you want to talk about while you're here?
This is our first WRL event. So we've done club racing, but this, I guess, will be our first real like professional event, and like everything here has just gone fantastic.
It's super cool.
And this is 2 of our first event, and I'm impressed by the way that like the staff and everybody here, WRL has put it together, and it's run very, very well.
Right. No, it's something that RJ has been really particular about. RJ is the president of the series, and wanting to keep it accessible at both ends. There's always a risk that you try to hit too high and you turn it into SRO Junior and the costs explode and you alienate everybody that's trying to get into it, or you go too low and the teams that bring the cool stuff for you to be able to interact and race with and have a goal in mind, they go away. And I think WRL has really been able to line on this and keep it right where it needs to be, where somebody like you and your son can step into a slower and lock in, and then he's able to see like, hey, I could be doing this GT4 thing, and in a little bit you just step up one class at a time effectively. And if you're getting a really good experience in that cup car, you could probably make the jump from GP2 to GTO in the GT4 car if that was available to you. Especially with, I think, the tires also doing the 200 tread wear tire, a little bit less sticky, gets you in a position where you're a lot more conscious of what you're doing with the vehicle, and you're able to move it a little bit more. Someone spoke, it might have been Scott the other day, talked about it feels like the track is lightly misted at all times when you're on the 200 tread wear versus the sticky stuff. And I think that adds another layer of learning.
I like those Continental Extreme Contact Force that we're running out here. I really like those. I run them on my RS.
Okay.
Just for like daily lapping and stuff, and they're dependable. I like them. I mean, I put down a 2 minute and 700ths of a second out here on that car.
Oh, that's pretty good.
On those tires. That means there's more left in them.
Absolutely.
That's a sub 2 car if you put slicks on it, but I think I can get it on those 200 tread wears out here.
I gotcha.
So,
hey, no, that's the front of GTO pace on that car, right there.
Well, that's open lapping with nobody around and nobody right on my bumper too. and no, I'm not worried about wrecking or hitting anybody too.
Right, got a little bit more focus, a little bit able to dial in there. No, I totally get you. It's why I think us at DriversEye Live have really coalesced around endurance racing. Is there is so much going on. I have friends that I work with that talk about doing top fuel dragsters, and I'm like, don't get me wrong, it's impressive. Like being able to do that and the reaction time, like that's all really cool. But at the end of the day, sort of, you're doing one thing.
Yeah.
It's you got to watch the light, you hit the thing, and then you either did it right or you didn't. Here, you need your straight line to be good. You need to make your corners correctly. You need to be thinking about tires. You need to be thinking about fuel. You need to think about drive time. You got to be thinking about the other cars around you. You're preserving everything. You're trying to get to the end in addition to trying to have a fast car. And that's what I think endurance racing provides, something that really nothing else in the motorsport world does outside of Dakar and the Baja 1000, stuff like that.
And one thing I really like is like once you get the cadence down in the car that you're driving, you get a pacer out there. You get in the rhythm. Like looking out here, like going into turn 1, like I'll start braking. Like I'm going to brake right at the beginning of Candy Strike.
Right.
The next lap, I'm going to push it in 1 Candy Strike.
Right.
The next one, a third one. Then eventually you get to the point, it's like, all right, this is the point.
Mm-hmm.
And each lap, I try to pick 1 or 2 little spots out.
Yep.
And then I just adjust it. And I think that's what, endurance is really about. It's going to let you fine tune all those things. And yesterday, my stints, they started out high and they just progressively got lower and lower once you start to figure it all out. And I think that's really what the benefit is of it.
Absolutely. And you get the time to, figure that out. If you mess up in a sprint race, it's 20 minutes. It's like you may have one tomorrow, but like that's it. Here, you get yourself, depending on how many drivers you have, 2 or 3 hours to work out what you're doing per day.
And the good thing is, so it's kind of like, you're out here for an hour, like you might get 20 minutes of kind of open track, right? There's nobody around you, and then every now and then the faster cars will come up on you, and then for a few corners you got to manage some race traffic.
Right.
And then it goes away, and then you go back to it. So you get like a little bit of blend of both.
Yep.
And then instead of constantly having somebody on you, but then every now and then you might get on somebody in your class, and then it's a little bit of a battle. So
absolutely.
So all those things, and you're going to get all that in a, an 8-hour endurance race.
Absolutely. Brennan and JT, are we missing anything right now?
Some close battles, but
all right, let's hear
really
it.
Changing yet. Well, just real quick, we've after a long slog, the 188 is finally caught and passed the 246.
Nice.
That just happened a couple of laps ago. Now that the move is done, beginning to draw away from the Supra. So it's now Supra, BMW Supra at the front of GTO with that Lupe Tortilla M4 stuck in the middle. The lead gap in GP1 has stuck right around 5 seconds. Not a whole lot of movement there. I don't see anything else obvious. I think we've just had the Stack Racing with Rapscallion 678 rejoin track as well after pulling into the pits slowly about an hour ago.
Yep.
Also keeping an eye on
them back.
TCB and Kingpin.
That's a battle for 4th as well. 218 versus 77. 2.3 seconds between them at the moment.
BMW powered top 5. Good outing for the B58 engine. Perfect. Well, Paul, please feel free to hang out up here as long as you want. If you have anything you want to add, then feel free. Brendan, any questions for Paul?
I have nothing to add, no.
Nothing to add. Really we covered it. Yeah. You're a good interview because I don't have to ask very many questions.
All right, great. I appreciate
you, Paul. Yeah, not a problem.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Enjoy the rest of the weekend. I know we're in the closing stages here generally.
I'll be thinking about this all week.
Perfect. Good.
These last 2 days for sure.
That's awesome, man. Glad to hear it. Hope you'll come see us again at WRL soon. It sounds like there's designs.
Yeah,
and plans
we'll be with y'all at Barber.
Perfect. All right. Well, we'll be happy to have you there. If you want to come chat, please come say hi.
I'll do it.
Awesome.
Right,
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate you.
Good stuff there with Paul. It was a really enjoyable listen. And in a phase of the race where, some things have changed, yes, a little bit, but it's been kind of a slow burn over the last 20 minutes or so. Be interesting to see what that 188 Lupe Tortilla car can do now that it's clear of the 246, whether it can make any progress on the Stoic Racing number 87. I think we're headed towards any pit stops in the very near future here either. Probably another 15 laps or so before we get to that point. That'll be getting on for 3-hour mark, which for our starting drivers is, of course, the maximum distance they can go, or the maximum time they can go. I did want to draw attention to a little piece of information I grabbed off of the driver ID over at redmist.racing with thanks to Flagtronics for providing us that data. The driver we're watching on board the... Oh, no, sorry. Is it on board the 90?
This is the 90 on board.
This is the 90 on board with Kevin So we think it's Kevin Madsen?
I'm seeing Toshiki
Yoshioka.
Yeah.
On the 90.
Yes.
Okay, where are you seeing that over at Red Mist?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay, because I saw Toshiki on the 282 briefly. So some interesting stuff there. But I looked up the name Toshiki Yoshioka. I was curious because I know Toyota R&D Racing has done some other things on the side. Toshiki was a D1 series drifter, ran Formula Drift as well here in the United States, and more recently has been running the Pikes Peak Hill Climb in this very car. Still with the WRL GTO number plates on the side as well. If you go back and look at his Instagram, there's pictures of this car going up the mountain at Pikes Peak with the number plates on it. Changed to number 91. But Toshiki's got some experience in things other than wheel-to-wheel endurance racing, and cool to have him on the Toyota Research and Development team there with the number 90. Obviously, wish that car were having a little bit better day, but I think this is the first time we've seen that name over the course of the weekend, or indeed just any time before. And somebody with as diverse a background as Toshiki obviously has, that's pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, definitely. And that's what the driver tags are opening up for us is, the ability to get a better idea of not only who's driving in the car at any given time, but also, who's involved with these programs, that sort of thing. People we might not normally get the opportunity to talk to or about.
Well, it's funny. I mean, when we really think back on where DriversEye Live was at the very beginning of all this, and what the broadcast looked like, and what we had the capability to talk about when we started our WRL broadcast back in 2017, and even the Thunderhill radio broadcast before that, the drivers were kind of an afterthought, right? Because we just didn't know. We could ask in media surveys and try and get information, but the Zipa goes a little bit wide and opens the door up for the S Collective number 140. That car should be done there. Let's just put that number 325. Oh, it's not done. The lap down, but the 550 is lurking there in the background.
Yeah,
that margin's come down from 5 to 4, now down to about a second and a half there. So keep an eye on that GP1 lead battle over the next few laps. We'll follow this around for a little bit. With incidentally the 522 from Choice Racing there in fourth, 2 laps down, sitting in between them. Anyway. The drivers kind of became an afterthought because we just didn't know. You couldn't talk with any certainty about who was in the car when. We started the DriversEye Live phone number hotline for teams to give us information, and that went well for a while, and then we just stopped getting data. But all we could really talk about were the teams and what we knew about them, the cars and what we knew about them, sponsors, and then you talk about the development of the race. And now that we're getting more consistent, reliable data, we actually have the ability to go do a little bit more digging, right? And to talk about the people that we've grown to build relationships with over the years of covering this series. And it really does add, I mean, I'm still, primarily here for the racing. I love sports car and endurance racing. But being able to talk intelligently about who the drivers are, what their stories are, their backgrounds, their future plans, things like that, is a wrinkle and an element that we've never had the opportunity to have before. And I think the broadcasts, the live streams, and our connections with the people that we're talking about are all that much better for it. So thanks to everybody at Flagtronics and at WRL and Red Mist Racing who have kind of helped pull this all together. We've made leaps and bounds in growth over the last couple of months, really. I think since it's all kind of kicked off back before Watkins Glen. Now we have names we've never seen before and stories we've never been able to talk about before.
Yeah, I fully agree. It helps us produce a better product, and everybody involved wants that. We want to be able to tell these stories, and the people listening, whether they're at the track or they're at home watching a friend or loved one race, they want that information as well. And so it's good that we're getting to the point where we can more accurately provide that.
The phrase I've used in conversations with RJ Till and others is people pulling in the same direction. And that's really all it amounts to, is people who are, who realize that, this can be better. We just got to put in a little bit of work and commit a little bit of time to it, and, just incrementally grow the product. That's definitely been the case for the on-track action. And now, fortunately, it's the case on the live streaming side as well. It's been a really cool mountain that we've secondary mountain that we've begun to climb over the last, let's call it 4 or 5 months, and excited to see where things go for us here in the World Racing League over the 2026 season. Yeah,
so well timed.
Yeah, the zoom in bounce thing that we had previously, I don't even know what you would call that animation, has given way to the full screen shuffle. Is that a shuffle? Is that
waka 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 waka.
That's good stuff. And we don't get to put it on the Jumbotron at Charlotte Motor Speedway, but margin from Stoic Racing in the 87 back to the Lupe Tortilla number 188 has gone to 31 seconds. But 188 has been able to put 10 seconds on that TCB Racing number 282. Next pit stops here. Do we have anybody that didn't pit under the full course yellow? Straight up didn't bother?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
I think just about everybody, certainly in GTO, was in.
Do gotta say, Courtney Crone's doing an excellent job in this Porsche Cup car right now for 888. Now within 33 seconds of the lead, they've been working their way up the field. Remember, they did start at the back of GTO this morning. Now up to 5th. I should say 32 seconds back from the 77 Kingpin.
Yeah, margin up to the leader is a minute 17.8, so they're hanging around there on the lead lap, which is important. And okay, yep, 2:03.9 is giving away time to Jason Marks, but then you'll have
so
that.
Is everybody else.
Exactly.
And the only bright side for the competitors is Justin has to get out of the car within the next 30 minutes.
Surely you mean Jason.
Yes. Damn
it. Exactly, right? So if you're out there doing, laps in the 202s, 203s, you're on pace for the bulk of the field. That being said, TCB 282 at a 2 minutes .828. That car's fastest lap of the race. The driver listed in that car was Michael Robbins earlier on. It's possible he stayed in. But either way, right, as long as you're on the lead lap and you're kind of in that pace window, I think, as we saw yesterday, it takes a late full course yellow, and now all of a sudden you're right back in it. If you play the tire strategy right and all of those things, then go and chase a podium or a class win. So, like you said, yeah, good first stanza of the race here for that Porsche, and for Courtney in particular behind the wheel of the last stint or so. Good work from S Collective in that number 140 here, just to stabilize the GP1 lead margin and to grow it out a little bit. It's back out to 4.8 seconds, even mired in all this traffic. Some of it, on the way through, some of it they're trying to pick their way through. It's actually kind of worked out in that number 140's favor a little bit.
Yeah, no, I've been keeping an eye on this, and it's been a bit difficult for them because a lot of the traffic that they're going through right now is GP1 traffic, which are running very similar lap times. Like, it took a while to get past the Zipa M3 because the Zipa car wasn't slow. The Zipa car was also in traffic ahead because you had TCS, you have Cajun Canuck just up the road, and so nobody's really getting held up. So S Collective is running, maybe just slightly quicker pace, and I mean, the gap back to Choice Racing has stayed the same in terms of car lengths, and fifth gear is still relatively in the same position. So it's kind of been almost like a holding pattern as these cars are slowly catching up to Cajun Canuck here.
I feel like every time we've looked at this kind of gaggle, it has been exactly that, just a gaggle of cars.
Yeah.
Is that TCS at the inside of Cajun Canuck? S Collective going to try and follow through, and Cajun Canuck into the pits.
Yeah, but I mean, everybody's been running more or less within like a 209 to like 210.5 thereabouts.
Yeah.
So there wasn't a lot of movement that was able to really occur. And Mike pointed out in chat that Matt Million has a clear track, and the 83 Palomarn is absolutely flying at GP1 pace and is pretty much third in GP1 at the moment.
The only car in GP1 that was quicker than him last time around was the Choice Racing number 522, and that was by about a quarter of a tenth of a second.
Yeah, and Choice had a bit of room to the S Collective car ahead. About, I don't know, 4 or 5 car lengths.
I think this is pretty decidedly a track that favors lightweight cars.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can keep the weight down on the E36 is already a reasonably light platform, and not having a ton of power at your disposal means you can keep the weight fairly low on a GP2 car. It's actually not really that surprising that the best of a GP2 car is keeping pace with, kind of a, let's call it a mid-race pace for some of the GP1 cars. And to that end, there's the numbers. With the 1-2-11 in there, and then the high 209s and 210 flats. 210 flat and then the high 210 there just in the last lap. That is really good stuff. I find it so hard to believe that that car was nursing an issue yesterday. Like, that just cognitively does not connect with what we saw out of that car relative to the rest of the GP2 field.
Yeah, they were saying this morning that, now with the car that's, properly updated, the insane amount of grip they were experiencing with the car actually turning in and everything. It's like Montgomery here for a driver swap on pit road. I think that's Jay Tompkins getting out of the car after 2.5 hours.
Yes. I have that in 7th GP1, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. Last in at lap 32. This is 65, so pretty much right on target there.
Yeah, still 2.5 seconds in that GP1 fight for the lead. Patrick Brunson in S Collective and William Burnick for Fifth Gear Motorsports, both putting in about a 2:09.9. So, yeah, very evenly matched at the moment. Do we have the 188 on pit road?
That is a difficult one for me to tell with any amount of certainty, but it does show them with a longish lap last time, 2 minutes 12. So yes, that does make sense. They have already dropped third, promoting the 282 TCB Supra up into second, and they were last in at lap 35. So nice 37 lap stint there for the number 188 Lupe Tortilla BMW.
It looks like we may have also had Ginger Racing pit as well.
Yeah, possibly. Yes, I do show a pit flag on Ginger Racing and Lupe Tortilla there as well. 2 hour 40 minute stint there from Denny Stripling on the 188. Margin growing again there in GP1 out to 3.6 seconds, and I suspect it's going to be even longer than that this time through. Bring up really good laps from that Team S Collective. Number 140, Patrick Brunson. Driver on board that car in the second phase of the race. His head kind of stabilized right there around a second. We thought it was going to be a developing battle there, but thrown out ever so slightly.
Yeah, I mean, it's they're behind the TCS car right now. Have been for a couple laps here. Meanwhile, the 550 has been behind the Choice Racing BMW. So kind of holding station here as Rapscallion goes to the inside of Zipa in turn 1. As I say that, Choice Racing pits.
They were last in at lap 39. Was that under the full course yellow? Was. Yes. Oh, no, it was just before the full course yellow. That's right, because that's how they ended up more or less a lap down there. Might have been the same thing for Ginger Racing as well. It's interesting how much of this race is being, or has been set up by, have we seen the Lupe Tortilla car? Oh, they've just come back. It's dropped them to 7th in class. But they are the first of the GTO cars to have pitted under this cycle. It's amazing how much of this race is being set up by the decision to pit under that full course yellow at lap 12. Right, and at the time you'd say, okay, that decision could really go either way, but as luck had it, the second full course yellow came out at exactly the right time for cars that pitted underneath the first full course yellow, where they didn't have to make the same green flag stop that the other cars did. Around lap 35, they were able to get out towards 42, 43 when the second safety car came out. And that really kind of split the race apart between the cars that didn't pit at lap 12 and the cars that did. And at the time, it seemed, like we said, kind of inconsequential. But the timing of that second safety car really did kind of put the race in a situation where what was a fairly innocuous decision, or seemed like a fairly innocuous decision that could go either way, actually had pretty significant consequences. Particularly in the production classes, by the way. Maybe not so much the case for Stoic Racing, the number 87, but their pace has been so good anyway, it hasn't really mattered. Oh, this is late. Yeah. That's one of the things you have to really watch out for in WRL in particular, right? I mean, the pace differential can be quite wide, just as opportunities, to pass present themselves between GTO cars, GP1, GP2 cars. It's not so much that, the opportunity isn't there or the move wouldn't be able to get done by the braking zone. It's that last minute, oh, the door is open, that car is slow, I'm going to make the move, right? Mm-hmm. Never assume that the lead car, no matter how slow they're going or how far offline they are, never assume they're going to see you if you're not presenting yourself early.
Yeah, right. You point out there's not only large differences in pace, but there's also large differences in experience.
Yeah. Yep, and a car that's offline and going slowly might, as you're processing, okay, what am I seeing? What is this car likely to be? What is this car's behavior likely to be? You wouldn't anticipate that car to necessarily be, let's say, anticipating late moves or sudden lunges or things like that. So it was a good job by the driver of the 77 there to back out, getting up to the back of that AOA BMW and say, okay, you know what? Yes, the door is open here, and yes, I can probably get the move done, but I am not going to force the issue, and put myself in a position where that door might get closed with him not realizing that I'm here. Laps, incidentally, from the time we saw the Stoic Racing Toyota Supra in the from the green flag to the pit stop. So we're getting up to about 3 or 4 more laps before I think we see that car again. And should be another handful of laps after that we get the TCB Racing number 282. Kingpin Racing in the 77. Good last lap there. 201.228. Oh, sorry, no, it was 202.8 from Kingpin. Looking at the wrong car there. But again, within a minute, much like the 888 Racing Porsche, you're within a minute, right? You're on the lead lap. You know that leader is going to pit, and we're getting to the phase of the race where we know something has to change. Right? Jason Marks has been on board that car. He's the fastest driver. Has been the fastest driver on board that car for much of the weekend. We know he's going to be in and has to get out of the car at the 3-hour mark. Something is going to have to change with power structure, let's say, at the top of GTO. And if you're on the lead lap and you're within that window, I mean, anything can change, especially over these long green flag runs. So those cars that are kind of out there on the fringes, Kingpin, 888 Racing, Singlet Racing Team also still in the lead lap from the looks of things. And Lupe is obviously, having just made the stop, they're going to vault back into this conversation as well. Let's see what the next hour or so holds for those cars. Appreciate everybody being with us on this fine Sunday morning from Decatur, Texas, Eagles Canyon Raceway. And 83 of you along for the ride. It is, of course, Football Sunday. Realized as I was going to say that sentence that I guess you're not supposed to say the word unless you have the rights to it. Genuinely insane to me. But...
Oh, that's right. We're supposed to say, like, the big game.
The big game, yes. Football Sunday. The most football. You rooting for the Seahawks, JT?
I guess.
You don't care, do you?
Not really.
Yeah.
I mean, I would prefer, but just because, my family cheers for them and the city,
sure.
But
yep.
Let's face it, the bigger football game is going on right now between Liverpool and Man City.
I just got a text from RJ Till, by the way, that Lil Hee Hee, number 97, that is new team, new car to WRL, so it is not a follow-on from Quality Time. Also noted as being one of the best cages they've ever seen in tech.
Awesome.
So somebody who's both a design and welding expert.
Hell yeah.
Austin Lee is driving that car at the moment.
Yeah, no, I love a good cage. There's a fantastic shop down in SoCal that does amazing work. They're definitely pricier than most of your other places for, putting in a cage in a Miata or stuff like that. But it's amazing quality, and they used to have a special track Miata that they ran that was basically super lightweight with a ton of aero, and it was wild to see the development of that car, just showcasing what the shop is able to do, what they offer, especially when it comes to the structural rigidity of the car.
Speaking
I hear
of
Ryan
Miatas,
in the background?
Yeah, speaking
He's
of rigidity of Miatas, yeah, indeed. JT, I was discussing this a little bit earlier, so I've got two quick things for you. One, did you know Cade McKee ran USF4?
I did not.
Yeah, we found it out
indeed.
yesterday.
So I was having a discussion where we were talking about anti-roll bars, and this is where I want to ask you, have you ever driven or seen someone drive a Miata with no rear bar? Because I have, and I've had people swear to me that that's better anyway.
I mean, it's going to depend on, I guess, where you're running.
Right.
And yeah, and how the car's really set up.
How it's set up, right. I got you. So, like, that's not unheard of. That happens.
I mean, yeah, it can if you're getting way too much movement in the rear.
Right, I gotcha. So we were discussing that openly, and I was talking about, like, especially like in off-roading, for example, you take the front bar off, you get a little more articulation, whatever. And we were kind of chit-chatting about that generally, and Cade mentioned he had not driven a Miata with no rear bar because he was talking about the adjustability on their car on the rear. They get 3 adjustments for it, but that he had driven a car with no rear bar. And I said, "Oh, okay, what car was that?" And he just casually dropped that he was in an F4 car with a broken rear anti-roll bar, which I have to imagine is one of the worst possible cars to have a broken rear bar. I thought that was funny, but I insisted that I was going to ask you about it because you're the resident Miata expert.
I mean, it's a low bar over here.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, it's higher than me. I know a little bit about NCs, and that's about it. And I know more about what you can do to make them not stock than I do about how to set up a stock one to be fast. So, So Brendan has taken his leave here. We're back on board the 90, the GR Supra. We'll just take this on board a minute here while I rip through the running order. We're anticipating a round of pit stops at this point, right? That's kind of where we're at this stage of the race.
We're getting there, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
We've had a couple here, like Lupe Tortilla had one.
Yep.
Denny out, Joshua Jacobs in. Bit of a longer stop, nearly 4 minutes, but that's not too bad. We see it sounds like 77 is in.
Okay.
And we're getting close to that drive time limit, so I would expect we'll see the 87 as well soon.
Yep. Well, that's to assume that people haven't already made driver changes. I suspect a 7-hour race that's punctuated by yellows, that you're probably trying to get people 1 hour and 30 to 1 hour and 45 stints so that you can try to break the driving time out semi-evenly if you've got like a 4-driver car, for example.
Yeah.
But indeed, if you've left the one driver in for 3 hours today, we are getting close to that time. Where did S Collective end up landing? They are still in the lead.
Yes.
Surely they've stopped already, right?
They did under full course yellow.
On the full course yellow, okay.
Yeah. So
that's actually worked out pretty well for them. They were able to stop under yellow both times. Is that right? Yeah. They didn't, because we were talking about it in between the 2 yellows about where they were going to end up landing strategy-wise, because they hadn't pitted, but 550 did, and then they were able to pit again under yellow. So that'll have helped the 140 in their journey to the top of the order here.
I suspect we do have Fifth Gear Motorsports on pit lane right now.
Okay.
I'm not seeing them have tripped the pit timing yet, but that could be because their stall is before the line.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. They just crossed it now. That had been about a 2-second gap behind Patrick Brunson in the collective, yes, collective Porsche. In fact, you see the 550 directly ahead on track here. So exit turn 2.
Here on board with the Rapscallion Motorsports Stack Racing Ligier. Unfortunately, I think both cars firmly out of contention for the front of the field today, barring some type of massive catastrophic issues for multiple teams. The 154 has moved its way up to third, although I imagine some of that's influenced by pit cycle.
Yes, they were appropriately fifth, I believe, at the time. Courtney Cron had been putting in some really good laps, relatively competitive in that GTO field. Just trying to very slightly close down that gap.
And the SoCal Wrestlers, I see, also having some issues today. They haven't been out for some time, it looks like.
Correct.
Only on lap 24, so that's unfortunate. They really, before they came in, they had the pace, man. Like, they were in that kind of low twos, 202, 203, which is better than they were doing yesterday. But apparently still some teething problems with the new car. I know that one of those two gentlemen intended to come up here, but I imagine this is a more hectic weekend than they would have imagined themselves, given the new car appears to be some troubles. The rain has not come to pass. The cloud cover has become less dense.
Yeah, I don't think we were expecting the rain. It was just a talking point that presented itself because of the sudden change in forecast.
Right.
It just got lucky as the system moved from west to east.
This is the first time I've seen somebody operate the fire pit here in front of the Eagles Eye. Perhaps they are doing a weenie roast.
I got hill for a fireplace in my room up here. Chilly, man.
Just put on a sweatshirt, man. Like,
oh,
what?
I have.
Oh, all right.
Got a warm-up shirt and a sweatshirt on.
Wow.
Pit stop for Stoic, from the looks of things.
Yep.
Yeah.
Already in and out.
I mean, yeah, they had 4 minutes remaining.
How have they put the lap on Lupe? Lupe stopped that long?
Nearly 4 minutes.
3:52, yeah. Versus 2:58. So yeah, so they were already about 30 or 40 seconds behind, and then they gave up an extra minute in the pits. Or if they did tires. That doesn't take a minute to do tires, though. Interesting.
Could also be a slower driver change. We don't fully know.
No, this is true. We have a new driver installed in that number. Have it here.
Yeah, Joshua Jacobs is reported.
No, sorry, in the Stoic car. I do see Josh Jacobs listed in the Lupe Tortilla car. Need to wait for the equivalent information there for Stoic. Not getting it just yet. Incidentally, this does promote the TCB Racing number 282 to the race lead. Having a solid day there. They'll obviously give that back when they make the stop, but I think they're still going to come out within probably 40 to 50 seconds of the Stoic number 87.
That's the more serious car of the four that they're running. Because it's Stoic? No? All right. There's not a good way to make that joke. I've been trying for about a year now to figure out the best way to do that bit. I don't think there is one, because it immediately is. I think because stoicism is what it is, it's hard to make a joke about it, if that makes sense. Like, it's inherently not a joking vibe. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not that funny. It could be that.
It's a shame Jason Marks isn't French. Then he could be Stoic Duval.
Ooh, that's pretty good. All right. It's a shame it's not an Eastern European team, and it could have been a Stoich team. Yeah, that's grasping straws.
What's the reference there?
Just using the C as a CH sound at the end, because that's how that works in Eastern European languages.
It's not.
What language is it where the C at the end is CH?
In Slavic languages, the C is a TS sound, unless it's got a little mark on it, and then it's ch, or the full like upside down caret mark, and then it's ch. Right, so it's got a diacritic there that tells you how you're supposed to pronounce it.
This is Slavic language minute with Brendan Kazmaier.
Oh, dude, this could be Slavic language hour if you just let me go.
I believe it. You did it for the podcast.
Here, I'll put it in the Discord.
No, I understand what you're saying. Thanks, man. I'm a visual learner too, not just auditory. No, Thanks.
Yeah, we're so good at this, guys.
I'll add that to my Duolingo. Duolingo's dead. Is dead, so I'm told.
I deleted it from my phone this morning. I was doing some app culling, and it was removed from my phone today.
I pay for it, actually. I pay for the family plan because then it gets my daughter all the Spanish stuff.
Layla did a little bit of Babbel a couple of years ago. And a buddy of mine uses Link, Lingq, which I'm told is very different but very good.
My daughter can pretty effectively read and listen in Spanish, but as with any app-based thing rather than people-based thing, her speaking it is still not brilliant. But that's what I get.
Garrett Higgins listed now as the driver on the TCB Racing number 246. Is the lower placed of the two TCB Racing Supers, at least through the early part of the day. Chad Carnevale on board the Kingpin Racing number 77. And then, as we mentioned earlier, Courtney Crone in the number 888, or no, sorry, the number 154 888 Racing. Up into third and just in time to make a pit stop. Mike Anderson, you may not watch this for the language sessions, but it is definitely part of what you watch this for. Otherwise, you would not be watching. It's a perk.
There we go. I listened to a sports podcast, which has a recurring segment about boar's head sandwiches and other similar deli topics come around quite frequently.
For the delis, man.
It is for
the DriversEye Live fans, the delis.
Yes. The delis. I think is that gonna stick? Are we making that happen? Hashtag deli.
I don't know. It might. Answers in the chat. If you can find a name for a like the DriversEye Live groupies, the fans, long-running fans of DriversEye Live. Well, the best we came up with on Friday during qualifying was delis. For DEL, but if you've got better ideas, by all means, we're in.
It's gonna be more about speed than accuracy with that one. There's a way to workshop that one to be better.
Yeah, sure. Driver change on the 678. The lone remaining rapscallion on or adjacent to the racetrack.
Still think a positive weekend for them.
Oh yeah.
Like,
I mean, if you take the weekend, I mean, you have to take these. Oh man, Brandon Finley, Stoic Duval. That punchline called in sick. No, that was good, man. Ooh, Mike Anderson, get DriversEye Live deli recommendations for Barbara. I don't know that I know any. Oh well, I mean Buc-ee's. Does Buc-ee's have a deli?
Technically yes, but that's not really it's not really a deli.
Because like
they have
Wawa and Sheetz started as delis, right? Wawa especially started as an actual deli.
It's like
but I don't know that
counter.
It's like a barbecue thing.
Yeah.
Marty's GM for sandwiches, according to Scotty. Which would be the guy, right? Rusty
Right.
Barbecue and Leeds, one turn from barbecue. I don't need barbecue Rex. Give me the deli Rex. Anyway. What are we gonna say? I forget.
Bucky?
No.
I don't think
So Barber-
Bucky's is that good. I'm gonna throw down that hot take.
That's not supposed to be mind-blowing. That's supposed to be alright.
I don't know. Everybody, especially in the WRL paddock, people love Bucky's. I know Jordan loves Bucky's. But at this point, you're paying like $8 for a really mediocre sandwich.
Newsflash, champ! Everything is $8. Have you seen the price of literally anything? It's all like that.
So here on DriversEye Live Cast, I have this theory. All right, and this is a non-political monetary policy take. Non-political. This is going to be good. If we're getting rid of the penny, I think we should reissue all the currency, and we should move the decimal point one spot to the left. So, for example, a candy bar would again be about 15 cents, and like a complete lunch from a fast food chain would be like $1 or $1.25.
An interesting thought.
That would make penny relevant again, and then you buy things with coins. I think is the coolest possible.
Gas for 35 cents a gallon, though.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Yeah, make things 40s priced again. Bag of flour, 30 cents, 40 cents. Like that sounds like, middle America in like 1948. Got to go get my cakes for 9 cents and all that stuff. I don't know. That's my opinion.
It's an interesting take.
Penny useful again. That's I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with it, or there's not a. I don't think there's a lot of knock-on effects that would come from it, other than reissuing minis for stuff like that. But it's not like the policy in a meaningful way that benefits one group or another. It's just it makes it fewer decimal points to have to mess with.
I think at this point it's probably just cheaper to get rid of the penny.
Right, but that's a tacit admission that marking isn't useful anymore.
But it hasn't been useful globally in eons. Australia got rid of the penny. I was there 25 years ago.
A long time ago.
Yeah.
Right. Absolutely. I was also there.
As the world,
I was there 15 years ago. But yeah.
What I'm saying is, a quarter of a century ago, there is an entire country that already had decided that pennies were useless.
Right, but pennies were useless. But you could still buy things for $2 there at that time.
It doesn't matter.
You could still throw down a $2 coin and get a cheeseburger. But now you can't do that. Anyway, coins are no longer a helpful amount of money as things are.
Coins
the
are
price that they are now.
Yes, but I don't understand what something being $2 versus $6 has to do with a penny being useful.
No, because it's something being $2 versus worth 20 cents or $20.
I understand that from a decimal point perspective, but whether or not we do the thing, I think that the penny is already useless.
Well, the penny becomes useful if you're buying things that are currently worth, 30 cents or 50 cents.
My point is, it's cheaper just as a country and less disruptive to just ditch the. It's a cool policy. I would love to be able to buy things for 35 cents again, just to say that I did. But
right, all right.
From a value perspective, it doesn't matter a whole lot.
But that's
yeah.
Yeah, all right. You would have to reissue the currency, or that part would be expensive to do, obviously. But
Is this where we get to talk about Zimbabwean hyperinflation? One of my favorite economic stories of all time.
I mean, sure.
Yeah.
They did. Isn't there precedent for this? Didn't they do that in Mexico, where they decided that things were too expensive, so they moved the number over so that things weren't millions of pesos, and now they're back to being thousands of pesos for things that would be hundreds of dollars here. I thought they did that at one point. Maybe not.
I'm more plugged into that stuff now than I used to be.
Sure.
That does not mean I am very plugged into things, but I am not very aware of those things as they happened.
Interesting. All right. Well.
Other than Zimbabwean hyperinflation.
What about West and East German hyperinflation?
So when Layla and I were in Germany over the holidays, we went to a modern history museum in Leipzig that was basically the up and the down of East Germany.
Interesting.
Fascinating. Yeah, fascinating. It's an easy 3 hour.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's a cool idea for a museum.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway.
Yeah. Currency was not a huge part of that, but it didn't matter because you weren't really buying things in East Germany. Or as much as you
Didn't really
were
have what you call money?
Acquiring them as demand or as supply allowed.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. So now that everything is kind of cycled out post pit stop.
Yep.
Good stop as well for the TCB Racing number 282. Within half a second of the Stoic number 87, which is obviously serviced by the same basic crew. 21.2 seconds is your lead margin now. And the pace of that Stoic car, as we said, once Jason got out of the car, we kind of knew things were going to necessarily change. Still settling in is the driver of that number 87. Lap times in the 203s, 204s, whereas the 282 is already down below the 202 barrier. So let's watch that margin down from 21 seconds now to 19.1 on the most recent update. Kingpin Racing in the number 77, lapping in the 204. So kind of on pace with the number 87 there. But it's looking like this stint is kind of shaping up to be a good one for the 282 and a good one for our lead battle as a result.
Perfect.
On the production side of things, not DriversEye Live production, but production car side of things, Fifth Gear Motorsports was in 7 laps ago, lap number 77. Only a 33-lap stint for that car. And the 140 has not yet pitted. Correct. Out to 1 minute 49, whereas it was right at about 5 seconds. Ryan, do I recall correctly that the S Collective car is running a smaller motor than the 550?
Yes. Yes, they are. Substantially, in fact.
Yeah, one wonders here. That is contributing to the fuel efficiency of it all. Ginger Racing and Choice Racing, which were obviously separated from those lead two at the early, actually I think at the second full course yellow as a result of a green flag pit stop for Ginger. They're now pretty decidedly outside of that lead battle between the two Porsche Caymans of S Collective and Fifth Gear. Ginger up into third, Choice Racing. Oh, sorry, Choice Racing into third, Ginger Racing into fourth.
Yeah, correct. That was a change of position through the pit stop cycle. Ginger has since been slowly catching the 522. Currently at about a 14-second gap, but they're running relatively similar lap times. Yeah, those cars were unfortunately separated a bit from the two Porsche Caymans during the second full course yellow.
Nice.
Yeah, there you go. Down from 21 to 14 seconds over the last handful of laps.
That's so good. So good. Love that.
I don't know that I would get the same data if I tried to pull it for the 282, although I could try. Let's take a look here. 282. Nope, didn't like that one.
Oh, well, all right. Is it not like you try to... Oh, there we go.
There we go. So that 17 is the outlier there because that was obviously the Stoic outlap. But since then, as it kind of reset to 21 seconds there, yeah, it started to just generally descend there. Although we're missing the 201.9 lap time for the TCB car, which is intriguing. So I'm not sure if we're just missing some data and some lap times there.
Speaking of Stoic Racing...
yeah.
I've got Sadikal Kulsa, who was racing his corporate teammate. He was in the Cargo Shorts racing car holding up the 87 for some time. Doing a good job of it, though. Not being unfair, obviously, but really kept that 87 honest in the opening stanzas of the race. Just want to talk to Sadikal real quick about that. Flashing going on, which I thought was Jason Marks doing the unpopular thing of being lame and thinking that flashing your lights is going to change someone's mind. But you're telling me that was like a friendly thing.
Dude, Mark Marks in that E7 is a super bro. I am now in love with that guy. So what was happening is that guy had the weirdest 6 and 7 that I had ever seen. And I'm like, why are we even doing this? And then, like, so he would run up on me in 8. And then I would see where he wanted to put his car. Like, I just, intuited where he wanted to put his car. And then my car would be there somehow. So he was just getting held up. And then, like, we would get I would still manage to get my run out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
And then, we'd get, motoring down the backstretch in that BMW straight 6 turbo, whatever it is. And, my left hand would be out the window with giant thumb, like enthusiastically shaking it of like, not like, basically thank you for playing and treating me with respect and having a really good time with this. Because I want you to know that I'm having a good time.
Right.
And then I was fenced a little bit first time of the headlights, but no, it was his equivalent of a thumbs up. And I'm like, yeah, this is. It felt like really good stuff. Yeah, good stuff. Marks needs to be up here. He needs to give you some stickers.
He does, absolutely. He has come from time to time, although he is closer with Brendan than he is with me.
Oh,
just how it's just how it's always shaken out. I don't know why.
There was a time, because I was going to more races, I think, that I saw Jason a lot more. And then I called him out at Daytona last year because I hadn't seen him in like a year and a half. I was like, man, he just stopped saying hi.
Yeah.
And we exchanged pleasantries, and that was kind of it. I don't know if I talked to him again after that.
He's a busy man now. He's running.
I know.
3.8 cars.
Well, he left New Jersey and moved to Texas, was I think a part of it.
Ooh, okay.
Keep up appearances there. I don't know.
Yeah, I gotcha.
So New Jersey,
the Northeast mind,
known for being very friendly, obviously.
Sure. Well, he's not really from New Jersey, though, is he?
Oh, is he not?
That was pretty good. Is he from that? Well, no, that's not why I do that bit. So show how stupid I am. Move on.
I would like to. I don't know if it's maybe you speculated on it or not, but the 87 got around the 77.
Yes.
And it was given to him. He didn't get it.
Is that kind of like my girlfriend just goes to a different school? And like, no, we ended it amicably. It was mutual, or like.
I mean, here's the deal. Like, hey, or the coach says get there and give 110%. Whatever the threshold is. Like, keeping him behind me took everything I had. I was working incredibly hard. What was going to happen next if I kept at that effort level from the neck up is I was going to make an ugly mistake, and. So that was half of the calculation, and the other half of the calculation is what is this guy doing?
Right.
And so I wanted to see, like, teach me something, bro. And he showed me something. It was great.
It's weird. I kind of remember, Brendan, somebody on the broadcast said something about that as being a speculation for that move. Do you remember who that was?
It was AI generated. I think we had.
It was AI generated. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Absolutely. I do know what I'm talking about.
Can I just cut into the race cut in with a race thing real quick?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Fifth Gear Motorsports has a problem. They have disappeared to the pit lane and have not been
seen. No.
That's out of second in GP1.
Yeah.
Wait, there they go. Yeah, just came across the line.
Got it. A slow lap then, or are they?
No, they were definitely in.
Okay.
It was a 4:10 was the lap time, and then that was the out lap there. So. Not sure what the problem was, but it has dropped them to. Have they stayed second?
They came across the line. And
just
I guess
ahead.
They were pitting out directly ahead of Choice Racing, so they should be very close together on track.
Yeah, 4.8 seconds is the margin now. Anyway,
yeah, here you are.
Yes, of course. Yeah, I do want to touch on one. It's not really a hot story because it's been such a non-issue, but Sodicall and Rob Walker Racing generally are people who have attention to detail. Can you describe to me what it's like to drive over that burned patch in turn 1?
We're not touching it.
You're not touching it at all?
Not touching it. Nowhere close.
Okay, got it.
My sense, there was a point, I don't think I had the bandwidth to think about it yesterday because I was stressed out because I spun the car early in my session yesterday, but today I had some bandwidth to think about it. I'm like, oh, I'm about a half car from this thing.
Okay.
And then I still have yet to take anything but the Apex at 1.
Somebody bringing me lunch, which is quite friendly. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Yeah, you too.
Yes!
All right.
Yes!
It happened. Oh my goodness.
Yes!
As we live and breathe, I was brought lunch, and then I was also brought Jason Marks.
Oh, there
Jason,
we go. That's what I was hoping.
Throw this headset on right here. He's got his liquid IV and a bunch of stickers. These stickers, I can already tell, are bangers. Jason Marks, you and Sodicol are corporate teammates. How has this been doing your TCB racing situation? What's that been like?
Mate, when it comes to racing, it's a dream come true. Like, I am one of the most fortunate people in the industry to work for TCB, and the ownership group of those guys, the leadership and the bandwidth that they give me, it's something I've never had in my life.
I gotcha.
So very, very fortunate to be part of it.
Absolutely. So it seemed like, and we were speaking about this a little bit yesterday, that if you were just a WRL viewer and you wanted to build a super team, I'm trying to workshop that a little bit, it would be the guy behind Hitman and the lady that really whipped the Thunder Bunny car super hard, and you just want them on one team. And here we are. We've done that.
How about that? Cool people will, attract cool people. Like, there's some legacy items of Thunder Bunny floating around and some legacy items of Hitman still floating around that combined together, and a chance meeting with those. When was it? It was Watkins a year ago. It was just, Hitman was just winding down, and I was just running the Stoic car and met those guys, and here we are 18 months later, 3 cars, everything's shiny.
Perfect.
Everything's going quick.
Perfect. That's good. That's awesome. So this is a long-term full season program situation, or?
We're in for 6 races. So this one, Barber, Road America, Road Atlanta, Sebring, Coda. That's our current plan.
Okay.
Plus, we got some other stuff we're going to spill in that don't want to talk about just yet because the ink hasn't dried on the pen on the paper sort of thing. So.
Okay, I gotcha.
Well, nothing too exciting.
Nothing too exciting. Are you going to potentially see Rob Walker racing elsewhere? Is it that sort of persuasion?
Oh, wouldn't that be fun?
No. Okay.
We how about you, man? Want to go bang doors somewhere else together?
Somewhere else? In a place where I'm allowed to bang doors?
There we go. Just another place.
So I was told by Sodicol that you guys raced clean and that he was very pleased with it, and he keeps telling me this story of like, no, I let him through. Is that the case, or is this a we broke up, it was mutual situation?
Let's go with your story.
This guy's a sweetheart, man. He's like I am running a customer-focused operation, and everybody here is a potential customer.
Yep.
This guy.
It's really not a customer operation, though. We have like 1.5 customers, and they're friends of the owner. That's how this has all sort of come about. Like, it is a private race team where which is great because you can put all your focus and all your energy into one group and one mission, which is awesome. Very fortunate. Everyone here is very fortunate to be a part of it.
Right.
Yeah.
No, that's fantastic. You guys have the good-looking suits as well. You're all decked out.
We're all good. The shout out to Marina. They make a really nice driving suit. The rep in stateside rep, Isla. She's I've known her for a couple of years, and she's Houston-based as well. So it's nice to give her the call up, and she could come up and measure us and all that kind of stuff. So that was great. Yeah, but trying to keep a theme going,
Of course, yeah. No, I saw that Laura's was in the pattern of that kind of the purpley pink, and it reminded me of that Thunder Bunny car, but I also remember her telling me at one point that she wasn't stoked about that car initially because she doesn't like having the purple girly situation.
Well, it was funny. So she didn't like the blue, she didn't like the red.
Okay.
And I asked Isla to design me something, and I sent it to her, and she was having the worst day at like a racetrack somewhere, and she says like, it's terrible. And 6 months later we circled back, and she just like, fine, I'll just get it.
Okay, I gotcha. Perfect. So you've got good plans for the season. Brendan, do you have any questions about moving from New Jersey, Texas?
Oh, I haven't moved.
You haven't moved yet?
I just commute.
Oh, you commute? Or
I thought you moved.
I commute.
Whoa.
No, I commute.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's a long day, but you know, you either get the last flight home or the first flight to work, you know, once every 2 weeks, and that's how we make it happen.
I gotcha.
Is that 2 weeks
Perfect.
become 2 months in January and February?
January was very heavy.
Not much better at the moment, man.
No,
it's going to be heavy February to get to Barber as well, but we did a really heavy prep knowing that there was a quick turnaround, and you know, so far so good. Knock on wood that the cars are behaving themselves, so it'll be a you know, pretty good prep between, and have some more fun.
Absolutely. Are you guys getting?
Me asking?
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, you and I chatted very briefly at some point last year, but I don't know that we really got into it. You were, let's say, the driving kind of organizational technical force behind Hitman, right? You were kind of the brains behind this. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, I was sort of the jack of all trades, master of none, drive the truck, drive the car, and everything in between. Yeah.
Right, for what was fundamentally a one-car operation. Out of
Correct.
A small shop in New Jersey, or Stroudsburg, I guess.
Correct.
Right, so now you've got three cars underneath the banner, right? The two TCB cars and the Stoic car. Big change for you personally, professionally, or is this just taking what you are already doing and doing a little bit more of it?
Been a very big change. So having staff to take care of little things, and it's evolved over the past 12 months. So I still walked in and, you know, tried to do everything myself because that was sort of my, you know, DNA. And as time has gone on, we've brought on one full-time guy. We've got a couple of really good flying guys, and we booked them ahead. Actually, we brought on two full-time guys. Sorry. You know, someone's now taking care of the hospitality, booking the flights in the hotels, and putting like having bandwidth to put a really nice, you know, pre-race together for everyone. And even on the engineering side, you know, massive shout out to Jacob and Sean, because we've just kept, you know, turning the dial on these cars, just making them better, making them easier to drive, making them a little more reliable. Again, knock on wood, commentator's curse. And it's showing. Like every little step is making a difference. We're also members here now because, you know, we went to another club track that they're members at, and I stood there, I'm like, yeah, let's go to this place. So, you know, this is our home track, so we've spent a lot of time here testing, so the gents have got a lot of seat time here over the past couple of months. Toby at FastTrack's great. We can just leave our car here, and he can, like, we'll even use his trackside support, and if we have a little issue, he's buttoned it up for us instead of dragging it all the way back down to, you know, Houston and back up here, things like that. So it's very much more of a hands, you know, off the tools. But what it's allowed me to do, the vision is much wider. I can step back from, you know, the noise of worrying about a small issue and look at the bigger picture. And I say it again, but you know, I'm super fortunate to be in that position. I've got a long way to go until I'm, you know, somewhat okay at it, let alone good at it. But I've got the people around me, and you know, being able to. They've let me build the dream team that I've kind of always wanted. Like most of my guys, I'd say 3/4 of our crew were at the 24, either working in Michelin Pilot or doing the 24-hour. So, you know, that kind of quality of crew is coming through into our program, and it makes a difference. It's the same with Satterco. Like those guys are IMSA. That's an IMSA-based team, and you get IMSA quality. Hence why their cars, you know, hole in the mail as well and shiny, and you know, they're these kind of that you want to go racing with.
I think we've talked about this a couple times where WRL sort of has these eras to them, where you had the Hammer Motorsport had the TCRs, and that was kind of the dominant force, and the will to win and all those guys, and then we had the Thunder Bunny versus NFC, and then we had the kind of NFC versus round 3 sort of deal. I believe that we've moved into a new era here, which is TCB and Stoic stomping everybody because they've taken on the dream team, as you've talked about. You just talked about. You've made sure you've got the right guys on your team because they've been in the series for a long time. Is that fair to say? Do you have that level of expectation?
I'm off track, yes.
Okay,
absolutely. You know, on the track, there's so many variables, so we can't. You know, there's things we can control. And I think we're doing that very well, but things that you can't control. most of all our drivers are gents, so they're all different skill sets, and they're still learning. But we've now got like one sort of us guy and coach per car, and that's making a huge difference. And that's kind of going through with our results yesterday. I mean, we were run 2-3 for quite a while. And like, we're joking, like we just throw a different color Supra at the Porsche, and like, so we didn't know which one was going to be was going to go after him. But yeah, everyone's really pulled their socks up. And it's also how you measure success. Like, is a trophy success, or is like a successful weekend like improved performance and straight cars? So yesterday was was about as mega as it gets. I don't when we get to races where there's 30 GTO cars, if we're 4th and 7th, I'll probably still be just as happy, because sometimes you're going to be up against some pretty rah-rah teams, and I look forward to that because it keeps challenging me.
Absolutely. Sadako, I have a question for you. Having a big team like TCB, they've been the as we've talked about, they've had the heavy hitters, especially in the Supra, for a long time. Is that something that you and Rob and Tyler, look at as like hey, let's try to do what they're doing? Or are you guys still running your own program because that's, I don't care what they do, we're going to run it our way and we're going to try to do it the right way? Is there any type of, let's see, we'll try to pull something out, or are you guys good plowing your own field?
I think everything's fine. To me, it seems like we're still going to keep the cars in like the homologation spec.
Sure.
It doesn't feel like we're going to do development of anything like the 90 Supra.
Right.
And it's big team, smart people. They're going to do good work.
Absolutely.
And everything that Jason's saying is like, that sounds really good.
That's really cool.
But I don't know if it's a but I'm really happy with Kingpin.
Absolutely.
And so I think what it is like the way that I've seen the paddock for a number of years is like people show up and perform excellent, and there's just like excellence in like everything that they do, and it's part of what makes coming here feel so pro adjacent, so close to being pro stuff. It's basically pro stuff.
It is,
and it feels really good to be here, and it feels good to just like high five and like, I give Mark stickers, he gives me stickers. He was. I had the neck tattoo on Friday. Major surprise.
I was not going to go that far.
Yeah, it's all just good times.
It's good times. Absolutely. No, it's really cool to see this level of team still participating in WRL, where you've got Kingpin has made a substantial investment, Tyler Hoffman, making sure that this program can be available to run in WRL. I think it's really easy for teams to come into WRL for a year or two and go, okay, well, we're going to go to SRO and see you. It's cool to see that there are teams that see the value in continuing to do this here and what we bring to the table. Obviously, I think monetary value, track times per dollars, obviously is pretty high. But I like the vibe that it brings too. We were talking about this earlier with the folks from Dream Machine, where you guys being there at the sharp end of the field here gives people in GP2 who are trying to climb their way up something to look at, something to go, yeah, that could be me here in a couple years, a year, 2, 3, what have you. Especially now that Toyota's got this ladder effectively, where you've got the good car to start with that GR86. Gives you a little bit more opportunity to learn the way their systems are set up.
Another thing that like what we're doing over at TCB, and it's very damn near the same as what Sadako was just talking about, is leaving the cars alone, focusing on behind the wall, the reliability, the service to the customer, the servicing, good pit stops, driver development. Like, neither of us are going to show up with a big wing and carbon hood and holes here and there and force the other one to do that, because I'd much rather be able to race nose to tail, door to door with an identical car, because it makes both of us better. We're putting our budget into, the things to make ourselves go faster. Like big wings and splitters and all that kind of stuff is not going to make me a better driver. Going door to door with this guy beside me in identical equipment, that's only going to make us better.
Absolutely. I've got one more question for you, Jason, and Sadako can describe it much better than I can. And if you don't want to give away the secret sauce, that's fine. Even we noticed on the broadcast, your line 6 and 7 different than the conventional line, I would say. How do you come up with that? Is that just trying stuff? Is that something you came up with in the sim and you go, I could probably figure that out? Or did you hear that from somebody else in a different car? How do you get to where you're changing lines like that?
I don't even know what corner you're talking about.
This guy.
That is fine too. That is
it's 100, it's a couple hundred laps around here.
Okay.
To be honest, it's just it's tickling things, and it's not just the line. Like there's certain tools in the car that I like to use, certain techniques with the way I brake, the way I shift, to get the sort of rear to do what I want, because the car is very front positive, so you're always trying to chase rear stability, and I do certain things to create that rear stability. Okay. And it's not quite low line. There's a little bit of gas brake and gear going on as well. Nothing crazy with the TC or brake balance. It's just a juggle to keep the rear under the car.
Okay, gotcha. Because we were seeing from an onboard after you had gone around, you could see the back end of your car moving and planting in a little bit different way than I've seen on any of the other onboards for anybody, frankly.
Right.
And the way that car is able to make speed. And so I like that that's still an option, that there's not a one-size-fits-all, way to do it.
Correct. And, we'd been a path on the damper development side of it. Like, they're still the same damper, don't get me wrong, but, like, we just found the right bars, the right springs, the right all the stuff that Toyota delivered with the car. But, for the past couple of years, like, best car I've ever driven. And then it's like, it's not. And like, you think about it, like, I'm now, after my lap this morning, and that's like 1.3 quicker than I was here years ago. And I finally got under that 59, and it's just getting the, just rubbing on it just that little bit here and there, just to always perfect everything.
Right.
And it's showing through.
So, Sadikal, are you aware of specifically, I guess, what changes you make because you drive that 77 car effectively also elsewhere, right? Or do you change chassis as well?
Last year I did 3 Michelin Pilot races in a different chassis.
It was a different chassis. Okay.
So yes, your follow-up question
is what are the changes? Obviously, you're going to have to make damper changes, spring changes when you're changing tires that drastically. You have 200 tread wear tire here versus the slick in Pro. Obviously, the slick is going to deliver more grip, like that's clear. But what changes to the suspension to help that? And as a result, how does that change overall how the car feels in the suspension?
This is a fair question. I have a bummer answer, and the bummer answer is when I'm out there, I feel like I drive a car like a caveman in terms of like car have grip, go get lap time, green on dash feel good.
Okay, got it.
That's the only thing I know.
I could probably share a bit of light. So the cars are delivered with a soft, medium, and hard spring, and the bars have got soft, medium, hard settings. That's it. We've been through the range. We have raced at all levels of the delivered springs and delivered bars. So it's actually not that far off. There'll be little things to hit the IMSA and SRO rules with, like ride height and, all that kind of crap. But it's not that far off. Now, I haven't slapped a set of Michelins on and turned the wick up and compared myself or anything like that. But the fact is, like, we haven't wandered away from the delivered car. We haven't put MCSs or Öhlins and some, iBuck spring in there. Nothing like that. It's all still homologated stuff. And part of the reason to stay like that is they did it for a reason. I'm not smarter than those guys.
Than Bill Riley.
I'm not smarter than the DGR guys over in Europe. But there's no they did it right. And also if we go and chop this up and change this and do that, will Toyota sort of make us a bit more of a problem child and start not answering my call?
Right.
So it's another reason to leave the cars as is.
I gotcha.
But yeah, as you see, this car, our car rolling around out there right now, it's probably exactly the same for the Kingpin car. Electronics package and a tune and a set of slicks, and you can go and do IMSA. That's how the cars are right now.
Perfect. No, that's super, super awesome, guys. That's super awesome.
Super awesome.
Yeah. I can't decide if I want to commit to that bit or not, because it's a little Yeah, I know. That's all right. Brendan, do you have questions, comments, concerns?
I don't think so.
Don't think so.
Fascinating
Okay.
conversation.
Gentlemen, it is a fascinating conversation. I'm glad I got the both of them together because then we can kind of see the differences between somebody who does the racing for a living and somebody who does the racing as a cool thing they enjoy doing, and how the preparation is different and how you're able to learn and do different things. It's interesting. I do want to bring up one point, I guess, that I'm hearing that more and more, that there was a podcast that Steve Dinan was on when he's running the Carbon Peregrine racing thing, and they talked about taking the M4 to the chassis dyno, to the shaker rig or whatever, and he found that in spite of the 12 to 18 adjustments per corner that were available to them on the car, that they've really narrowed it down to just about every track they've got a range of 4, and they use the same 4 clicks everywhere, and that the opposite ends of the spectrum are nowhere near useful for them. It sounds like it's a similar deal with the Supra, where they give you all these options, but realistically, here
we stumbled into something at Sebring. We got a 2nd and a 4th with the Stoic car that weekend. It rolled off the truck exactly the same. At Coda, and we might click or 2 here or there different for this track.
Okay.
We've narrowed the window, and it's completely achievable on the delivered car.
Perfect. Yeah. That sounds good. Well, gentlemen, thank you for coming and joining us. I appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having us. Thanks so much to WRL for keep coming here, and huge shout out to Eagles Canyon for the beautiful facility. They keep making it better and better, and we love coming here.
Absolutely. So we've got Sadikal and we've got Jason having joined us from their respective GT4 cars. We saw their great battle earlier today that ended doing a lot of thumbs up, a lot of flashes, a lot of friendliness, I think.
So it was great.
That was fantastic. So it was a joy to watch. Thank you, gentlemen, for providing that to us. I appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having us.
Of course.
Thank you.
Cheers.
As Ryan wraps up there on site, a couple of changes just to note here over the last little while or so. TCB Racing in the 282 up to the overall race lead. I will need to update timing here. That margin, get a refresh. Oh no, our monitor does have updated data. Interesting. You have that gap, JT?
I do not, because Red Mist has decided to
I think
take
that's
a pit
why.
stop.
I think that's what's going on. It's 3.3 seconds according to Race Monitor.
Okay.
So we have that information.
That would make sense. That the pass happened, I want to say about 6, 7, maybe 8 minutes ago.
Yep.
Yeah, just the 282 just lapping consistently, into the 202, the 203s, whereas the Stoic Supra was a bit more 204, 205s. So there was a little bit of advantage there. So yeah, having about a 4-second gap at this point does check out.
The other thing we hadn't really touched on, we did touch on it but didn't get an answer. So the Fifth Gear Motorsports number 550 had that extra pit stop about 10 laps after the initial one. They came back out. We're like, okay, well they're going to hang right there with the Choice Racing number 522. And they did for about 2 laps before they retired back to, well, not retired, but went back to the pit lane / paddock. I did a little bit more digging there, JT, in the race control log. Just before that happened, the number 24 Montgomery Motorsports BMW 235i was reported as slow, and just before that happened, there was contact reported between the 550 and the 24.
Bummer.
So it appears that whatever has happened to the Fifth Gear Motorsports Cayman is the result of contact up at turn 3 with the Montgomery Motorsports car. That is obviously unfortunate. It's cost us, I think, what was setting up to be a really good battle through the second half of the race between those two Caymans. Taking that 550 car out of contention. It does promote the Choice Racing BMW number 522 up into second, and the Ginger Racing number 46 into third. That is still a ding-dong battle. 8.4 seconds between those cars at the moment, and coming down. A ding-dong battle?
It's still continuing to compress over the last hour, so it's been a very slow compression, but it's nonetheless getting there.
Do you not refer to your battles as ding dong? Right?
I don't. I imagine I had the same expression that Jordan had when we said splash and dash yesterday or the day before.
I can't believe Jordan's never heard the phrase splash.
I know, right?
Dash.
That must be a thing from NASCAR Thunder. Like that's got to be what
that
is.
But splash and dash? No.
It rhymes,
I've heard splash and dash somewhere.
It
It's somewhere. I know that it's somewhere. I've seen it. It wasn't me. I would not have made that up on my own. That's even too lame for myself. And I don't watch NASCAR that much, so I really would have had to have heard it somewhere.
It's also the name of a podcast.
Is it?
Yes.
No. All right. As you know, with the
Above the
podcast
yellow
market, there's
line
no new
media.
listeners. You just listen to the stuff that you listen to. There's growth, obviously. That's why we should start one, because it's a no-growth industry.
You know what? That sounds great. I would love to do a ton of work for no growth.
It's, I mean, look, it's the best way to do business, I think, is just do the thing you really enjoy and make a little bit of money to pay the bills. That's the best way to have business, right? Right?
I mean, the DriversEye Live LLC.
Yes. Okay.
Welcome to. Yeah.
Have we thought about doing an IPO? I thought about selling shares in DriversEye Live. No? Got to create some shareholder value.
No parts of that.
No parts of that. All right.
Stakeholder value, sure.
Sure. I'm all about stakeholder value. Let's be clear. Some pretty good hand-cut ribeyes at the... what is the name of the cafe here? The restaurant? Over the Top.
Yeah.
Over the Top, that's what it is. Yeah. That's pretty good food there the last couple days. And I've had some lunch delivered, which was my chicken quinoa bowl, which also looks and smells fantastic. Now, I've got one more set of interviews, if you could indulge me for a moment, gentlemen.
Yeah, it's all you.
Please feel free to cut in with race action, of course. I think this is our last round of interviews for the Dream Machine team. We're trying to get all the drivers cycled through here. And we've got two drivers with us that represent two ends of their driver development program, right? And we're getting chuckles, of course, so we can talk about it. I'll have you two introduce yourselves. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Andrew Gilliland.
Andrew Gilliland, and
I'm Ava Schletz.
And Ava Schletz, and you're both part of this Dream Machine driver development team for the GR Cup. Is that fair to say?
Sort of.
Sort of. Okay, so let's talk through it then.
So yes, we're involved in it. I happen to be involved in it because I work for Toyota. So
okay.
It's sort of a dream, and it's been a nightmare all at the same time for me. So my job is I run North American automotive operations for Toyota.
Oh, no kidding. I'll have to talk to you later about a job in San Ramon. Go ahead.
I'm happy to help you.
So happy.
Small fee.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
done. Whatever fee.
Small fee. You guys were just talking about being poor, so I'll get a little more out of you. So, you know, we got involved obviously in GR Cup. We've been involved in racing forever, but the GR Cup thing is really kind of what is the genesis for this other we're doing now.
Okay.
It's a step into it. And so I'd never raced cars. You know, I'd been to a bunch of different racing schools, thought I was, you know, pretty hot.
Right.
And got in a GR Cup with a bunch of young people like Ava here and found out real quick, like, you shouldn't be starting a racing career at 15 years old. But what it allows me to do is two things. One, like I said, it's my job, and part of my job is also I handle all the motorsports for the U.S.
Okay. Oh, wow.
So it's given me an opportunity to be around young people, possibly drivers, teams, etc. And then, you know, being able to talk authentically about racing and sports cars. And, you know, our company is deeply involved in it. I'm proud of the company. There's not a lot of companies that are doing, you know, this type of grassroots support. And so it's been a pleasure to be a part of it. But, you know, up here at Eagles Canyon with Livio and his team and Scott Noble, who's my hero after his results at the Daytona 24.
Absolutely.
I mean, wow. Have gotten together and created this. To me, it's almost an interim step into GR Cup. And so Ava's a part of that, and I'm just along for the ride.
I gotcha. And then Ava, what does your background kind of look like here, coming into the driver development program?
Well, this is my first time ever doing a WRL race, and actually like an official race at all. So,
sure.
I've done some of the Screamin' Eagles races here.
Yeah.
In the Cup car, and those were super fun. So this race was super good for Yeah, I'm 17, so
sure, okay.
I I started at 15. I tracked at local tracks in California.
Yeah.
In a C8.
Which ones?
Sonoma, Laguna, my favorites.
Nice.
And,
Okay.
Button Willow and.
Awesome.
Yeah, those were close to me, so I would drive out, and that's how I started. And I got some connections and did a test day out here a while back, and I fell in love with the Cup car. So since then, it's just been I've been coming back, practicing, and so this was super cool to feel a different kind of GR, but they're not exactly the same, but still super good.
Yeah.
Seat time and this, so I can keep getting better.
Perfect. And that's really what it's all about when you're in a car that's like this. And, we've talked about this a little bit as you guys have, filtered through, which is there's other options available in the market, right, that are designed to be this kind of entry-level thing. But especially now with the addition of this sort of endurance-focused, easier car, I heard somebody refer to it as the GR Lite earlier.
Yeah.
That it gives you a ladder in a car that still looks race car. You've got the wing, you've got the cool front end on it, the whole nine. Yep. By the way, who do I have to thank for all that? Because I worked at a Toyota dealer as a salesperson in 2017 and 18.
Okay.
And I got to see the turn where it went from being grounded to the ground Camry to the 18 Camry came out, and it
what
was
are you talking about? The Camry is the greatest selling car.
It is. I've had three.
Yeah.
You don't have to sell me on it, but you have
that's
to
hurtful.
admit,
I'm leaving.
there's a marketing change and a design change
there
that
was
took place.
More than that. There is a DNA change. So really, all this is coming out of our chairman, Akio Toyota,
right?
Who himself is a pretty damn good racer for a 70-year-old.
Yeah.
And I get to spend quite a bit of time with him, especially over in Japan, and mostly it's at the track. And it's interesting because, I think for a lot of us that are doing it, that have jobs, the camaraderie, and nobody really cares what you do and what your job is, and everybody's sort of, it's almost like when you first went to college, like everybody's the same.
Yeah.
They have a common passion, but what has changed since you were there is Akio's influence.
Right.
And he said, look, no more boring cars. He enjoys racing. Frankly, he'll tell you, you have no business being a car executive if you don't know how to race a car. So I took him up on that. That's how I got into this. I had no idea I'd be racing around with a bunch of lunatic 16-year-olds, but that's why I got involved in it. So we can talk about cars and platforms, and we have a GR-GT that you're aware of, a GT3 variant, obviously, that we're going to race in IMSA, which we can't get that thing soon enough.
Yep.
And it's because of his passion.
Right.
These cars, don't make sense on a financial statement.
Absolutely.
At all. But they do make sense in a brand. And again, I'm just extremely happy and humbled by being able to work for the company that still cares about that, authentically.
Yes.
And if you've ever driven an 86, pound for pound, I tell people all the time, you don't need to go spend $200,000 on a Porsche GT3 to come out here and do track days. You can go get an 86, put a brake kit on it, put a transcooler on it, and you can come out here and have as much fun as you could possibly want. So that's what changed, and that's what you noticed is really his influence. And I'm very thankful he's around. It's pretty cool.
And it looks like recently there was a headline that the CEO position had changed.
Yes.
But his influence is going to remain the operational side, product side, I would assume.
Yes.
It's what's brought them, I think, a lot of goodwill in, obviously, we always talked about, I worked for Toyota and then Lexus until 22.
Yep.
And we always talked about, it's cool to do racing. At the end of the day, we got to sell cars.
Yes.
But, it does sell cars.
Absolutely.
Being authentically into that. Because if I drive, and I saw this, if I drive a Toyota 86 and my wife wants a car, she's going to get a RAV4 or she's going to get a Camry or an Avalon, back when that was a thing, et cetera. And, pairing a brand that already had a strong DNA with that with, hey, we're really enthusiast focused too. By the way, that's not just a tagline. Here's this really cool rally car based thing we got coming out. Here's this sports car, and we're going to take that sports car racing in a one make series.
Yep.
In addition to your GT4 and then the GT3 car. Obviously, you got the Lexus right now, but
there's a lot of exciting things coming with our program. The new car will be out. We'll race it at Daytona next year. We've already tested it quite a bit extensively here in the United States. So Ben Barnicoat and Jack Hawksworth. And even Townsend Bell's been in the car.
Oh, cool. Okay.
And the feedback has been unanimous.
this is it. This is what we want.
I mean, we're racing a historic car.
Yep.
I mean, if you look at how old the RCF is,
it's
and
real old.
Your fans that are listening probably know all this. Like, it's not a GT3 car. It's a car that we engineered into a GT3 car.
Right.
Very different than the Super GT4 that was kind of built to be a race car.
Yep.
So we've wrung, pretty much all the performance out of it we can. So really excited about that car showing up. We'll have a customer program eventually with that. So
okay, cool.
There's a lot of neat things coming, but it will be GR Racing.
I gotcha.
It will no longer have a Lexus badge on it. It'll be GR.
GR.
Yeah.
What can you, and I understand that there's still a little bit of like undercurrent, so I don't know, you can tell me to be quiet.
Yeah.
I understand the GT3 car is going to be a thing. Is there a plan for the GT4 platform moving forward? Because the Supra now is in its final stages, obviously.
Yes.
Yes, there is a plan.
Yes.
You're going to stay in GT4 racing.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, I am pleased with that.
Yes.
Excellent. Good. Glad to hear it. I totally get you there. Is it... I want to add some levity to this a little bit. Did you choose to have the Braun ability fire suit, or was that a joke imposed on you?
No.
No. Okay.
I do have a good joke about it, though. So, we talk about our company quite a bit, Mobility for All.
Yes.
And nothing to me sort of was emblematic of that like Braun, right? We do a lot of business with Braun.
Yep.
I'm up in Indianapolis. They've been involved in Indy cars, probably. But I met the CEO and, I talked to her and just said, hey, I'm interested in doing a couple races, and absolutely would be honored if you'd, help me out a little bit and sponsor me. And it's just a little bit. But for me, as an executive of the company, this is what mobility means. Like, we talk about it all the time in the company.
Right.
And it's like, what does that mean? Is that powertrains? Is it Joby, what we're involved in? Like, but for me, seeing somebody's life changed.
Yep.
Really changed. They've usually had a traumatic event in their life.
Yep.
And this gives them an opportunity to get some independence back and their life back to a degree. And it's just a special, special relationship. Now, that being said, the first race I went to Coda, the folks from SRO came over because I have the Braun Ability logo on the car, on the Cup car, and the Chief Stewart came over and she's like, Mr. Gilliland, like, if there's an accident.
Are you able to?
Yes. I said, whoa, no, I'm not.
We're just here to talk about it.
I mean, I'm fully able to get out of the car. My mental state is be a bit of on the handicap side. Like, I probably should. I said, I'm fine.
I gotcha.
But it's really important for me to be a partner with them and talk about their story. And again, Toyota, from working with Toyota, like, we're a different kind of car company. And I love the fact that we're changing people's lives, whether it's in mobility or being with a young person like Ava and giving her an opportunity to show what she's capable of. And it's, I'm just honored to be around it, humbled.
Right.
And it's been a really good experience for me.
Absolutely. And Ava, if you're coming out here, flying presumably, because I understand you still live in California, right?
Yes.
If you're flying out here to come race, GR Cup cars, I imagine you're pretty serious about this. Is this going to be your life's vocation? Are you doing this because it's fun right now and you got the opportunity, you're younger, you don't have as many commitments, I guess you could say? Like, what's your plan here with this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still in high school, so I still got a little bit of time to decide my life. But this is something that I've fell in love with and I want to do for my future. And especially GR Cup, I'll be doing it this year.
Excellent.
So for first race Arlington, I'll be there. And it's super exciting. Like, I'm just so grateful to have the chance to be in this car and learn so much from it. I mean, the C8 is high horsepower car, but this doesn't compare. It's taught me so much more and made me such a better driver overall. And they're so much fun. Like, they're pretty slow, but they're still I think they're more fun because the weight
is that what you call is fun?
Yeah.
All right, I'm like trying to hang on for dear life watching you go down the track on me. She is super quick, very good driver. I think the thing that impresses me most about her is her maturity at a pretty young age, and I'm proud to be a part of being with her and kind of watching her journey. And that's probably what I've enjoyed most about Cup. I'm not sure my wife likes any of it, but she's here today and putting up with me doing it. But we all have something in common. We all love this.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it's just fun.
Yeah, and I love doing it with you too.
Yeah.
Like, you're just super cool to be around, and it's fun all the people I've met in this too. Everyone around me is always helping me out, and teaching me so many more things every day. And I always learn something when I go out there.
Right.
So
it's something that we talk about semi-frequently on the broadcast, is that, and I find that it's more conducive to endurance racing as well, if you have more time to think about it and talk, that racing's a community, right? And you're able to get in there and you're meeting people who, at a minimum, and as a baseline, have a similar interest. And it's a little bit like college in that way, where in high school you got people going every different direction.
Yeah.
When you get to college and you start taking your classes for your major, you're whittled down into a group of, let's call it 50 to 100, that are all kind of pulling the same direction. And you're able to find people who are a little bit more like you. And I think that to some extent racing's the ultimate expression of that. Everybody's here, generally, to get better. Yeah. Everybody's here to do the thing they enjoy, and they like having a good time and meet people and be around people that are similar to it. And so I think it's one of the best sports for that, where you get people coming from everywhere to come do the one thing. Whereas, if you're playing pickup soccer, they may be into soccer, but you can play soccer anywhere.
Yeah.
If you're into racing and you're into cars and you're doing that kind of thing, you really want to, gather as many people as you can. It's a little bit less common, obviously.
Yeah.
If you're doing GR Cup, you're going to get to do your home race too. Then you'll be at Sonoma.
Yep.
In March.
Yeah.
March Sonoma.
End of March, that'll be Sonoma. So I'll probably drive out for that one.
Nice.
Super. That one's gonna be probably my favorite because I've been to that track multiple times. So I'm excited for that one.
No, that'll be super, super cool. I'm very excited by the prospect of the GR Cup continuing to get bigger and continuing to get better, and seeing the names that have filtered through it. I know you have there's a lot of coaches in the GR Cup right now that are some heavy hitter names in the sports car racing world, and I'm excited to see how it develops as its own ladder system in the way that a lot of other manufacturers have done, and some manufacturers have done and left, which I think is a little on the lame side, but it's allowed, I think, Toyota an opportunity to stamp their name on it.
Yeah, we'll stay. What's amazing, frankly, is we've got a couple of young people that are in GT4s now.
Yep.
And I mean, they hop in those things and they're top 10.
Right.
Like right out of the gate. And to Ava's point, the reason they're able to do that, I'm convinced now after doing this 3 years myself, is that Cup car teaches you everything you need to know about high performance racing, racecraft. And so once you get in a higher horse car, it just clicks, and they're on point right away.
Mm-hmm.
And so the ladder is working for us, but we're also doing customer programs like the two guys you had here, right? Like there's a bunch of GT4 Supras out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they're absolutely kicking my ass. I'm like, I work for the company. How come I don't have one of those?
You don't have one of these hot rods.
I need to get, and I'm not sure Akio's going to think that's a great idea. Because I kind of put him together on this deal. Like, again, when he made that comment, I said, well, I can help you with, I shouldn't be a executive if I don't know how to drive.
Right.
But it's funny, his history, going back to the GT car, really when he started driving, nobody wanted him in the car. Like his family didn't want him in a car. The executives of the company didn't want him in the car, and that's where GR came from, right?
Right.
GR in Japan, Gazoo is garage. And he kind of hit it.
Yep.
And then went Ring with a gentleman, Mr. Naruse, that was our top driver for years and years and years.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason I'm talking about it is you were talking about that community.
Yeah.
I feel like Naruse-san was probably more of a father figure to Akio than his own father because of the connection you're talking about at the track.
Absolutely.
And so, when he passed away, it was really tough on him. And I think I've never asked him this, I want to poke the bear too bad on this deal, but I believe this new GR that's coming is really a tribute to
him,
to Naruse-san. Yeah.
And if you're the listener or the viewer and you don't know who Naruse-san is, there's an incredible long form biography almost. Is that on Racer or where was that?
There was a Car and Track article.
Road and Track, that's what it was.
Yeah, just Google it. Just Google Naruse and LFA, and the story. This guy was some kind of engineering, was working abacuses, and went into our engineering department, which was called Engineering Department 7. This was back right before the 2000 GT.
Right.
He was involved with the 2000 GT, which was really, for your listeners, I'm sure already know this, the first supercar that Toyota ever built. So he was involved in that, and then he transitioned into the Toyota 7, which again, your listeners know is our first Can-Am car. And so there's this deep history and knowledge that those two connected on, and I think it's driving even at 70 years old, and a chairman of the world's largest car company.
Yep.
It drives him to go out and race. He's got a totally cool hydrogen-powered car.
Yep.
So I've been over at the Super Taiku races in Japan, and like this thing's aside for like there's smoke coming off and things. I'm like, I don't know,
how
man.
this is going.
I'm from the U.S. I sort of remember like history lessons about the Hindenburg. This does not look safe. But as you know, like we have a road-going hydrogen fuel cell car, and so he's doing it to do two things. One, R&D, right?
Right.
And we have perfected, running a liquefied internal combustion engine on hydrogen. I mean, you got to do a lot of work and re-sleeve it in the heat, but it's cool and it sounds cool. And we figured out how to put enough fuel in it to get him through stints because he's doing endurance race. And then his son, Dice K, is running an 86, but it's got a Corolla motor, GR Corolla motor. And so it's got which you asked me about development. That's something we're developing. Maybe we're not going to do a car with Subaru. Maybe we do our own. I don't know.
I got you. Okay.
And so they're both out racing together and doing R&D at the same time, which is really cool.
Real cool. It's cool getting to speak with you because I've been any listener that's listened to this at all, I've been a big proponent of the brand for a long time. I grew up and I would joke with my friends that like I don't know what it's like to have a car break down because even though my family didn't come from money, that 01 Camry, every time you got into it, you turn the key, it goes. Like you don't have to worry about it. And so being able to take that quality and that level of attention to detail and apply it to racing now, and the stories that you've talked about, I think it's really an incredible brand, and I am pleased that they have decided to jump feet first into endurance racing and sports car racing. It's made me extremely pleased to have been a part of that story when I was.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. I mean,
I'm sorry, real quick. We got a local yellow here up at the top of turn 3. I think we're going to get back going here. Looks like the AOA BMW. Can't quite see. It's a little ways away. It'll be the next car coming through the camera.
Yep, that is correct.
Yep, that is the AOA BMW. So, little spin there. We got a replay, of course, coming through here for you. And I don't think... all by yourself, just losing it on the entry. So... getting on for 2 hours 54 remaining, and you'll make a mistake here and there, but that's all right. That's why we're here. Getting better. Everybody's getting better here. Ava, I understand that you did a lot of sports car racing, I guess, in Northern and Southern California.
Yeah.
What's it been like adjusting to a endurance background here?
I mean, I've never been used to driving this long. Like, this is the longest I've gone driving ever. Because normally I'm used to those, 40-minute sessions max.
Yep.
So... this was definitely an experience to drive for this long, but I loved it. It didn't even feel like 2 hours to me.
That's awesome.
And I had fun with it the whole time. And you have time out there to keep fixing little things. Like you can go another lap and think back on that lap and think, oh, I should fix this. And you have time to go around and fix little things and just keep getting better and better. And that's what I loved about it. And I wish I could do that in the Cup too.
Right.
But yeah, this was super fun for me.
Yeah.
And yesterday I was struggling a little bit, sliding a lot, controlled sliding, but
sure.
Yeah, I was having trouble feeling the car, and I mean today, I definitely chilled a little more, and I was able to rein it in and got everything balanced.
And you run 211s. Right? I mean, that's quick.
That's pretty good. Especially when you got GT4 cars at the front on the same tire or effectively the same tire, 159. If you're 211 in that car that's got more or less half the power, that's pretty darn good.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So and I talked about this before, I'll say it again. It's what I have always enjoyed about endurance racing. It gives you the opportunity to learn stuff over the course of a stint, and then every time you're able to add that to your Rolodex versus going to a sprint race and you get your 20-minute practice session, a little bit of qualifying, and then okay, here we go, this is it. And if you make a mistake, it's your day's basically done. Whereas here, you make a mistake, you can bring it back in, fix it. You got time to figure stuff out, even though you're maybe not in contention for the top 3 anymore. You can at least make good of the time you have remaining.
Yeah. It's really good seat time.
Yeah.
And I think that's why this program is going to be successful, because the dollar per hour or per lap or whatever, this is where it pencils, and it's here with WRL, and it's I'm thankful that the series is here and it gives people an opportunity,
right?
And you can be like me, you can be some old dude that shouldn't be out here, or you can be an aspiring race car driver but she's doing the same thing I am, right? We're getting better every lap. I'm more comfortable. Like when they told me about this a couple months ago, I'm like, how long you want me to be in a car? They're like, oh, maybe 2 hours. I'm like, whoa.
Hold on a second.
Hey, hang on here. Like I'm struggling with 45-minute thing.
Right.
Because the GR Cup, it's intense. She'll, you know, she's going to find out in the races. Like we've done a couple mock races, but she'll be at the front end of the pack. It's insane how competitive it is. So
absolutely.
This allows you to think. To your point, I love that I was doing the same thing. Like every lap, I'm like, went a little too deep there. You know, I need to trail the brake a little bit more. You know, listen to the car, and that's what I really enjoyed about this experience. It's the first time for me doing any kind of endurance stuff like her. You can breathe. Like you can go down the back straight, take a deep breath, think it through. And this track, you know, you've been. This is not a joke out here.
No, this is a cool track.
We do all of our training here for our sales associates too, that are going to be selling the GRGT.
Okay.
And one of my favorite things I think is going to be like watching them get out of a car where their eyes are about 3 inches wide because they've just experienced something they've never experienced. So Eagles Canyon's a great place to hold a race. You know, I highly encourage anybody that's listening that's thinking about doing something like this, come out here, come to any WRL race. Period. You guys run a great program, great tracks, but it is the seat time for the money that I think is you can't beat it. Now.
And I'd want to double check and read the regs to make sure I'm saying this correctly. Actually, JT, you've been looking into it. If you're just an HPDE person, JT, how many HPDs do you have to run? Like you have to be advanced group after a certain number of events, and then you're eligible with a waiver to be in WRL. Like you don't have to have a race license per se.
I'm not entirely sure. I haven't looked directly that route because I did want to go the racing license.
Right. Well, that's fair. It used to be, and RJ can text me and tell me I'm wrong before I share all of this. It used to be that WRL, because it's a strict no contact series, the whole nine, that as long as you had certification from somebody that ran a track day organization, that you're in the advanced group and you're not going to kill everybody, basically. That you could come out here and do it. You don't need to do the, $15,000 one weekend for race school to do it. And at one point he said that he would prefer that people went the track day route because they tended to be a little bit more careful driving.
I would tell you, I did the $15,000 F4 thing to get my USAC. I agree with you. You're going to become a better driver by doing high performance driving here or any track. Because those are 3-day schools. Like, what are you really learning, right? You're not around other cars, really. They have really strict rules. You're never really... It's an open-wheel car with aero.
Right.
So you're not really feeling the car. You just, like, go until you see, God on your dash, hit the brakes, and the car stops, right? Those F4 cars are pretty advanced once you figure that out. When you come out here in your street car, whether it's, an 86, and hopefully it's that, or a Supra, I mean, you're going to learn how to drive a car and chassis dynamics. What's the car doing? I've got a 10-year-old daughter here, and, the first thing I'm going to do is bring her out here and put her into some of these classes with Brad and the team here at ECR. Because I want her to understand, like, what goes on in a car. It scares me to death. I got a neighbor, just came over yesterday, literally yesterday. I got home from the track, and he's like, bought his son an M3. First bad idea. An older one, Denon. And like 2 nights ago, his son called him like, "Dad, I need to come get me." And I'm like, "Did he get arrested or what?"
Man.
He went around a corner and got into a push and hit a curb and snapped the front tire off. Like, and we've all done it. Like, I'm sure you did it. I know I did when we were kids. Like, you just don't know. And that's, again, what's the beauty of this entire program, whether it's racing or track days, being able to come out and experience this is, I hope it never goes away.
I hope so too. I believe in people like Brad who have membership setups that encourage people to come to the track more often, that doesn't involve exclusivity, I guess we could say. And keeping tracks available to everyone so that you can come do this kind of thing, I think is going to become less common in the future, unfortunately, because the fiscal realities in play. But it's nice to see that, for example, ECR is very committed to, we want people to be able to come play.
This is not a country club.
No,
right?
Not at all.
It's not like some of the other places. I won't use names.
Sure.
But I've been to all of them.
I gotcha.
Livio and Paula, who own it, and Brad, who runs it, have a passion for developing people. And I think it's pretty freaking cool. Like, they could easily sit back. We're in Dallas. There's quite a bit of wealth around here, and people with nice cars, they can come out here and hang out and, sip tea and have their pinky in the air. That ain't what goes on here.
Right.
And I think it's really cool. It's the human development and the man and machine at its core coming together, and it is, it's cool and it's unique. I've been all over the world. I've been on the drive. This place is really special. So I'm glad. I was pretty happy we landed here in Dallas. When we left LA, I think everybody was a little upset. Not me.
I gotcha.
Because I couldn't do this stuff back in LA. It's tough. Right. And there's not many places to go. And
there's nothing like here. Like, you get so much out of this place, and I'm so grateful for just being able to be here. And I love this whole facility. That's why I keep coming back.
The coaching's unbelievable. We've got Zach Anderson, who's arguably one of the best GT4 drivers today. Lucas Weisenberg, who's a top 5 GR. He ran a pilot challenge car at Daytona. You got these coaches that are legit,
real deal,
right? And Brad's done a good job of bringing those guys in, and they can talk to you in a way that you understand. Like, I used to get coached, I'm like, what is this guy talking about?
Right.
You have some pro that's been doing it for 20 years, and he's telling you stuff. I'm like, what? What do you want me to do? And so as they coached me up, and I told this I did a podcast a couple weeks ago about my job with Toyota. And I was just giggling because they were like, man, it's so cool you're doing this. Like, man, we're really, excited. And I understand what they were saying is, let me go get some popcorn and a Diet Coke and watch this idiot go out here and do something stupid. And then we did something with Keanu Reeves. We ran him in a cup car with Cody from Be Perfect. And those two yo-yos showed up here, and they were like, oh, I was in the, especially Keanu, like, I was in the Celebrity Pro Race. I won that. And I'm like, Keanu, like, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but like,
this isn't that.
That is not this. And he went out one time, and again, came back, his eyeballs were this big from driving it. He's like, uh-oh. We trained him up. Brad and his team did a good job. I think he wants to come back. He's a little busy.
Right.
So we're trying to get him back in the car, hopefully this season, but if not, next season, because he had a ball.
I gotcha.
And I think that's what's cool about the program.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think we have a similar thing with Rutledge Wood.
We're not going to talk about Rutledge. He's getting ready to get it this year. That guy's talking so much smack to me. He's absolutely I hope he's not listening to this, because I haven't told him that I'm even out here. Like, me and him go back and forth on, like, Rutledge, you're going to get it.
He was getting some serious coaching, especially towards the end of the season.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm like, want to cut it all off.
Can we ban coaching if it's not realized? Like, what are we doing? Yeah.
I want to be selective coaching people. Like, when Rutledge started off to me, I'm like, all right, Grandpa, slow down here. Okay, I'm going to take that fun times and take it to a next level with you. So, like, he doesn't know I'm out here.
Right.
And then we've had a couple dealers come out and race with us too. And there's one in California, Tom Rudney. It's out in Temecula Valley.
Yep.
And he doesn't know I'm out here either. Like, he's gone off the deep end, went and got a sim, and he's like very serious about it. He's got a cup car, and he came out here and struggling like everybody else, and he's gotten really good over the last season, and we're all competitive. So, but Rutledge is. Man, he was at the Chicago Auto Show popping off to me yesterday. It's so funny you brought that up.
Thank you, JT. I appreciate that. That's a hell of a reference. I wouldn't have got there. I appreciate that. Oh man, no, it's really cool to see that they're bringing in that kind of thing. It's funny you mentioned the Toyota Celebrity Race. That used to be like the cool thing that I would watch as a kid. It was like, get to watch the Long Beach Grand Prix because I want to see the Pro Celebrity Race. But JT, do you know where the world's largest collection of Pro Celebrity race cars is at?
I do not. I would have assumed probably in the Long Beach area.
No, not in the Long Beach area, but they all appear to be parked in a parking lot at Willow Springs. There's all sorts of Scions and Celicas and stuff parked out there, and I've often considered asking somebody at the track, like, can I get one of those? Can I get one of those bad boys? Already got the cage in it, good to go. Like, I'm sure it needs a motor or something. But
I'm sure we had to do some. I love my company, but what I do not like is our legal department. So I'm sure
Yeah, that's.
I mean, you talk about car guys and legal people are just not meant to go together, clearly. So I'm sure there's some deal we had to cut with the
Sounds like
titles
we
on
need to
this.
be putting them
that's too
in the
bad.
race cars too.
Absolutely. I think we need to get some of those cars here, and that can be like your really entry level. You're driving a Scion TC around at ECR. That could be
it's funny because that's one of the cars that Keanu drove. And I mean, literally, we talked to him because we want to make this fun, right? Like, this sport doesn't exist without people wanting to watch it and be a part of it. Mm-hmm. So when we talked to him, he was a natural selection, but like literally kept going on. Oh, I'm a pro celebrity champion. I'm like, okay, John Wick, take it easy. But I will tell you one thing. You will never meet a greater, nicer guy. Just bizarrely normal. Like, we would be carting him around in Indianapolis. All due respect, when he's on his own time, he dresses, you wouldn't even recognize him. Literally.
Right.
So we'd roll into a Starbucks and get him coffee because he's, on the caffeine 24/7. And people wouldn't even recognize him.
Right.
It's bizarre. He'd be like sitting out having his latte or whatever. And then one night we had to go to a dinner at a restaurant in Indy, and people found out he was there, and it was chaos.
I was going to say, it becomes a zoo probably in a hurry.
Yeah. But what a great guy. I mean, the motorcycle stuff he does with Arch Motorcycles is, it's amazing. I don't know if you've ever seen one of those things, the artwork. He builds custom-made motorcycles. That's really his thing, is bikes.
Right.
And he's just a cool guy. Like, drives like a 07 Porsche Carrera, doesn't really seem to care about money, even though I'm sure he's made more than me, you, and 1,000 people would ever make in a lifetime. And those are the kind of people, again, it goes back to the people that show up to this.
Yep.
They all have this kind of common, like, spirit.
Yes.
Right? And
absolutely.
Thinking way. And it's been cool. It's been cool. I don't care if you're 17 or 57 like me. We're all sort of got the same kind of mentality. And we're probably a bit crazy.
A little bit. Ava, how does that play? I've always wondered, and you hear this about like F1 drivers too, that are still in school and doing racing. How does that play in high school? Is it something you talk about at all? Is it something you keep to yourself? How does that?
I'm kind of open about it. I just, I have a lot of absences. They build up pretty bad. Because last semester I missed quite a bit. It was a big number of absences, let's just say. And it's a little bit of a struggle to get grades back up after you come back, but I do fine with it. And I skipped Thursday, Friday to come
up here,
so
right?
I have no problem with it. I think, and the school.
Do the teachers know what you're doing?
Yeah,
I would hope so. Yeah, she just dropped off the face of the earth, right?
I mean, I used to write my own absence letters. Like, I got my left leg amputated. I won't be in this week.
Yeah.
So your teachers do know.
Yeah, I tell some of them care, some of them don't care, but some of them are just like, okay, well, you're missing too much school, and some of them are like, okay, that's cool that you're doing that. And
what do your friends think?
They care. They think it's super cool. They're like, oh, you're going to Texas again? Like, they think it's cool. They support me. And
are they into cars? There's this common, like, fallacy going on that young people are not into cars.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen a lot of people, like, around my age that have been into it. Like, Kendall was here, and she was watching, and she's been super nice, too. But I think there's like one other kid in my area. I think a lot of people ask me about it. They're like, oh, you race cars? Like, random people I see, they're like, oh, you race cars, right? And I'm like, yeah. And it's cool. I think people care, but
give us hope that there's young people that still love cars.
There is. I think that there's just, and the F1 stuff has helped. In a big way. But I think even trying to connect our interest, I'm vaguely interested in cars versus F1. There's not a clear, defined path on where you do those things. And I think that that's what makes it somewhat difficult. But programs like this, I think, help to do that. Being able to.
Can I add a thought here?
Yeah, go ahead, please, Brendan.
Yeah. Just on young people and do they still like cars? I think it's easy to kind of lock yourself into wheel-to-wheel racing on-track action equals liking cars exclusively.
Yes.
And I think if you take a broader
Yep.
view of what motorsport is and has become, whether it's wheel-to-wheel racing, whether it's drifting, whether it's time attack, or just straight up HPDE and track days, that the amount of time people of any age, but I think even in particular young people, are spending on track driving cars at some amount of speed, whether it's competitive or not, whether it's wheel-to-wheel or not, is still probably actually quite high. And to take a broader view of motorsports, I think it's still fair to say that it's in rude health. I mean, places like Eagles Canyon being able to do what they do and do it while making a profit, nominally at least. These places become sustainable because motorsports is a little bit more broad spectrum than it used to be. I would love for more people to be racing wheel to wheel. I think it's also a little bit more diluted than it used to be, just more sanctioning bodies and more endurance racing and all those things. But in general, I think the future of motorsport across the board is in good hands and has good interest, even if it doesn't look exactly like it did maybe 20 to 30 years ago.
Absolutely. And Andrew, I think you might be a good person to talk to about this as well. And it's something that Brent and I have discussed at length, is that I find that generally there are racing people and there are car people. And the overlap happens frequently than I would typically imagine. I would like to think that I do both. I'm equally as interested in messing around with my 4Runner and lifting it and doing this, that, and the other. I got the old one, and we'll swap the motor in and this, and that, and that's. But I also like coming out here to the track. And I find that you don't see people that have both. Do you know why that is?
No.
No.
But
Okay.
I will say this. I have noticed a big increase in interest in sports cars.
Yes.
I'm responsible for all of our racing, so I got NASCAR too, and it's interesting. I grew up in North Carolina.
Okay.
So all my buddies now, they don't want to go to a cup race. They want to go to VIR.
Right.
They want to come down to Sebring.
Yep.
Now, after the first couple races, I was ready to kill them. Like, why does that car look like this and that car looks like that, and what is the rules? So that took a little bit of time. We have a saying with my buddies that I grew up with now. It's GTS. Google that, and you can figure out what the rest of it is. Because they were making me crazy. But once they got into it, man, they're into it. They're watching it. They're car guys, right? I mean, they're all cars in some level. But I see sports car becoming, it's never going to be NASCAR. Let's be honest, right? Like, it's just not going to be that way. But I have seen a marked difference. We just saw the numbers from Daytona in the 24. It was a record in terms of whether you're watching online or watching what we call linear TV in our business. So I think sports car racing and sports cars in general are healthy. I think, he made a really good point. And I'm going to continue to do my part. Because none of this makes sense for a car company, really. Like, you never,
I
you don't
agree.
make money selling 86s or GTs. You do it because it does say something about the brand. And, people always ask me, like, why are you guys racing? I said, listen, I promise you, Henry Ford took his first two cars that actually ran and lined them up and ran them, and there's pictures of him doing it. And I hope that never goes away. I will do my part as long as I'm involved in this industry to continue to find ways to support it and make sure that people continue to be passionate about cars. They still matter to me. I think they matter to Ava. And it makes me happy to see her, that passion, and at least a couple people are asking.
I mean, I hope, like, as I age and as my career goes on, that more people who are aging with me get involved and start seeing what it actually means and what I'm doing, because I've showed some people Onboard and it's totally different than what it looks like from the outside, and they're like, whoa, you can do that? And I'm like, yeah, and I've had a couple people come on my sim and they're like, yeah, I can't do it, and
it's too hard.
But it's cool.
Everybody thinks they can do it. A bunch of my buddies are all, let me drive your car. I said, listen, man, okay, everybody says they can do it. It's all fun and games. But what you can do and what is accessible, and you said it earlier, you go out and buy an 86, just do light mods to it. But you come out here and just said earlier, have a ball.
Right.
And we're trying to do that too. We work directly with GR Company back in Japan, trying to make sure that we can offer track mods. Part of the reason I'm doing this, we had some trouble today. I go right back to the chief engineer, like, here's what the car is doing. And so we have this direct connection back. Then that goes into the road car. And so we have a saying at GR Company, it's race it, break it, fix it. And that's what we do. And we take the information straight from the track and put it into the car.
I gotcha. I would like the two of you to speak to this for a little bit. Ava, I specifically remember the first time that I was late teens, early 20s. I had driven the fast cars as a kid. I had a buddy that had the mother of all Subaru WRX tunes on his car that was undrivable but really fast. And I thought that's what speed was. And the first time you get in, and I don't especially care what kind it is, but for example, the first time you get into a GR Cup car, having got out of let's say just the 86 road car, you get into a car like that's built for racing, and you hit the start button, and it's instant that you feel like, oh, this is not this is not the same, even though it's only 200 bit horsepower. This is a completely different feeling.
That's exactly how I felt getting into it. I was honestly nervous to just sit in it because how everything was set up and how it was a real race car, and I'd never been in a real race car before, and I knew it wasn't it is low horsepower, but it's still a big deal being in a real one. So I was honestly scared, and I was scared to get it. And I started with the equalizer, and that was what I was used to. But getting into the Cup car was something else.
Absolutely.
And it took me a while to even get used to it. A couple of times coming out here before I was like, okay, I'm comfortable with it. And it was freaked out at first. So
right, Andrew, same kind of feeling first time you're in a real race car. That's a totally different ball game.
Yeah, I mean, again, I started this 3 years ago. I've been to every driving school. There's nothing that can prepare you for it. And I was sharing with her, first race I ever ran, was at Coda, and I specifically did it because I got my license there, so I knew the track. I wanted out of that car so bad. I mean, I do not want to do this. But, I put myself in that position. You open your mouth, and now you got to do it. But to her point, it is a proper car. And Jack Hawksworth and Ben were at Barnacote, our two pro drivers in the Lexus program, developed the car. And they told me flat out, hey, bro, I don't know, Chubbs, you're going to have a tough time with this car, right? You sure you know what you're doing?
It tires you out.
It's proper, right? The braking on it is better than the GT3 car. And it's funny because, they'll tell you flat out, it's easier to drive their GT3 car. Now, the risks are higher and the speed's higher.
Right.
But in terms of driving the car itself, it's easier to drive a GT3 than these Cup cars. And that's why I think, anybody's that's thinking about trying to be a pro driver needs to go through GR Cup in the sports car.
In the sports car world,
and we've got some interest from other young people that I think are going to do real well with it. But you can weed it out real quick.
Absolutely.
So
well, Andrew, Ava, I really appreciate you guys coming down. If you have anything else, any shout outs you want to do, that's totally cool. But we're down to 2 hours 30 here to go on the race. We got to get sucked back into that as well.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting to see the end. And I'm out here because of my dad. He funds everything I do, and I'm super grateful for him. And my mom, my whole family, they're supporting me and letting me be out here. And my mom's a little freaked out by it, but she's not very happy with it. But my dad, he's always cheering me on and funding me and letting me come out here to keep getting better. And he knows that I have in my future, and he wants to help me get there and with everything. So I'm super grateful for him. And Eagles Canyon, I wouldn't have been able to do it without them and being here and practicing. So
excellent.
I think that's a really good point, Ava. I mean, you can go place a GR Cup car with a lot of teams, and they're going to be good.
Yeah.
But what makes the difference here is what Brad and Livio and Paula have built in terms of being able to take a young person or an old person and really coaching them, so you're not just hopping into a car and you're not just paying for a ride. You're getting an experience that'll help you become a better driver. So I want to shout out to my wife who puts up with this. And I mean, she sort of knew what she was marrying, but she puts up with me. And I do want to thank Livia. We do a lot of training out here. And I'm very thankful for this facility and that there's people like Livio in the world that completely changed his career. This was not his life's vocation. It was his life's passion. And I think that's what makes all of this work, along with Paula keeping an eye on them. But
I'm super grateful for them too. They're
Yeah.
both really amazing people.
yeah, this place just gets better and better. Like,
Yeah.
you want to go run ADs, they've got an ATV track. This kart track, I think, will probably want to be one of the finest kart tracks in the United States. And I think start to see, this place being recognized as like the peak, the way that Livio's doing the work, the way it's been designed. He understands how to lay pavement. Like, this isn't just somebody bought 200 acres and laid a track out and said, "Oh, I'm going to be a country club." Yeah.
Right.
And again, it's Livio's passion for building that. And I mean, I'm just thankful there's people like Akio Toyota in the world and Livio Galante in the world that are willing to put their what's on the line, so to speak. Like, this ain't a cheap date out here.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
And I'm thankful those guys exist. I'm thankful for you guys that create the media value and talk to people about it and get them passionate. I mean, I think you guys you don't get enough credit for what you do.
I appreciate that.
And so I'm thankful for the whole kind of infrastructure around motorsports, and it's really humbling to be a part of it.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Well, Andrew, Ava, thank you so much for coming up.
Thank
Please,
you so much.
you guys are welcome anytime. If you're around at Barber, whatever, please come chat. We'll say hi and watch the race together. It'll be a great time. So thank you both.
Awesome.
Dream Machine team in the GR Cup cars, or the GR Light cars here this weekend, having a good run. So thank you. Folks.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Oh yeah. I missed the first part of the interview, but it's sitting right back in. I mean, oozing passion for motorsports and for Andrew in particular, being able to connect that, with his professional life, as some of us are lucky enough to do. Ooh, that's a stopped S2000.
Yeah. Unfortunately, sound like it had a spin and hasn't continued.
Yeah. So there's a couple of things going on here, and let's touch on all of these. First, this is the number 97 S2000, currently 5th in GP2. Was sitting about 9 laps off of the class lead. If they're not able to get that car restarted, this will almost certainly result in a full course yellow. To that end, we haven't seen a full course yellow in quite some time now. It's been since. Oh boy, pull up the race control log here. It has been since 9:34 this morning. 9:45 is when we went back to green. So we're on for about 3 hours of consecutive green flag running, which has really started to spread this race apart, particularly up in GTO. It's still close, 34 seconds from the 282 back to the 87. But remember that also had to come from being the other way around. So the 282 closed on the 87, got the pass done, and even after a most recent round of green flag pit stops about 4 laps ago, has put, what is now down to 25 seconds between itself and the Stoic 87, as we do know now go full course yellow. Lupe Tortilla in the 188 sits 3rd in GTO, ahead of the 154 from 888 Racing. That interval is just 13 seconds, and a good stint being put in at the moment by the driver of the. I got a refresher by the driver of the number 154 888 Racing Porsche. Kingpin Racing in the 77 Supra slides to 5th, just 7 seconds back from that, ahead of the PCB Racing number 246. Let's wait and see how this kind of splits itself apart as we go to full course yellow. GP1 still being led by Team S Collective. Remember, we lost the 550 just a little before that interview, and left that Cayman out in front of load. It's 3 minutes and 20 seconds, the time gap between 140 and 46. Almost certainly a pit stop on the way from the number 140. We'll see if Ginger Racing does the same from a strategy perspective, but the battle between 46 and 522, I think, is just going to go back and forth between now and the end of the day. Yep. As long as they don't get split up here. As the safety car pulls out, looks like it's going to pick up Zipa in that number 325. Nope. Going to wave a couple of cars by here. Remember, the car we pick up is either the overall race leader or the next car on track. Wave the 4048 by, wave the Porsche by, which is good news for the Porsche. Yes.
I was wondering if it picks up the next class leader.
No, it's just the next car.
Gotcha. Okay.
Which, oh, you know what? It actually might just get the leader. Yeah, because there is the 282, that light blue, dark blue Toyota Supra. And they're just behind the Kingpin car. That would be my assumption anyway. I don't think that car pitted here. In any case, we'll let this kind of sort itself out there. Just watch that 46 and 522 battle. I don't see either one of those cars being waived by the safety car at this point, so I don't think we're going to get any kind of awkward field splits or anything like that. AOA Racing in the number 54, BMW sits in 4th. TCS Motorsports 22 sits 5th. Palomar continues to dominate GP2 as they've done all weekend. 2 laps, 8 minutes clear of the FastTrack Racing number 989. 4 laps, excuse me. I don't know why that says 2 laps. 4 laps clear of the FastTrack 989. AOA Racing in the 55. 3 laps for the back, and then the 986 of FastTrack, which had an issue earlier on, and it has dropped 8 minutes to the team car, 16 minutes to the overall race lead, or to the class race lead, excuse me, down there in 4th.
It's actually had a couple issues earlier. We did have the report of the check engine light coming on.
Yes.
And then earlier during one of the interviews, it came onto pit lane with a small brake fire. So additional.
And before
troubles.
that, loose parts on the right side.
Oh, that's right. They were dragging a side skirt.
Yeah.
One of the battles that I've been trying to keep an eye on has actually been a 3-way fight between cars that are not in the same class, but between Team S Collective, 40-48 competition, and the 83 at Palomar. They were all within like 30 seconds of each other for quite a while there. It's been going back and forth. Palomar had pitted a bit ago, I believe, putting in Ryan Keeley in the car. So now that S Collective has pit, I assume under yellow now, this will close that fight back up. If Palomar gets back on that same lap, I'm not sure. I'm going to have to keep an eye on time to see how that figures out.
All class leaders as well. They're 140-83, and then the 40-48 car, obviously the only car in GTU this weekend. Pit stops up at the front of the field. Looks like Lupe Tortilla is going to be the only pit caller here in GTO. Everybody else had done green flag pit stops, as Lupe Tortilla did, in fairness, back at lap 107. But they were about halfway through a run here.
Ago.
Yeah, about halfway through a fuel stint here. They'll give the position up to the 888 Racing number 154 Porsche and get them up onto the podium. I did notice a little bit earlier as we were riding on board this car, obviously many laps down, having had the contact earlier on in the race. 30 laps down, to be exact. Actually going past the overall race leading number 282. I think the driver of 282 maybe just taking a couple of laps to settle in there, and unfortunately, this kind of disrupts that rhythm process. They obviously did have 30 seconds to give up, so it's not like they were under any pressure there. Back to the Stoic Racing number 87. But it does kind of suggest that, okay, after a really good middle portion of the race for that number 282, now we're going to see the race kind of shuffle itself again. And let's see what kind of pace the 282, 87, and 154 have. To that end, John Simonetti Jr. is the driver of the 282. We don't have a driver listed on board the 87, but Cameron Shields has gotten into the 888 Racing Porsche number 154 with a carrot being dangled out there about a minute and 38 seconds ahead.
Which will probably be compressed here.
Good point. Yeah. Once they all actually get queued.
Yeah, because remember that 154 did, I guess, get a wave by, or
it wasn't a wave by.
Exactly.
Safety car hadn't quite picked up the leader yet. Yeah, exactly.
I didn't know the proper way to describe that, what it essentially was.
Yeah, it just
simple word. It's wrong, but it provides the exact same context.
Yep. Be surprised here if we don't get pit stops from some of the GP1 runners.
We did. We have S Collective in. We had a Ginger in, I believe, as well.
Oh, are they?
If that's who I saw, whoever pits in front of S Collective towards the very front, or exit a pit box. Yeah, here's Choice coming through here, just ahead of Lupe Tortilla. So that should be Ginger that was on pit road. So now probably catching the queue.
So that should put Choice Racing into second then.
Yes.
Is that right? Yeah, they pitted right as the full course yellow came out. Ginger, it looks like they did a lap before they came in. And S Collective, are we sure we saw S Collective in the pit lane?
Yes.
Okay.
Positive.
All right. Then they've already come and gone.
It's a distinctive Cayman.
That's a fair point. Yeah, and unfortunately, Ginger and Choice had been dropped off of the lead lap to that Team S Collective number 140, and pace has been good out of that 140. So that long green flag run we had there, not really enough to do any damage on the class lead. 2 hours and 16 minutes left in our first weekend of racing in the 2026 World Racing League Championship season. I don't know, JT. I mean, maybe it just feels different to me because I'm used to being at the racetrack, and you know, I'm calling this one, and we'll call most of the races this year remotely. Be seeing a whole lot of Ryan West in this season, but it feels to me, with Jordan queuing up the calendar right on point, it does feel like this year is setting up to be something different. I don't know that means better or worse or special or unique or anything like that. It just feels like the vibe surrounding the series has turned to one of, hey, we're all doing this to have fun, but there is a lot of real intentionality to people being here, whether it's, you know, talking to Jason Marks earlier about building up a program, a 3-car program to get people consistent seat time at racetracks they want to be at, whether it's talking to members of Dream Racing and you know what they're building with the GR lights as a feeder program into the GR Cup Series. It just really does feel like there's some purpose behind what we're all doing here, and now having driver names and driver IDs and being able to talk intelligently about not just the cars and the teams, but the drivers as well. It's been a really enjoyable start to the 2026 campaign, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Updated margins here as we get set to go back to green. TCB 282 leads Stoic by 2.7 seconds. It's 15.3 seconds back to the 888 number 154 Porsche, again with arguably the fastest driver in that squad installed in that car, presumably to the end. Kingpin Racing number 77 is 43 seconds off of the race lead. Those are the 4 cars on the lead lap in GTO. Choice Racing does get ahead of Ginger Racing. That margin is 12 seconds. Lights still on the safety car. Still getting everything back into position after we towed home the little hee-hee number 99 Honda S2000. Yeah, I think the next half hour, 45 minutes here or so could be really quite compelling as we watch this GTO lead battle begin to unfold again.
Yeah, especially as there's only 1 car separating first and second at the moment, physically. The Rapscallion car, the 678 back out there. So that's going to be very close. TCB is going to hope that they can try to pull a good margin here before Stoic can try to get around that Ligier. Cameron Shields with a healthy Porsche Cup car should be something to definitely keep an eye on.
There's 1 car to choose between the leader and the second place car. in GTO there, just that Rapscallion, or Stack Racing with Rapscallion number 678. Oh, is that what you said? Sorry.
Yes, 30 seconds ago.
Sorry. I'm shuffling the screens at the moment.
That's cool, JT, but what I want to talk about is this.
I didn't want to talk about it. I'm looking for filler because I thought we were going back to green last lap, and we weren't. And yeah, looking for something to kill a little bit of time here.
Okay, well, for a couple hours, we had a really good fight for 5th in GP1 between Zebra Racing, TCS Motorsports, and AOA Racing. That has gone the way of the 54 AOA Racing. Zebra unfortunately did gain a 2-lap penalty for contact earlier, which has set them back. I believe TCS got unlucky with one of the pit stops, so they lost an additional lap. So now that once we reset here, you will have AOA with a healthy safety margin ahead of TCS, but Zepa only about 20 seconds behind TCS Motorsports with the 989 Fast Track ahead of them in the overall position. So we'll be keeping an eye on Rami Yasin in that 325 as they try to catch up to the 22. Get a bit of a gap here between the car.
Hit the mute switch.
Lights, I believe, are now going off, and that will be coming onto pit lane here. Here we go.
One other detail just to make mention of here, JT, the pit stops that were made just before this full course yellow, right on the edge of the fuel number. I would assume that cars not coming to top off in GTO means they think they're safe. But time will tell on that. Probably one more stop to the end for just about everybody as the green flag waves at Eagles Canyon Raceway. And we go back to racing with the number 282 TCB Racing Toyota Supra leading the way up the hill towards turn number 3. We'll pick them up there because just one car further back now, having let the Rapscallion Ligier go, is the Singler Racing number 13. And then just behind that is a second place car in the running order, the Stoic Racing number 87.
Yeah, Matthew Singler looking very quick right here as we go back to green.
Yeah, the Porsche, meanwhile, number 154 that sits in third, mired much, much deeper in traffic further back. This will be Singler up the inside going into turn number 7, and it looked like Stoic might be able to follow that car through, headed towards the north end of the Eagles Canyon Raceway. We'll wait for them to reappear here as they work their way down the descending S's at 9 and 10, and then up towards turn number 11. Do we see blue Supra or do we see red Supra? We see both. Blue Supra first, 87 shows the nose, and I think the 282 just kind of breathed out of the throttle there and is going to let the stablemate, but not technically teammate, of Stoic Racing go through up the inside at turn number 11, change for the GTO and overall race lead.
Yeah, more importantly, Porsche not too far back from them. They still have about 5 cars back to the Kingpin, the 77 as well. But yeah, we're gonna really see Cameron Shields here. Gap was 9 seconds across the line. It's gonna be a bit less this time.
Yeah, a couple of things happening there. In addition to all of that, the Lupe Tortilla number 188 BMW is trapped up in that lead gaggle, let's say. Not quite a battle, but lead gaggle. And getting that move done on the Stoic car now would actually put that car back onto the GTO lead lap. And kind of reset things for us, at least as it relates to that Lupe car if we were to get a full course yellow. See if that does actually come to pass here.
Yeah, across the line, Lupe Tortilla was just a half second behind the 246 Supra. You can see going through shot just ahead of, oh boy, the Porsche, the 282. Yeah, so 2 fights coming through shot here.
But that move is already
done.
Wow, that took no time. Really good first lap there off the green flag for the Triple Eight Racing Porsche. That's, remember, the battle for second now, not the battle for the lead. And they will now set their sights on that red Stoic Racing number 87. Remember when I said earlier this morning that these 7-hour races play out fundamentally differently to, the way our 8-hour races do? Partially because of the fuel strategy involved, partially because of the shuffling in driver lineups. Yesterday we saw Cameron Shields start the number 102 Porsche, the same squad, just different chassis, and go away out the front, and then that car kind of fell back to earth later in the race. This is a little bit more in line with what we saw out of the round 3 cars last season, where they'd save the hot shoe for the end and let them go chase.
Yeah,
right,
you usually have a reverse lineup for Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that there's a usually about it. It is interesting to me that, what we're getting now, at least, whether it's by choice or by force or whatever, is kind of yesterday's race playing on shuffle, as it were. And this is where we see that resurgence of that Porsche.
Speaking of by choice, last lap through, Ginger Racing was 1 second behind Choice Racing. Choice comes across the line now. Looking for Ginger a little bit further back. Yeah, there we go. 1 second across the line here. I believe Zipa did overtake TCS this past lap. Yep. Yeah, 221 for that car.
Headed up to turn 3 now is the that Choice and Ginger battle, second GP1. .201.3 last lap for the Triple Eight Racing Porsche, 202.2 for Stoic, with a margin of 4.8 seconds. Let's give this 3 or 4 laps to breathe here. TCB Racing 282 still kind of settling into that rhythm. It's already gone out to 12.3 seconds first to third. Next up will be the Kingpin Racing number 77. I don't know if we have that on board still. Try and get a peek. Do we see... Not see a 282. It suggests to me that move already may be done. That would put Kingpin up onto the podium, actually. 3rd place in GTO. And then relegate those TCB cars, 282 from 246 back to 4th and 5th. The driver of the Rob Walker Racing, Kingpin Racing number 77, across the line. And we do have them up into 3rd. Kind of matching the Stoic Racing number 87 here on lap time, at least for the moment. Both laps in the 203. The Triple Eight becomes the outlier, doing laps in the 201s. Last lap was 2 minutes flat, 0.5. So it is entirely possible that the 154, or inevitable that the 154 goes and just jumps the Stoic car and runs away. But don't lose track of this 77 versus 87 battle as we settle into this final stint and a half here or so. Every chance that comes together, just like it started, JT. Stoic and Kingpin. At turn 11. See the gouge marks in the track there where the cars bottom out. The compression there in the middle of turn number 12. 1.2 seconds. Oh, change for the lead is done.
Done.
888 Racing goes ahead of Stoic Racing 3/4 of a second. They've already pulled out. It was a 2 minutes 3 that time from AAA, but it kind of didn't matter. Presumably, it's part of making the pass. Stoic does a 2:05. Kingpin drops a 2:02.3 and is able to close in about 3 seconds on the Stoic car. So 13 down to 10 seconds from the 77 up to the number 87. Obviously, me and our overlay software do math differently, but okay. Oh man, rear end steps out on the 77 as they jump on the brakes from 7 into 8, and we're out of rhythm a little bit here, headed down the hill through 9 and 10. Back end steps out again.
Wrong button.
No, he doesn't know how to. He didn't know how it turned on. That was a whole handful of opposite lock there at the bottom of the hill, and that was all, I think, JT, precipitated by what happened 3 corners earlier with the rear end stepping out, going into 8.
Oh yeah, there's also a lot of usage of the curbs on exit here.
Oh sure, but
can be a bit slippery as well.
No,
but yeah,
sure.
the slide is starting a bit before as well.
Yeah, right. So if you hit those curbs straight on, or with the car mostly unloaded, yeah, you climb all over them, the car is fine, but the car was still loaded up because it was so shallow on the way in, because it was dead sideways on the way into, a corner, 2 or 3 corners up the road. So yeah, I mean, even just that little bit of opposite lock, that little bit of imbalance in the car, all of a sudden now you're offline, and yeah, if you don't back out of the throttle and kind of reset yourself, you can end up in a position where that curb all loaded up and the thing is just gonna snap away on you, especially for the car that seems to be a little on the pointy end, as that particular Super seems to be. There are your handful of race leaders: Porsche, then Lupe Tortilla, then Stoic. Obviously, it's Porsche from Supra that is the battle for first. That Lupe Tortilla number 188, like we said, working to try and get back on the lead lap. And it's a tall order for the driver of the number 188, who looks like it's Dave Ogburn, another Spec Racer Ford legend, to go try and get past Cameron Shields in the number 154, but not out of the realm of possibility. I hear Ryan in the background.
Do you hear me, or do you hear?
No, I hear the car noise.
Race cars.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Well, just had
But
to
we
take
don't hear your
quick...
mics a lot, so
No, indeed. Just had to take a little quick reset there, quick breather.
I got you.
Still nose-to-tail battle for second in GP1.
Joyce and Ginger, as we said, 3/4 of a second last time across the line. No, half of that.
Going through shot. Heading towards 15.
Yeah, I think Ginger's closed that margin up just a touch. Again, this is kind of a no-risk scenario. You're already, basically 2 laps off the class leader, who's not too terribly far behind, actually. That's the 140. Just back up the road a little bit.
Yeah, and unfortunately that 140 does have a lap over the 83 at Palomar after the full course yellow.
Did we ever get to the bottom of what happened with the 678 Rapscallion Ligier?
I don't think so.
That was a car that was slow. I think it was slow twice, basically. Came in and had about an hour-long stop and gave a bunch of time away. Actually, looks like it has the fastest lap on the day. 158.994.
Yep.
And it's still been a good weekend for that Rapscallion squad. Just 2 minor hiccups today that they didn't have yesterday have set them kind of far back. Only a lap off the back of the Toyota R&D Racing number 90, though. So if we let this one play out for a little while, 2 hours to get a change for 8th in GTO is not outside the realm of possibility.
No, not at all. I mean, especially since we've gone back to green, that car has been consistently running very quick.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, as soon as it got past the what was it, Stoic that brought us back to green.
This time it was the 282.
Okay, so once it got by the 282, it straight away 159 for 5 laps in a row.
Oh, there's a little hee-hee back circulating, which is good to see.
Yay.
Second place battle in GP1. Still just about 3/4 of a second. Royce back to Ginger. There they go, headed up the hill out of 14 towards now turn 15.
Cajun Canuck's gonna run wide here, let them both slip through.
Yep.
Oh no, Cajun's gonna pit.
Into the pit lane, yeah. It doesn't look like they pitted under the full course yellow, actually, so 35 laps since their last stop. My guess is this is scheduled.
Driver probably.
Could well be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're going to run and try and split the race on driver lengths, then this is as good a time as any. I don't know that it would have made a huge difference, or it's going to make a huge difference in the end, but they are within shouting distance of 6th.
Yeah, they were on the same lap as TCS. They were running several seconds a lap quicker. Cajun hasn't crossed the line yet. It looks like their boxes before the timing line.
It's an interesting call because I think pitting under the full course yellow, even if you wait, and they were to catch the back of the queue, I don't know that. I think they could have saved themselves the time loss of a green flag pit stop, basically, even though they lose some track position there. I think it probably would have been a net gain, bearing in mind they're still going to have to do another stop from here. May have been a more efficient choice just to pit under that full course yellow, but then of course the driver time stuff comes into factor, and you do need to be sensitive to that. At that. We continue to watch the battle for second place in GP1. Choice just a little bit wide on the way into turn 14 there. Ginger Racing number 46 kind of holds the apex curve there through the long 180-degree right-hander, climbing back up towards the pit straight. I wish we had an onboard for one of these cars.
Yeah, that would be good. I think no onboard available to the broadcast should be minus 5 laps. 5-lap penalty. I bet we'd end up either A, with no entrance in WRL, or B, with a lot of onboards really quickly.
Yeah, a true feast or famine scenario.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Since it's not my financial future, let's roll the dice on it. Let's see what happens. RJ, make it so.
Kickpin Racing in the number 77, who does provide us with an onboard, has the margin. It was 13 seconds, remember, up to the Stoic car, then 10, then 7. Now it's down to 3.7. It's actually way less than that, because I think that is the Stoic Racing red Toyota Supra just up in front. The old Jason Mark Sadako Kalsa battle from laps 1 through 10 to 12 earlier this morning resumes on lap 143. With different drivers,
presumably.
Yes, almost certainly. I don't know that because I haven't been getting the best data.
I believe it is either Chad or Murray.
Yeah, so Chad was in for quite some time earlier in the middle part of the race, but I don't know if they would have already put Murray in here or if Chad's doing a double.
Yeah, I don't know. I do know that I can see
driver information out of the Stoic car in some hours, basically since Jason got out of the car.
It's a secret. It's the Stig, presumably. Can't know who it is.
The 77 has had Chad in the car on Red Mist since lap number 79. So either this is a mammoth 70-lap stint here by Chad, and we're setting off on another part of a double, or actually they didn't pit under the yellow, did they? They were last in at 121, so we're actually not so very far away from a pit stop here. My guess is that actually is Chad Carnevale.
Yeah.
And that this is getting ready to change over.
Chad mentioned offhand that he had a black helmet, so that's probably him.
Well, we're going to go around the outside of TCS here.
Still keeping that Stoic car in sight, but making up a lot of ground on the brakes there.
Yeah, I think like we said, this margin has come down from 13 seconds to basically be nose to tail. So I think the 77 has just been quicker overall.
Has the 87 also, did they stop under the yellow?
They did not, from the looks of things. No.
So this is a straight fight between the two.
both in at lap 121. I actually think just about everybody in GTO, if I had to guess here, Ryan, I think what we've been playing at is basically trying to get into a window where there's only one more stop.
Yeah, I agree.
And while yes, okay, you can come in and top off under the full course yellow, it's not like it's going to get you any closer to that one-stop window, right? They were already. I think I said this actually when we came back from the interview when it was just JT and I there for a minute. I think I actually said that we were basically in a position where everybody was only going to need 2 more stops.
Right.
When that all went down.
Can they make it on? Are they going to be able to get to the last stop, or are they going to need a splash too?
So. No.
I think that's going to be close because they've already done what 22-ish laps.
Well, you know what? It might be close, but I can't imagine you wouldn't have pitted under the full course yellow if you weren't reasonably confident you were going to get there.
Right.
Stints have ranged anywhere from 30, let's call it like 34 laps out to 39, 41, depending on the car.
Sure. I'm going to just close up there. Showing the nose a little bit there, but not willing to, come all the way from that far back, which I think we saw earlier didn't work out well for one of the Supras. Has that been officially adjudicated yet, or no?
Ooh, good question.
Shared responsibility.
Shared responsibility. Okay. Again, having not gone back and re-looked at the onboards of both cars, I kind of see how they come to that conclusion.
Yeah, both could have done more to help avoid it, but
yep,
it is what it is.
But it's racing.
Tracks in their pit lane.
Yeah, they've just headed back out. Just trying to make sense of the race here. Can we find the Ginger and Choice battle on track in GP1? 3/10 it looks like. It's gonna be both of the BMW 46s.
Yeah, it's
Cannot
been like
see
that
it from my vantage point.
Since we went back to green. They've been nose to tail, very evenly matched.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we have that battle, and then we have the battle for second in GTO as well, which we've been watching too.
Beautiful. Yeah, it looks like two laps, or at least a lap adrift of the 140. So the 140 consolidating their position at the front here with S Collective.
What's going on here?
Well, there we go. There it is. There's the Choice and Ginger battle. Look at that.
Oh, man. So apparently you can zoom in.
You shall receive.
Sorry, you can zoom in on a Discord screen share?
Can you?
Yes. I didn't know this. I switched back over to the tab after fixing something else, and I thought we were getting like artistic Jordan Worth zoom on the pit gantries up on the hill. It's like, whoa, what are we doing here?
Gotcha. You're doing this on a laptop, of course.
What?
I mean, I imagine that's how you accidentally zoomed in, would be messing with it with your finger.
No, I have a scroll wheel.
Oh, you're scrolling.
Yeah, the scroll wheel.
I've never had that happen before. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
see, that's what I thought was happening, but it was the shot at the bottom of turn 14 zoomed in on these three canopies.
That's one of the FastTrack Supers comes, or FastTrack 86s comes back out, right behind that Super battle. And indeed, the Kingpin car has overtaken the Stoic Racing car as we were trying to watch the GP1 battle between the two BMWs. The Supra has gone around the Stoic car and is starting to put a little bit of a gap there. So it looks like my eye about 1.5 to 2 seconds and getting larger as we speak. That one is done as they head towards turns 7 and 8. And so now I think it's going to come down to that final pit stop, I think, between the two of them and what driver change may or may not occur and where they're at for tires and raw pace, obviously. It's not necessarily over yet, but every little bit of margin that Chad pulls out of whoever is driving the 87 is going to help a big way.
I think we have had tire stops for everybody there in GTO, at least the main players in the class, based on pit stop times. It was a bit of a longer tire stop for Kingpin in that number 77. Stoic got it done.
Right.
But 349 versus 258 for the tire stop versus a fuel-only stop for that number 87 kind of suggests that that is going to be the case. So I think everybody's going to be on about 3-hour-old tires by the time we get to the checkered flag.
Yep.
The GP1 battle comes up on the number 97 Honda S2000. Clear the little hee-hee car.
I would love to know the background behind that name. I think that'd be nice.
Yeah, indeed. It is the most like Lemons team name we've had, I think, in the World Racing League.
Absolutely. I mean, the Champ Car team names have appeared frequently as well. I think they strike the right balance.
Yeah.
Of what we're looking for here. Ooh, a little bit of slidey there.
Just a little bit. Yeah.
Shoot, yeah.
Is it getting warmer there, Ryan?
It is getting warmer. It is now, I think, closer to that high 70s number that we were talking about earlier. Unfortunately, there's no pavement in the parking lot, so I can't go down with my temperature gun and get a surface temperature for you because it's not quite going to be the same.
You'd have to go to the pit lane.
Quite far.
Yeah, I do just wonder if this is maybe, the highest temps we've seen all weekend. We had good sunlight yesterday, I guess, but...
Yep.
Got a little smoke off the Ginger car? That's just artifacts off the camera.
I was wondering that myself. I lean towards artifact.
Yeah, looks pretty clean there on the way into turn number 1. The race control log has anything to say about it? So, let's have a chat. Topo 7777 in the chat says, I wonder how this track will evolve. It'll be a long while before Decatur succumbs to the VFW property value problem, which is not a new issue, right?
It's not a new issue anywhere.
What? No, not
a new issue anywhere.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is many racetracks have been lost to the urban sprawl property value issue. This place could be quite a spectator venue if they choose to go that route. Just as an aside, Brandon Finley says 90 degrees track temp in the pits. So there you go. There's your track temperature number.
Perfect. You love it.
So long-term arc of a place like Eagles Canyon, right? It has a pretty unique model, all things considered, right? There are, and you were kind of talking about this with, was it Andrew earlier?
Yeah.
I was going to kind of go down this road if you hadn't already, but there are very few racetracks in the country that are both membership based and as open to track rentals.
Yes.
As ECR is.
And as a separate point to that I think dovetails nicely, there's very few club tracks that are open to that sort of thing that are also less than an hour from a major airport.
Yes. Right. It's certainly a top 10, urban area in the country. Let's even say top 15, top 20 city. I think you could probably expand that out, and you'd have the same issue.
There's pro tracks that are semi-close, but like usually these club tracks, you fling them far away, like you were talking about, where the property values are lower. So that makes sense.
Yeah. And I think it creates this really interesting dynamic of encouraging people to come out and, having access to the track on a day-to-day basis because you're not renting it during the week. And then on, maybe 15 or 20 weekends a year, now you're providing those same membership, member teams, member drivers with the opportunity to race on their home track, right? So basically you're getting subscription model practice time, track time, right? And then you have the opportunity to go out and race, not just against the people that you're sharing memberships with and sharing track time with during the week, but also outsiders who come in and maybe only race at this track 2 or 3 times a year. If you expand the membership model and you look at places like Apex Motor Club, Spring Mountain, places like that, they all also run race series. Concourse Club, M1, they all run race series, right? They're member only.
Right.
They're not extending track rental options to the SCCA or to NASA or to WRL, Champ Car, any of those places. This is kind of a unique venue in that regard. So how do you balance we're inviting outsiders to come in with we want people to come see what it is we're all about? Because ostensibly what you're actually all about is the revenue model that comes with sponsorship or with membership.
Absolutely.
But
what if I
go ahead?
What if I told you I had people here that could speak to that really specifically?
Like at this exact moment?
That like just now sat down.
That would be tremendous. I'd love to have that conversation.
Perfect. Okay, well, if you gentlemen want to go around and introduce yourselves, we'll start over here.
Hi, thanks for having us. I'm Livio Galanti. I'm the kind of nut job that owns the place.
Owns and runs the whole place. Perfect. Yep.
So if you have a 2.5 hours, I could answer the questions.
Only an hour and 35, Livio. I'm sorry.
Perfect.
But more apropos, we have 2 of our pro drivers that kind of lead the driver development thing at ECR, and I'd like to kind of introduce them and
of course.
Speak a bit. So go ahead, Zach.
Hey, Zach Anderson, serving as chief driving instructor here at Eagles Canyon, sitting next to...
Yeah, my name's Lucas Weisenberg. I work with Zach. I'm one of the pro driving instructors here.
Yeah, and I need to brag on them just a little bit.
Of course.
I mean, both Lucas and Zach raced in different classes. GR Cup for Lucas and GT4 America for Zach for a number of years. Wins, championships, podiums in some of the most competitive racing in the country. So these guys are top of the pyramid in terms of authentic racing.
Absolutely.
And wheel to wheel, and super proud to have them lead our Dream Machine program with FastTrack and be in the car with developing drivers. This platform is just amazing for that. I am super excited. We're learning a bunch this weekend on what cars do over 8 hours and what we do with people in them for a bunch of hours too. And but an incredible development platform for any driver.
Absolutely.
To participate in this and have WRL here is super fun.
Absolutely. And to speak to what Brendan was talking about for a moment there, part of having a track that's set up like this where there is a membership component, but there's also rentals occurring, having strong house pros, I guess you could say, able to come in and coach, especially now that you have this whole program set up. But I imagine that you'll coach separately from that for HPDE, et cetera. Probably a huge advantage for the track here, right?
I mean, it's massive. It's not rocket science what makes good drivers at the same time. I mean, there is you can go very scientific. You can keep it very practical. The point is, humanity's on a spectrum, and you have to connect to each human, individual needs to build the confidence. And it's a learned skill and activity. And with the right set of eyes on you that align perception with reality and hold accountability and keep the fire lit and stoked. You can go really far in motorsports. If you got the support behind you. So, yeah, I mean, Eagles Canyon to me, it represents controlling my destiny as a driver. I'm a professional race car driver. I mean, it's WRL, but still, dream come true to develop an R&D and build out a racing program, and this is just the start. So.
And having a cool place to be able to come do that and be home to that program, a place that embraces that, I think is incredible. Lucas, what gets you into coaching? It sounds like you did the GR Cup, which by my count isn't a whole lot of seasons old. So are you just out there killing it? Like, what drove you to go from doing that to I'm going to commit to coaching it?
Yeah, no, I did the last 3 years. I've done every single race at GR Cup. That's been on the schedule, and it's been a great series. I've learned a lot, and taught me a lot about competitiveness, and I raced a few years of NASA before that. So yeah, just met the right people, and lucky enough to have my own mentor and coach me, and just want to spread that knowledge to as much people as I can. And Livio, Zach have built a incredible place here with lots of driver development opportunities. We got our skid pad, largest in North America, so it's pretty amazing.
It's not just for drifting.
Not just for drifting.
Absolutely.
No,
we're doing car control and all that other. Yeah, exactly.
Best friends with the edge.
Right.
Take an inventory of what you react. How your instinct is, and like rewiring it for the motorsport game.
Yep, absolutely. So, Brendan, I'm sorry to cut you off there, but it seemed like this was the relevant people to have this chat with as they walked in. Would you like to finish your thought on that?
Yeah, so I mean, I guess to Livio in particular, because there are a number of ways that this conversation with the three of you all can go. But we were in the middle of a conversation about ECR, not so much as a business model, but as as kind of a facility that's unique in motorsports. And I think it's timely, with one of the other big tracks in Texas having recently announced that they're going, membership only, and obviously, they host the biggest traveling series in the world. But I think it's kind of created this weird kind of demonization of membership-based facilities in the country. We saw it with Willow Springs not so very long ago either, right?
Yep.
This big panic over, oh my God, nobody's ever going to be able to race Willow Springs again. And I think as we're learning this weekend, and as Eagles Canyon continues to grow and kind of develop itself, what we're finding is that these things can actually exist harmoniously, right? You can have that membership-based model and say, okay, if you want to come play here on a regular basis and you want all the value that comes with being able to get regular track time, yes, it costs a premium, and yes, you should buy in and commit to being here and being a part of this community and environment. But with that being said, on however many weekends a year you guys open up the weekends at the track to outside organizations, be it SCCA, which is coming later with the Time Trials Nationals in October, I think, with WRL here, with I know a number of SCCA regionals, divisionals, and majors events, that you can still go join your other motorsports community counterparts, and these two sides of motor racing, they're not sides, but it's how they're being portrayed right now, can coexist at the same facility, and everybody can have a little slice of what they are all here to do. I think that's really unique, and I applaud the effort that's going on there.
So thank you for saying that out loud. I mean, the pragmatic part of me wants to tell you to follow the money a little bit, and we have embraced and profoundly believe in a model that's connected to the authenticity of driver development. That's our space. Everybody has a different space. There are many spaces that are more billionaire oriented than driver development oriented, and I'll leave it at that. Right. So the divide in where the money goes and the appetite of the participants in the sports world goes. Our model and culture is kind of simple. This is a very unique opportunity for folks to have exposure to what man and machine can do together. It's some years ago, this wasn't even an option for somebody like myself, for example. Now it is. And it's a place where the confluence of that, meaning the 40-year-old and the 16-year-old, and both on the side and learn car control. And so we that there's space. In conjunction with what you said, it means racetrack's got a race. The ultimate path of what folks then do is wheel to wheel or endurance to wheel, like experiencing this weekend, different formats, different options to do that. Having a facility has the people, the facility infrastructure, and anything else that is in and around trying to help folks get better and enjoy the sport, and really do it for a long time too. I think one of the things that scares me the most about motorsports is that in many ways it's addressed as a bucket list thing. Hey, I want to go do track, this thing, this event, and the bucket list implies that then you quit after, right? So how you make it part of your life overall. And I think you guys said something interesting. I was, as I was tuned into your broadcast, I heard somebody say, hey, 2026 seems like a year where there's a little bit more purpose to the stuff that's happening. I think it's really, really cool that you guys are engaging with that. And I think that there's, this is going to be, I think the next era is going to be a little bit of that, right? How you connect back to that purpose. For us, we've created a number of options on the campus, including
4 different tracks on the dirt side that are pretty incredible, between rally side by side and adventure, the skid pad, and the training grounds. That with a recent addition of what we internally call the Thunderdome, which so there are some stupid elements to the skid pad that are just kind of about bonus points and not really about learning shit. Stupid Mike.
It looks cool.
So there's a little bit of that at the fringes, of course, but fundamentally it's a way of just adding variety so that you can continue to experience the motorsports. We're big fans of using sims, and our coaches do sim coaching all the time, and we have our own internally called the Sim Gym, where we basically do workouts with simulators. So it's very fun to have the ability to have a spectrum of things connected to the sport, not just one, but it does all then lead, like the destination for all this is wheel-to-wheel racing in the real world.
Yep.
Right? Yep. So we're super happy to continue to host SCCA, NASA, WRL, and events that promote that, because they're a destination for our members. Right. So that's how the two models kind of come together in that regard. And then, of course, there are other flavors of it, but for us, that makes a lot of sense. Now, there are facilities that are much larger, like a Coda. It's a stadium, not just a track, right? So they have other things to think about. But that's the model kind of we believe in our chasing.
I gotcha. I do want to take just a moment here, actually the race, just a hair. Heck had a moment. He actually was in here probably 20 minutes ago or so, and I heard him on the radio because he's doing some spotting as the lead coach, right? Yep. He was spotting for the 986, which had come up behind the AOA car, and I obviously didn't hear the driver's side of the conversation because he has headphones on, but he was clear with him. He said, "No, you're going to need to pass that car now. Come around and pass him again if you want to be on the podium." Now, I think aided by a little bit of a pit stop situation here.
Yeah, a little shuffle. A little
bit of a shuffle. The 986 has now successfully taken that 3rd place.
We got it.
So props to you.
For the time being. Yeah,
for now.
It's been a big accordion fest, and I mean, the big thing is just this is an R&D weekend in a big way. We don't have a fuel cell in the car. We're running street car stuff. So we're maximizing what we got, and Paul, everybody in the car is killing it and learning. Good. And input to input, corner to corner.
Perfect.
WRL than GR Cup, but it's an amazing platform, and I think it promotes momentum driving and no mistakes, and really makes you a really good driver.
Right.
And there's a lot of GR Cup people who have moved on to GT4 and have showed extreme pace even with the pros and IMSA and SRO. Yep. And I think it's just a testament to how good the series is and how competitive the driving can be.
Absolutely. I think there's an overlooked part of the GR Lite is I imagine it's cheaper to run that car as well without the sequential. You don't have the same, I understand, rebuild interval on the SADEV with the sequential, but an automatic probably a little bit easier to maintain. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, 100%. No, it's definitely more cost effective, especially for a program like WRL that Dream Machine has put together. And it's 8 hours, 7 hours. It's a lot of racing plus testing and stuff. So a lot of time, a lot of hours on the car, and having affordable maintenance and cost-effective run plans to
miles per mile, right?
That's
making that hourly run cost manageable.
These guys are totally speaking falsehoods. After this weekend, this car is probably going to be more expensive.
Well, that's true. It's done almost probably a whole season of GR Cup running. No,
correct.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of WRL. That's why we are here. I mean, I was like, I get more seat time in WRL weekend than I do all season in GT4 America or whatever.
It is, some of the coolest things I've seen in and around racing I've seen this weekend, because the process of having pros with longer stretch racing with rules that are based on horsepower to weight but give you the flexibility to continue developing things.
Very cool.
That process is pretty amazing. So part of the fun of the sport is some of these cars and some of the process is so cool.
Right.
Like we really want the world to get some exposure to it. It's watching the development and the teams work together to make the car better over the weekend and then plan to continue to make it better. I see all the teams in the paddock really doing the same in and around WRL. So I think it's something that it's not at all that it's taken for granted. But sometimes you get to step back and just see it because we're all very close to it and say, holy it's just pretty. It's a pretty incredible process, and it's a forever thing, of course, because you can always continue to improve it.
Yeah.
And yeah, there you have to manage the pocketbook.
Right.
So initially, yes, the transmission is more reasonable.
Yeah.
But part of our job is to make sure that we finish races too. So 8-hour races are long, and they're finding out lots of things happen. So in part, we're trying to also work with cars that do some smart stuff to protect themselves from exploding.
Right.
So navigating that line is fun. It's really a great process.
No, I think we've touched on this a little bit too, and I find that it's easy to do racing and make racing what I think it should be when there's people who are involved that want to spread the word. Right? It's not necessarily something you get into to make $1 zillion. No. It's something that you come into because you enjoy it and you think that other people that you know might also enjoy it. And we all have a lot of fun. I think more people should find out about it. And that's, what we found here, doing these broadcasts for WRL, doing them for the SCCA, for the Super Tour, doing them for PCA, all these. It's all the same common thread that runs through everybody is that, like, no, this is really cool. And people really should pay more attention to it because
cool,
it's awesome.
It's competitive cool. Right?
Yeah.
And then, so it's dynamic cool. It's not just the static cool thing like I go on a roller coaster ride. And so the dynamic part of it is actually what makes it so cool. It's the learning connected to it, because that's human beings, interacting with a car, and just, being somebody like Paul that is in the car now, and he was here a short time ago, showed up with a street car, asking what driving was all about, had no idea. We're boys with toys get drawn to this through hardware. Nothing to do with hardware. It's all about you behind the wheel. So it reverses that logic a lot, and it's super fun to see that journey. But this is a dynamic environment, even from a broadcasting point of view. Like you're interacting with something that's forever changing, and it's also kind of an evolving sort of groups come in, come out, and eras also kind of guide different priorities, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, go ahead.
One of the things that really strikes me about the whole kind of Eagles Canyon experience, how do I put this? There's a race going on at the moment out in Nevada at the Apex Motor Club, which ostensibly does something vaguely similar to what Eagles Canyon Raceway does, although it is primarily a closed doors type of facility. And when you look at footage from this kind of place, it looks like, and it's meant to look and feel like a Tilcadrome, right? It's meant to look polished and grade 1E, paved runoffs, big, brightly colored curbs, and the whole thing is meant to be visually very appealing, or impressive at the very least.
I was going to say appealing to a very particular subset of.
Correct. Polished is maybe the right word. Polished,
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. And pristine. Right. And I think from my first visit to Eagles Canyon Raceway, I think 3 years ago now, or 2024 anyway, first year that WRL came to the facility. Until I was told that it was a membership-based facility, I didn't know that I would have ever guessed that was the case, because it's kind of a bit of everything that a racing driver needs and nothing that they don't, right? It's not meant to look flashy. It's not meant to look, obviously, like somebody spent hundreds of $millions to build the place up, right? It's meant to offer a track and a couple of different layouts and platforms for people to go learn their craft, right? And then you start layering in the coaching, the coaching element to it. You layer in the sim element to it, the gym and the skid pad, right? You just start slowly building this thing up without spending money in places that it doesn't need to be spent, and it keeps the whole thing that much more achievable. Spending that money extraneously, but it allows us to feel like we're all just hanging out at a racetrack together, right? We're not a lot of noses up in the air. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's nothing overly flashy here. It's closer to a Hallett than it is to a Coda, right? And I think there's a real, almost like a romance to that, where we that are fans just on the racing side get to just watch great racing at a really highly underrated facility, and everybody who wants let's say the premium experience gets that in other ways, away from just the track sort of build itself. I think that's a really unique proposition.
And to be clear, it doesn't have miles of Tilcadrome painted runoff.
Yeah, exactly.
But the track surface here Very nice.
Gorgeous.
Extremely nice.
Hadn't budged in years. And this is Texas topsoil.
So
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel like saying two key things. One is that always cracks me up when a lot of the features that are shown in a racetrack are about the amenities and not the track itself, right?
Yeah.
Because that's really what matters. And one thing that I've certainly discovered myself is this ain't a luxury sport. Like, it's sweaty, okay?
It's
When
uncomfortable.
You get into a race car, it gets sweaty. So if you're looking for the luxury four-season spa experience, this ain't it.
This isn't where you want to
right.
be.
So that's a part of it. The other is that, frankly, that some of what you're saying is really by design.
Right.
And it's because early in the process, when we picked what we wanted to be, we didn't want to be a spa, right? But we did want to have all the amenities that were necessary and important to drivers. So yeah, we invested several $1 million and then some in a training grounds area and a skid pad, instead of a swimming pool.
Right.
So you have to. Those are conscious choices, right? And as things evolve, we want to make sure that we have. We're very proud to have some of the nicest bathrums in the country.
Exactly.
Voted.
Nick voted by and nicknamed the Taj Mahal.
By
Just
the
as
people.
Yes.
An example. So
For the people.
Because people do go to that.
Yeah.
But you choose a path in these things, right? You have to sort of, and that's what feels comfortable to us, and it's sort of aligned to the culture of wanting to really authentically participate in the sport.
Right.
But it does crack me up. The luxury aspect of this cracks me up because, of course, racing is expensive. I don't care what kind of racing you do. Once you start racing and competing, it escalates and gets expensive. So no doubt, some money to do this. But it is a dynamic activity for you. It's not for everybody. And when people engage this way to it, I find that it's up to a long-term, life-changing, successful journey.
Right.
When you go at it, in much of a hurry or with too much capital or too much, it tends to then be more of a path to I get out of it.
Flashes in the pan.
So we love the long-term piece. Pretty proud to have, I think at last count 570 members or so. And by some count, the largest member facility in the country, by the way. Excellent. Certainly active folks. So that's we're sort of quietly building substantive things, not so much showy things.
Yep.
And we like that a lot. We think that that's a very solid model too, just financially as well. By the way, this is not just purely sort of taking moral high ground we think that's and it's proving out. We are continuing to add resources and invest in the place, which means that it is solid.
I want to go back to the bathrooms for a second, because I think but genuinely, because I think it speaks to kind of what Brendan was talking about, what you've been talking about, where I would almost think of it, the word I would use is a gated experience. You've invested the money where it counts, the track surface. Right. I see there's new flag stations going up. You want to make sure the people that are here flagging, oftentimes volunteering, are taken care of and out of the elements as best as you can in that job. But you get other things. Right. You get other things where, for example, my wife and daughter ask me, "Oh, well, can I come with you when you go into your work?" And on one hand, I'm like, you're going to be really bored because you're sitting here with me doing nothing, basically. But on the other hand, there's a lot of venues in the country, some which are flashier than this, some which are about the same level of flashiness, but where the bathrooms aren't good. Where if you want to go hang out and watch the race, I'm thinking of one in particular that Brendan and I know about, where the only spectator facility is like a disused set of bleachers from the local high school. Here, if you want to bring your family out, and I've seen this more here than I've seen, I think, any other WRL track that doesn't formally have a spectator event, there's people wandering around. There's families here because there's a reasonable restaurant. You're not serving, Wagyu beef up there and $45 burgers. It's like a reasonable diner-style good restaurant that makes decent food. You've got a nice kind of spectator patio area over there that, again, is thoughtful. There's shade, there's seats, there's places to be. You've got the fire pit out here, which is lovely. It's the right stuff to pull in, I think, the right group of people. This is somewhere that I would bring my wife and daughter if my wife had the time off work. Like, this makes a lot of sense. There's somewhere for you to hang out. There's stuff to go do. If you want to pop off to Dallas for 40 minutes because it's just up the road, that works. It really does everything.
Put them on the skid pad. These guys, these guys can in 15 minutes, teach you how to drive in the rain. It's pretty. They're pretty insanely good at doing that. I think that the facility is the part that you see. The people and our pros and the folks that help us with sort of onboarding people to the sport in general, including our hospitality and Brad, our general manager, have become very good at trying to, I want to say, sort of facilitate journeys.
Yes.
Right? And that part is really special to me, certainly. And so super proud, particularly of our pro team and how they continue to chaperone people through the journey. And
absolutely,
they get better, faster. They in some ways, like, it affects their life and make them just overall more engaged with being alive and being a dynamic human. Not trivial stuff. We think. I started in this sport always by having this sort of instinct that you need to be guilty because you're doing something that you're spending money on and you're indulging yourself. The transformation that we see people go through here is not a trivial thing at all to human beings. So that's something that I think is important to say about motorsports.
Because there's a lot of you can't know about motorsports unless you've actually experienced it, right? You get this external view of a race car going around a racetrack, and it's this smooth, flowy looking thing. The drivers are balancing every twitch out, but you zoom in deep enough, and that's a twitchy monkey balancing on a tightrope. And if they don't do the right thing at the right time and the right amount, it's over.
Absolutely.
But going through those experiences and committing to those experiences, those are honestly rites of passages, and a lot of people don't get that anymore. You get to really understand yourself at a deep level, and the transformation part is the most exciting part about it, because the stuff that Lucas and I have earned in terms of skill seems to a day one, like, just it seemed magical, right? Because I remember my day one, and I was 10 seconds off the pace in a half-mile go-kart track, right? I was like, how am I going to do this? I thought I was going to be the next Michael Schumacher. but it's this journey, and I remember it to this day, and it was almost 30 years ago. So, just want to spread that like wildfire, and keep it sustainable, right? You get these motorsports programs that are flashes in the pan, and the coolest thing about ECR is motivate people to, instead of making it a 5 to 10 year run, making it a lifelong thing. Like when we build out plans of sustainability and development, and all bespoke to you and your needs and desires. So it's pretty rad.
I do want to ask Lucas, kind of to follow up on the theme of this conversation. You've been doing GR Cup since it started, effectively. How do you feel, at risk of this being too reflective for you, how do you feel you've changed as a person, having gone through this motorsport journey to where now you're effectively teaching people to do the thing that you were doing at once?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think it teaches you a lot of just life awareness, just seeing everything in different people's shoes and different perspectives, and kind of coming to your own conclusion and new conclusions every day. And I go to bed thinking about visualizing perfect laps, and I think that that energy in the right direction is doing the good and right thing, as Zach says. And I think it spills over a lot into everything in life, friendships and family and everything. It just makes you a better overall human, and that's what my mentor instilled in me, and that's what Zach keeps instilling in me, and I love instilling that with everybody else we go through our programs.
Perfect. No, I truly think that motorsport, along with any other sort of active thing that you can get yourself into and commit to doing it for the long term. And I find that's one of the things about sports broadly is, for example, I played football in high school, right? I played defensive tackle, I played center, I did all kinds of things. But at the end of the day, if I'm not good enough to make it in college, which I wasn't particularly interested in anyway, I can't do trouble. We got the 4048 car has spun at the exit of turn 2. They're going to get back going again. We don't have a camera on that spot, but they are back where they need to be. Just a little bit of
he's moving
trouble there. Yep, be all right. getting some laps in. I think the temperature change on the track probably catching a few people out. Old tires.
It
It's a little bit hotter.
It gets slick out there. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But you get to the end of playing football, and like that's it. I'm not going to go to the park and find a beer league football. Like that's, especially when you start to turn 30, you start to turn 40. That's not an option for you anymore. You can do that bits and pieces here and there with like softball or tennis or whatever, where you can play competitively. But racing, I think, is the unique outlet that offers you the opportunity to be at a really high level throughout most of your life. Regardless of what it is that you're doing, regardless of what it is that you're into, you can always buckle down and like, yeah, if I go from nothing in 5 or 6 years, I can be right where I need to be. People have different levels of funding that allow you to achieve that at a different rate, obviously. But it's one of the few sports where you can do it at a really high level for a long time. And that's why I also think it's a bummer that people have this flash in the pan, quick journey when it's like, now you can turn this into a whole lifestyle if you really want to. It's one of the cool things that I like about motorsports a lot.
100%.
Sport brings out the best in people. Like you think back to your days in competition, and it's like, I mean, those days are magical. And like you grow into adulthood, and like, why does that stop? Right.
Absolutely.
You have to keep the fire lit. And I mean, motorsports is one of those things too, like where you have a mechanical body, right? You don't have to use your physical body and pound it into the ground or whatever. It is very physical.
It's physical.
You have to be fit. There's crazy stress exposure that you deal with. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. Like there are 80-year-old race car drivers out there at every grassroots race weekend. Still like, it's like, oh, like I want to be that guy.
Tearing it up,
having a blast, like, and at whatever level. And you know what? To the people that are like figuring out, like, man, the sports car stuff is really expensive. I can't figure it out yet. There's karting,
Yeah, you could do karting.
We have a kart. And if you can afford a travel baseball team type thing for a middle schooler, you can join a local karting club and go to town. Start building those skills. So there are all sorts of accessible forms to this. WRL being one of the most accessible sports car, probably the most.
Smiles per mile.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, I think that's the thing that we're working on pretty hard is trying to make those journeys good for people, basically, right? And that's good for us as an organization because those are customers. So it's the same instinct as any good business would have to make a happy customer that keeps obviously playing in this case,
right?
But there's a lot to do. I'll just say that in motorsports, right? Because when you're in high school, you do or college, and you're in that system. The system is there to chaperone you through and give you clear options, and then and you may or may not make the next step.
Right.
In motorsports, it's very confusing. I mean, I can personally say that by having done probably 90% plus of all the dumb stuff that there is to do, in sort of bouncing off the walls to end up in some kind of place that makes sense. So we find that trying to. I like to say that the most valuable thing in motorsports is good advice, right?
Right.
Because the bad version really is pretty brutal. So ton of opportunity there. So we just see that as a sort of giant opportunity that's much bigger than us, honestly. And so to Zach's point, anything we can do to promote people doing kind of whatever that keeps them connected to the sport. It makes the whole pool bigger. We're kind of a part of. That's why I was saying I particularly love sims because we have a bunch on site to facilitate the access to them, but obviously it's something that you can do at home. It is a way of spending a bunch of time learning a bunch of stuff about racing that you otherwise have to spend a bunch of money on.
Right.
So keeping people connected to this is a very, very powerful thing for us as an organization and just in general for motorsports. So we think that continues to be a very, very big opportunity, and I'm very grateful for formats like WRL, as Zach brought, because it does allow us to have a whole bunch of time in a car for our customers as well.
Yeah, get those long
Right.
runs.
Yeah,
Where all the
long
magic
runs,
comes.
learn and have them share a seat with the likes of Lucas and Zach is just that's why I want to do it.
Right.
And yeah, I'll just end by saying that I'm very, very bummed that all the seats were filled this weekend because I didn't get to play.
get it in on
but
time.
that's certainly why I would want to do it.
Sure.
So.
Yep. Awesome. No, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you guys for coming up here. If you have anybody else you want to shout out, anybody want to say hi, thank you to, please take the space.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom. Perfect. Mom, good.
Say hi to Paula, my wife, who puts up with all these folks a whole lot.
Love you,
Thank
Alex, my wife. She's standing right here behind
Yeah,
me.
there you go, right behind.
There we
But
go.
now it's recorded. It's there forever.
There we go, forever. Yeah. Thank you. It was a pleasure meeting you.
Yeah, of course, not a problem. You
thanks
guys are
very
welcome up
much.
anytime. Please come by, come chat. Even if it's one of you, all of you, however you want to do it, please come by. You are always welcome. Thank you, gents. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
I remember meeting Livio back in 2024 when I was at ACR there, and just having a quick conversation about the facility when it was still very much under construction, and the vision was very clearly there, but the execution was still very in progress. And even then, it was very cool to see where the place was headed, even if the thank you, Jordan. Even if the it wasn't obvious how it was going to operate and how it was going to function, what it was going to offer people. And I think as we've gotten a couple of years into this plan and this process, it's become celebrated in a way that I don't know that racetracks always are. Of course, the racing community will try and celebrate places that do things the right way, but I think this is a way for everybody in motorsports to share the best of motorsports in a way that is not only enjoyable for everybody, but sustainable for everybody. And I think that makes a big difference. We don't have to have this one over the other. One model is better. One model is more sustainable. We all get to do the cool thing together, and all share a piece of that cool thing pie. So cool to talk to Livio and Zach and Lucas there.
Indeed, it was enjoyable. I've really I've enjoyed my time here at Eagles Canyon more than I've enjoyed most of my time other places. Purely because I've been exposed to a lot of people here who really believe in the things that you and I believe in. I love hearing more and more of that.
And without getting
feel good about the direction the sport's going,
without getting like overly romantic about the discussion. I was thinking. Well, I was just thinking about it. I didn't go down that road, but I was thinking about it while you were talking with the three of them, and it's like, you know what? In reality, is what DriversEye Live is doing, is what World Racing League is doing, is what ECR is doing, that fundamentally different from each other, right? You identify the core product. You say, okay, this is a thing that people like. This is a thing that people want and or need. How do we offer that in a different way that is more sustainable for more people? For you as a business owner, for you as a facility and the people you employ, for your customers, for people that are helping to facilitate that, like a WRL, in this case, offering the on-track product and ECR offering the facility. I think there are, people and businesses doing things the right way still in motorsports without just going for the cash grab or without going for the premium spend. And those people are to be celebrated. And I think, this weekend in particular, given all of the other things that are happening elsewhere in racing right now at various different levels, this is a really great reminder of like, hey, this is still a good and proper way to go about what we're all trying to go about here. And I really have appreciated that about this weekend.
Absolutely. I agree 1,000%. No notes there.
We should plug back into the race. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I just at risk of. No, we'll do the race. I understand completely.
Yep.
It reminds me of the way that sports car racing at the pro level has been more disciplined, less so lately, but more disciplined in the past, where it's easy to chase, I think, the money when the times are good. It's easy to try to the maximum amount of value out of any given customer, especially in race when you're on a high from, F1 movie and F1 TV show, and we're starting to do more racing stuff, and it's, part of the thing. And I don't want to say anybody can do it because it's not the point, but one thing to capitalize when there's a bull market, effectively, in the racing space. And I like it when series understand that, like, this isn't supposed to be like that. To make it sustainable for everybody involved, we can't just cater our rule set to Audi coming back to Le Mans every 15 years. For 15 years straight. Because as soon as they leave, if that's where we put all of our eggs into that basket, we don't really have a whole lot. So we need to nurture the LMP2 teams. We need to nurture the GTD teams. We got to make sure that there's enough interest in the sport in the long term at that sort of middle level that keeps it sustainable so that we can keep doing what we want to do. And I think Eagles Canyon has that same perspective on it versus upending your rule book to satisfy fickle manufacturers, if you catch the idea of my analogy there.
Yeah.
All right, good chat. Brendan just disappeared. That's okay. Anyway, we're going to plug back into the race here. JT, what have you been seeing?
Ginger finally took their last stop. Choice had come in a couple laps before.
Okay.
So this meant Ginger would need to respond. They have done so. However, they have lost that second position for the moment. So now they are back out on track, about 16 seconds back. So that's the latest development. We've crossed over that the final hour remaining of the race. As we noted, GTO, the pit stops already came and done. No real big changes there. Trying to keep an eye on the gap between Stoic and Kingpin at the moment. Kingpin did only real change that you have up in GTO at the moment. Trying to get an eye on their pace here compared to Stoic at the moment. I think they have a slight edge.
Yep. And both have made their final pit stops as well. So that's...
We think. It's...
Well, I just
no,
looked
they should be good
the...
to go.
Okay.
Yeah, they're good to go for me. Yeah, I would. Yeah.
I think just about
they were able to.
Everybody from here is going to be good.
Yeah.
S Collective will owe us a stop. They've got a 5-minute, 21-second lead at the moment, so little concern there.
Sure. I mean, 5-minute 21. You're not. Even if your stop is 5 minutes, you're not losing 5 minutes. You're losing 3 minutes at that point.
Well, if your
so you
lap
need like
is
a
5
7-minute stop. Right, exactly. But you're usually running in the high or in the middle twos, or not middle twos, but the low twos.
I mean, those cars were fundamentally a lap apart by before this all kicked off anyway. So,
indeed, the Choice Racing car has mismatched wheels right now.
Oh,
that's one of those things that unless it matches with the livery, bugs me. Or like if you have a livery where the front is like a big red thing that goes out of it and the rest of the car is blue, you want to have the front wheels be red and the back wheels I'm okay with that. But like every now and then you see a car that's got the Choice Racing does with the silver in the front and the black in the back, and it's just bizarre to look at. Jordan Worth, I know you have opinions about liveries. How do you feel about mismatched wheel colors?
Mismatched wheel colors? How many different?
Just two. You got two in the front and two in the back.
Oh, okay. So like how Red Bull used to do in NASCAR a long time ago?
Is that what I'm thinking of? That used to do?
Yes, they would make the ones in the back red because the bull would take up the whole back half of the car, so it looked like an extension of the bull.
Sure.
That's
so
the only
you
one
like
I can
that
remember
because it matches the livery, obviously.
Right.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. Glad we got there. Appreciate that.
So is that like the mullet of livery options for your wheels?
Yes,
it is.
I think so.
Business in the front, just the regular stock black wheels, and then party in the back with the red rims.
Yes. Speaking of flat in the pan, Red Bull and NASCAR.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, they're coming back?
Well, they're not a
Red Bull just
proper
their
team
investment
anymore.
with a driver. Correct.
Yeah, they sponsor
okay, gotcha.
Connor Zilish and Shane Van. But they're not a proper team again.
Okay, got it.
Correct.
I was gonna say they're bringing the team back. I knew that they
Got
were
speed coming back.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Hey man, both those drivers look good at the Clash. Until
that's
it
true.
didn't.
It does give you wings, as it turns out.
But hey, SVG leading on a small oval. Let's go.
He was leading at one
Was that
point.
on merit?
Yes.
Was that on merit, or was that on
Although
pit rotation?
it was after it rained and they put them out on the wet tires, so.
Okay. Is he going to get that
guys.
together, you
He's
think?
Learned. Yes, I do.
Do you think, Jordan Worth, do you think he's going to be as good as or better than Marcus Ambrose on the ovals at some point?
Better. And
Better?
I think,
Okay.
Well, I also think what helps is he's in overall better equipment than Marcus Ambrose ever was.
All right.
So that helps. But yeah, I think he'll be better.
Got it. Do you think he'll ever contend for an actual championship?
That's a stretch, but
stretch, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, a solid top 10 guy, yeah, I could see that.
All right. I'll take that. I think most sports car racing fans around the world will take that as like, yep, he did good. We're happy with that. Will he be better or worse than Juan Pablo Montoya?
There was a brief period where Juan Pablo
right.
was actually championship caliber in NASCAR.
Yep.
So I don't know.
I remember that as being like probably a 2-year window, perhaps.
Yeah, there was a couple years where he legitimately was one of the 5 best drivers, and then that went away.
But he had already done some oval stuff with IndyCar or kart or whatever at the time.
Yeah.
So that's
Two-time Indy 5 or no, one-time Indy 500 winner at that point, right?
Right.
Yeah. A little bit of background in that sort of arena.
Well, Shane has been on iRacing for 15 years. I remember racing him in trucks in like 2012. So, does that count?
I mean, it's not nothing, I feel
Right.
like.
I've always thought that when people talk about he has no oval experience. I'm like, well, he's done iRacing for 15 years in NASCAR.
Sure.
Which, isn't a lot, but it's not nothing.
I am disappointed by his underwhelming interview on Dinner with Racers. Which, to be fair, he lets them know up front it is going to be that way.
Yeah.
Which is valid, but it was
I'd
like,
argue they actually got more out of him than anyone was expecting on either
Oh,
side.
probably. I think the understanding that he knows their boss on like a personal level probably makes it a little bit more friendly than just Joe, journalist, trying to ask him where he grew up.
Come on, man.
If they really
Tim
talk like that
journalist.
there. Yeah, sorry, Tim journalist.
Come
You're
on.
right. Got to keep the. No, that would be then Tim Indy Star Tribune.
Right, okay.
Which reminds me, 3 new episodes came out yesterday, I think.
Yeah.
No, I haven't caught up on the last set I'm doing yet. Now I'm way behind.
Yeah, I still have like 4 more to go. They used one of my questions for Rasmussen.
Nice.
So that's cool.
Yeah, do you see who the last one to be uploaded was? Episode 322. Jordan will get a kick out of this.
I did. Was that Lazaro or
No? It's the one after him.
Who was it?
I've already forgot.
It was Matt Yoakum.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Oh, there we go.
Love
All
Matt
right.
Yoakum.
Yeah. I got to be a better interview than Dave Burns.
I love Dave Burns too.
I like him as a pit reporter, but man, he has not panned out in the booth.
No.
Well, when was he ever in the booth other than random times?
No, at the
they needed?
Rolex.
Really?
He
Dave
does.
Burns is in the booth for that?
Yeah.
He's in the booth for IMSA stuff from time to time when they have a split schedule and when
That's
NBC
actually
would
the
have
only place I ever heard him in the booth.
Yeah.
When he was on ESPN NASCAR, when they had conflict weekends, he would be like the nationwide Xfinity Series booth guy.
Is not my
yeah. No, he does when they have the IndyCar IMSA doubleheaders, they would send Lee Diffie and whoever else to where I think Detroit was the last one that I remember, and then the IMSA race was Calvin Fish and David Byrne.
Yeah.
Which Calvin Fish is good, but not when he's trying to carry a whole the whole scene, I think. But, you know, what do I know? Brian Till. I like Brian Till.
Yeah. I think there's a bit of Stockholm syndrome there with Brian Till. I didn't really like him. A lot of people are better pit reporters than they are play-by-play people.
No, I think that's true.
Like
myself included.
Oh, well, it repeats itself over and over. So you're like, oh yeah, give it a shot, see how it goes. And then if it doesn't go well, like at some point you just got to say, okay, this isn't your strong suit, and that's okay.
Right.
You serve a better, different role here.
Yes.
Jamie Little is a fine example of that. Like, it's okay, go do the thing that you do well, rather than trying to, like we said earlier, fit a square peg into a round hole. Dave Burdens is kind of that. I used to think Brian Till is that, but he spent so much, I mean, he's been in the booth now for like 15 years, so.
Right.
It's not really the case anymore, but yeah. I don't know.
I just remember watching I think it was the Craftsman truck race at Coda 2 years ago. And it was Michael Waltrip and who else? Was it Jamie Little or somebody that was in the booth with him? And it was clear that neither of them knew very much about road racing. And it was like, oh,
he's been the play-by-play for the truck series for the last couple of years.
Yeah,
okay.
Probably
was the two of them. Yeah. Okay. Jeez.
Phil Parsons up to these. We get Phil Parsons in.
He still does that once in a while.
Oh,
not every weekend, but he'll just randomly pop back in. You're like, oh yeah, Phil Parsons.
Incredible. This has been Let's Remember Some Guys,
Dude.
broadcast edition.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, to be fair, like nothing is changing here. It's all close, and I feel like
but there's nothing
and I am
going
excited
on,
about
like,
it. But yeah,
yeah.
Everybody is.
Can you
close
do
enough,
the graphic?
Nothing is changing.
For the 77 and the 87? The eye test says it's getting closer, but I don't know if I'm just crazy. So if you could do the thing.
I think it's going the other way.
Oh, you do?
It's been fluctuating, but I mean, it got down to, I think, like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, I am completely wrong. It is further. Well, there you go.
Also expanding a bit is that battle between Choice and Ginger, now to 19 seconds. So that's lost a couple seconds there as well.
No, I was surprised. I was surprised to hear Lucas and Zach. They were adamant. They're adamant that the track temperature change has been impactful here, and that late in the day on worn tires, it does get a little slippery here.
I mean, yeah, I would believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lupe Tortilla and TCB number 246 also in something of a yeah, again, it's not like a crazy close battle.
Yeah, I'm seeing them go through turn 3 and 4 right now. It is not close, but it is a thing.
That is not a number that I am seeing elsewhere on my sheets. No, because I picked the wrong TCB car, that's why.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, I need 188 to car ahead, not behind. Battle for 4th. There we go.
There we go.
That's it's coming down a little bit.
Yeah, they can definitely, the TCB car can definitely see Lupe Tortilla in the distance on most of these straights.
Yeah. And then, I mean, similarly, if we look at Stoic back to TCB, I mean, this is coming down hand over fist.
Right.
So everything is kind of compressing on top of that Stoic number 87. Or that Stoic 87 is kind of the pivot point here, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
Kingpin going away, TCB and Lupe just beginning to close up there.
Yeah. So Kingpin CSR-ching is, I think, the correct. I mean, Kingpin and the 87 catching the pair that are out front, but Kingpin doing it at a higher rate.
Sure. Did we have a quick spin for the 22?
Not that I have seen.
Let me report it was a slow last lap for number 22, and Zipa has picked up a chunk of time. Nope, I did it again.
See, those numbers will get you.
No. Yeah. There we go. 43, 41, and then right down to 22 seconds. The 2:31 lap for TCS is the one that's had me a little bit concerned.
The Cajun Canuck car just exited the main here. They came out very close to the Lupe Tortilla car, so I imagine perhaps lost a few tenths here or there. That's the attempting to do the rejoin. I don't think anything irresponsible happened. It's clear. I just think that it's sort of a heads-up thing that if you're in the Lupe Tortilla car, you're paying attention and something to think about.
Incidentally, we haven't talked about the battle for the lead because it really isn't one at the moment.
No.
They are on the same lap, but 888 Racing Porsche, as we've had our sequence of interviews.
Yeah, recovery drive.
78 seconds.
They'll get the result today that I think they were hoping for yesterday morning.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I wouldn't really call it a recovery drive as such.
I mean, they had to start from the back, you know. Got a lot of strong cars around.
Yeah, no,
got to work your way through, and you know,
it's fair.
Got to clean up your pit stops. If your pit stops are still long, which I imagine the long pit stops probably had something to do with them figuring out what was wrong, because if you have a differential issue, that's not always self-evident, I would say.
Yeah,
that
sure.
It could be a lot of other things, especially on a Porsche. Many remember the time that I asked Brad McCall if he knew anything about the gearbox interval on a 997 Cup car, and he told me not to worry about it, and then subsequently had a gearbox problem. So the 991's, I think, not prone to that same specific issue that the 997 had, but anytime there's a diff, transmission, engine trouble on a Porsche Cup car, I always think back to that. In the formative years of learning how to do this job, if you could say learning. I would say, Brendan, and this is going to be a little bit reflective, that I have gotten better at this more from things that I've chosen to do outside of than inside of it.
What do you mean?
I mean, this job as a whole, not specifically calling the race, but I think if you look at me at 17 attempting to do pit reporting by texting you, and the person I was then, I have gotten better at doing the racetrack thing as it encompasses everything based on decisions I made outside of racing versus inside of racing.
Okay, well, I will bill you for the therapy hour later, but...
Thank you.
No, why do you think that is? Because I have an opinion
I think
on
that
why
is
I think
because...
that is, but...
yeah, sure. I think it's because I specifically, I mean, through need as well, seeked out employment that required me to sharpen the skills that I didn't have, that were lacking, that were going to prevent me from being anything near skill in motorsports.
Yeah, I mean, I think skills are part of it. I think, knowledge is important. You had the knowledge because you're a racing fan, right? But I think confidence has a lot to do with it.
That's a nice way of saying neuroatypical. Hold on.
Sure. Yep. No, hey, look at me, man. I get it. Some might say a poster child. I think confidence is maybe the biggest factor in just about anything, right? I mean,
sure.
Even as, when I was an air traffic controller, it's not like when I went to Newark, I had to learn fundamentally new skills. I just kind of had to think about it in a slightly different way. And then I had to be confident that, yes, okay, even though this is a major facility, all of the eyeballs are on you, that sort of thing, that, what I was doing was, at every turn, the right decision.
Right.
And that just takes repetition, it takes exposure and time, ultimately, to build up to a level of confidence where you're just you're not thinking about getting better, right?
Sure.
You're
thinking about not making
you're
mistakes.
executing, and you're intaking, and you're refining, right? And that you repeat that process over and over without overthinking it, and then you start making the big leaps, right? When you're not thinking about how you're going to get better, you're just doing it. And yeah, like it's not really fundamentally different from just being a racing driver, right?
Right. Yeah, it's basically the same thing. You and I are basically race car drivers. No, it was something that Zach said that I think is a untalked about thing in racing. Is the first time you sit down in a cart and you think you're going to be Michael Schumacher and you're 10 seconds off the pace, and you stare down this whoa, okay, well, I'm going to have to figure this out somehow, sort of vibe. Oh, thank goodness. I was really starting to wonder, I really, really was starting to wonder. Brenda, you'll see why in a second. But you get this feeling of like, boy, I am not where I need to be. And I would add to that each subsequent experience, and it's the kind of thing that I've decided that I loved, and I've attempted to explain this to my wife so that she could use it in her job, and she was like, oh, I disagree completely. I love the idea of public speaking, like when I was a kid, right, or in college, where at the end of the day, the thing that makes me excited is you're staring at your outline as you step to the podium and you go, okay, this is it. Guess we're going to see what happens. That's the thing that I love the most. And I think there's a lot of that in racing. There's a lot of that in doing this as well. But being comfortable with that feeling of like, this is now the spot where you put the rubber to the road. But this is now the spot where like you're going to see what happens, and you've done the preparation that you can do. And at the end of it, you may look back on it and go like, gee, that wasn't good. But you have to put yourself in a position to do that again and again. And I think racing's a lot about that. Brendan just left me hanging on that. Love it.
No,
love that.
I have a mute switch.
Love that.
Sorry, I have a mute.
That's
switch
fine.
here.
No, that's fine. I'll ask Tyler Hoffman then to join in on my
Okay.
therapy hour here.
No.
Tyler,
listen. Just real quick. What I was gonna say is there are days I think I've regressed as somebody trying to call a race,
Yes.
and I think as a
Me too.
speaker, I just feel like I'm not as good as I was when I was younger. Even in the Thunderhill days where I really didn't know what I was doing and just kind of winging it. But that is not the case when it comes to interviewing and trying to engage with actual people. I can stand there and talk about a race to myself and it comes across great, but when it comes to doing the important thing, which is building relationships and connecting with the other people that are trying to pull in the same direction as you, that's where the big jumps come from. Just exposure and making yourself comfortable in something that isn't necessarily naturally comfortable to you.
Absolutely. Tyler Hoffman.
Hello.
I'm going to tap you in here. Zach Anderson, when he was up here, said something to me about how the first time he drove a kart, he went into it thinking he was going to be Michael Schumacher. He gets to the end of it and sees that he is like 10 seconds adrift per lap in a kart. And I realized that that's not something a lot of people in racing talk about, which is like the really painful and awkward first, I don't know what you call it, 6 months of trying to do it. Like you listen to Dinner with Racers, for example, everybody's like, oh yeah, I started karting and I was the super duper kart champion of 1999, and from there I won all the national awards and the world award. And like nobody talks about the first time you get in, and it's like, whoa, hold on a second. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Well, it's funny. So I think there's two types of people that make it in racing, and you've got the guys that get in and they're just blistering fast and they're amazing, and then you get the guys like Zach and myself that you get in and you go, shit, you got a lot to learn, a lot to work on, and you put in the time and you put in the effort and you get used to that discipline and that process, and then in time you make it, right?
You make it work.
So and then like those that like don't commit to the discipline and the process, it gets really hard, right?
Right.
And then it's like, well, having a boat looks like fun, or like, I don't know, doing something else. There's a lot of other cool stuff to do out in the world, but you maybe go find something else to do or whatever. But if you put in the effort, and it took me a lot of work, and it's funny, what Brendan was just saying. It's like there's days that you might feel like you've taken a step backward in the booth. I get in the car sometimes. It's like, shoot, man, did I lose it? Like I wasn't in the car for 3 weeks.
It's over. Good run.
Man, I'm
over.
washed up, man. Like I got in the car. I forget. I guess maybe it was here or it was last week. I can't remember. But I got in the car. I was like, shit. Maybe I lost it in the off season, and then we work on the car a little bit, and eventually put tires on it. It's like, oh, okay, cool.
We're good.
Still got it. Yeah, I'm faster than I was last year. I love it. So it's we're all human, and it's. Those that make it long term are the ones that follow the process. They put in the work and they trust the system.
Absolutely. So for those who don't know, this is Tyler Hoffman standing next to me. He is the other team running the Toyota Supra this weekend. We were talking with the corporate teammate earlier. We had Jason up here. So how has that been, having now another team that is mostly committed to WRL on a consistent basis, as big as theirs? Because like to be clear, you guys know how to run a car. That's not the question. But I think there's a natural advantage in having 3 cars, because then you're getting more setup information. You're trying more things. You're doing more with the strategy, etc. How does that motivate you as a team owner with the 1 car set up, which, to be clear, again, a good car, well prepped, etc. But how does that change, or does it change what you do day to day?
I don't know. It does, but it doesn't. So what I see, and this is coming from someone that's ran 1 car and someone that's ran 3 cars.
Right.
You know, it's having 3 cars is nice because you get the data set, and they have they've got a paid pro in every car.
Yeah.
So that certainly helps on the performance side. But the other side of that is that's a lot to keep up with. Whereas like this weekend has been spectacular. Having 1 car, being able to focus on the CSR RWR car has been super great. Like everything's been really crisp. The boys have been crushing it on pit lane. Tire changes have been good. It's also helping us refine our process. So when we do, we've come back with a 2nd car for Road America or a 3rd car for Road America. It allows us to just kind of come back on the basics, make sure we're checking all the boxes as best as we can, and working on the continuous improvement. 1% better every day. So it's having Jason Marks, and Jason Marks has actually worked with us. So he did some time with us in 24, and
got it.
This was kind of figuring out his next steps. And so Jason's kind of an extended part of our team, and we're really happy for him and what he's doing with TCB. So we're all friends, and we're all, we had a bit of a fuel fiasco this weekend. I don't know if you guys caught wind of that.
No.
Oh man, that was a fun one. But we had an issue with we had fuel delivered. It wasn't working in the cars.
Oh.
So we're all using the same fuel, so we all had to scramble, and we had to figure out fuel, and we were all we came together on that. And like we do a lot of things, and sometimes like this is a very unique track, so we're doing some unique things with setups, which are working, and we're P2 overall right now. So
yeah,
it's and I kind of go and tap one of their guys on the shoulder. We get like, hey, are you seeing some funny things? And they're like, maybe. Are you seeing some funny things? Like, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
All right, cool. So it's nice to know that you're not losing it, I guess, or it's just nice that it's them, I guess. Or just to be working with other great teams and running the same cars,
this fuel thing, and I, short of doing it like MPC and saying like, yep, this is the fuel supplier, he brings the truck. I hear about this, I don't want to say often, but about once a year, and it's always at a different track. There's this like undercurrent talk about like, oh yeah, we didn't do well because the fuel we got was bad. And people at different budgets are going to do it differently, obviously. But you're not just going down to Chevron and like pumping out a 55-gallon drum's worth. You're having a supplier deliver it. But like, is this the same supplier that you'd use, racetrack to racetrack? How does that happen? That people keep, like I said, about once a year, where you have this problem with the fuel that comes. Like, it's very bizarre to me.
It is. It's the same supplier we've been using since 24.
Okay.
Never had an issue. They're amazing to work with. It's an resolve. It's not a huge deal.
Right.
But it's just like it's classic because it's it was Friday night. The issue showed up at like 4:20 on the end of Friday, and it's that night we're trying to like okay, like we have 20 gallons, right?
Right.
Not even. We had like probably had 16 gallons and we needed like 22 or whatever.
Okay.
And we're just it's the adversity of racing, right? So it's something's always going to happen, and it's the teams and the people that can respond to those small crises that sort it out and make it work.
Gotcha.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's
fair enough.
Hopefully just a one-time thing. Fortunately, our supplier's always been great, and we'll be good. But it's kind of the it's one of the things that makes this series so great is like you can use different fuels, you can use GT, you can use different tires,
right?
And it just keeps things, it keeps the rule book pretty open, right?
Right, absolutely. And that's what we like about the about WRL is that you're able to pick and choose suppliers or partners or whoever you want to work with. And you're able to keep that the way it ought to be, and you can take commercial opportunities as they come that benefit your team, and it's fantastic. I think that's really one of the best parts of WRL. I'm trying to say this while smiling. It's a little bit tough. We talk about corporate partnerships. Perfect.
Corporate taking photos.
Absolutely.
True professionalism.
Absolutely. But it gives you the opportunity to have those corporate partnerships available that you if one company is, heavily invested with one car, you can go get a similar deal if you would like to help defray some of those costs versus, I remember when this happened, I'm not even a big fight guy, but I remember when the UFC switched to like Adidas as the sole supplier of the trunks. That was a big deal because now guys couldn't go out and get their own deals. And so I think that's part of what makes WRL cool. The tires are a little bit controlled for GP where you want to control costs a little bit. But otherwise you're able to do, whatever it is you want to do. Chad Carnevale joins us as well.
Hello.
Hello.
We don't get your UFC references because we're pacifists. We don't watch fighting.
That's okay. I don't watch it either, but I do read like the business news or like the sports business news. I always find very intriguing, and that was the big one to me. Like, oh man, like that is a big deal. Okay, I gotcha. I keep hitting dings, and then I don't see what they are because I have to change tabs.
Is that Discord?
We kind of need to interrupt.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're a bit intrigued here. So we've jumped on board with y'all's number 77 here. I don't know if it was Mike Anderson in the chat just trying to pull somebody's leg here. There's a report that the 77 was potentially smoking
on the front straight, and it's also been confirmed in turn 10 on acceleration.
Okay, and the last 2 laps were in the 206, 207 bracket, and this 87 is
on the rear bumper.
Yeah, is there now. So
That's too bad.
we are intrigued.
We are intrigued.
All right, I'm going to run.
So guys, out. Yeah, he's going to go do what he needs to do to get the car squared away with 30 minutes left to go here. Yeah, not a problem. Chad remains. He is here with us still.
Yes, I am not getting back in that car no matter the condition today.
Gotcha. I mean, so to be fair, it is definitely smoking. You can see it on the way up to turn 3. The 87 is going to take the spot here, and I think the 77 is going to let him go. I imagine that's Murray on board the car.
That is Murray.
That's an unfortunate turn here for the Cargo Shorts Racing, Kingpin Racing, Rob Walker Racing entry. So, Chad, up until just now, you had put in a hell of a stint, and you'd kept the 87 behind you. It was pretty good.
Yeah, I was very optimistic until just now. Yeah, that was a long stint. I'm incredibly tired. The car was great, and I don't know what's up with it now.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Too.
It is a darker smoke from what I saw. So, my question is, turbocharger, question mark?
Yeah.
Oil line, something like that?
I guess we shouldn't have made so many comments last night about how robust this car has been and
yes,
amazing, but that kind of.
Well, I mean, the guy was talking to us about the app. With the,
true,
you keep track of your, whatever.
Yep. Yeah, it was a good run. This track is a lot of fun. My first time here. I think if I stayed another 10 days, I probably wouldn't figure it out. There's a lot going on out there. Not a lot of time to rest. Not a lot of straightaway. Yeah, it's a cool place.
It is a cool place. Yeah. Absolutely. Brendan, you were going to say something.
Not particularly. I was going to ask how you drew the 3-hour short straw.
That's a good question. Yesterday I got the worst tires just sort of by chance by, the timing of my stint and, like not wanting to spend that much time in the pits. So I went out on really bad tires. They came back all corded. And so I just said, hey, I have one request for today is that I get tires, not necessarily new, just better. So I think the timing worked out. I got my first stint, I think, was on the tires that Sadakal and Rob were out on, but they were still okay. And then they brought me in and gave me some new tires. So
gotcha.
I think they figured you're getting new tires, you probably want to stay out, which was true. But yeah, I got tired pretty quickly. So towards the end, I was, passive aggressively suggesting that it was the end of my stint. But
look, man, this isn't Qualcomm, okay?
Right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I get a break every mile at Qualcomm.
Right.
So. Yeah, it was fun, but yeah, exhausted. Yeah, I'm very curious as to what's going on right now. We worked hard to get that car up there. That's a bummer.
Let's see.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Is that TCB car that's behind it? That's not for position, or is it?
The 246 is, yeah. The white one?
Oh, the white one? Yeah. Okay, well, we're...
It's 5 seconds at the last trip across the line there.
We're starting to stare down the possibility of that being a thing as well, because I'd say that's less than 5 seconds.
To be clear, this is not a Murray thing, obviously. Murray was in the 204s literally just before this all kicked off about 4 laps ago, and then the lap times went 207.5, 6.9, 7.0, and now a 209.2. So whatever it is appears to be kind of getting worse.
I heard that Chad overrevved the car.
There.
That's what I heard. I think
that's impressive.
I think it was Chad's.
Yeah. Well, a car with 2 pedals, and that's impressive. You can do that.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't have those skills, but.
If it's anything like any Toyota I would have ever driven, it really doesn't want you, and it only gives you, like on a Toyota road car, you try to pull the left paddle. If you're not 2,000 RPM clear the red line, it's not giving you the gear.
Yeah, this car's like that too. You can't just mechanically force it into gear. If you give the paddle and it's not ready, it counts to 2 and drops it in. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's dummy proof for sure.
That's good. No, that was how they used to show. We were supposed to use it as a selling technique for Toyotas, which was that they engineer the road cars to be dummy-proof.
Okay.
And one trainer in particular, in about 2019, if Andrew is still listening and wants to go back and figure out who it was, I'm sure it'll be evident, insisted that you can show people how nice the backup camera works by putting the car in reverse on the freeway. Because it will not go into reverse. It'll just keep going, and then the camera comes on, and the people look over at you, and the joke was that you do it without telling them and just go, hey, watch this, and do it. But it was, supposed to encourage people to try it themselves. And I was like, doesn't feel great. I'm going to tell you that much. But, yeah. They tried to make that kind of thing dummy-proof, so I'm glad that that's happened. That pass has occurred now, so that is the 77 down to 4th.
Yeah, and
which
the lap time last time through picked back up a little bit, 7.5. So kind of figured something out, maybe trying to drive around an issue there. Time's a little bit back there. Now it's Lupe Tortilla, 36 seconds in arrears, 21 minutes left, and picking up something like 4 seconds a lap. So that one's going to be a little bit closer.
Yep. Well, too bad. All right, Chad, what are your plans for the rest of the season? Unfortunately, this just feels like a bummer interview, man.
Yeah,
I don't know what to tell you. All right, well.
Yeah. We have some WRL left in the season for sure. We had a bunch of events. We may shuffle some stuff around to do some other events. I think it sounds like there's some stuff up in the air. We're not quite sure yet, but more to come. Certainly more driving, either in WRL or maybe somewhere else. So we'll see.
Got to see. I gotcha. Fair enough.
Some Spec Boxster too, of course.
Yeah, of course. I'll see you there too. Yep, 100%. You gonna be at Buttonwillow?
I'm gonna try. Yeah.
Excellent.
If my wife's listening, prepare for that conversation when we get home.
It's closer than Texas.
It is closer than Texas. Yeah. But I can assure you, she wants to be there even less. It's the tracks in California are not fun places to take your wife.
No. Well, look, I mean, if you spend the money and you go to Laguna or you go to Sonoma, it's like, oh, no, okay, all right.
Yeah.
I'm not in a hurry to take my wife to Chuckwalla.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's not on the list, unfortunately.
Yeah, she loves Laguna, and she had to come to Coda because last race of the season, and it's a awesome place. We watched it on TV for years, so it was a cool opportunity.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, it's fun. We've been talking at great length with people who are Eagles Canyon adjacent about what it takes to get somebody to bring their family and how you build a venue. And I think, unfortunately, this one's quite far from California, relatively speaking, but at least the facilities are really nice.
Yeah.
I would bring my wife here insofar as this room is nice, the restrooms are clean, there's a reasonable diner up there that's not $45 hamburgers.
Agree. The only catch is that our house is like 40 minutes away, so we'd have to have 2 cars. Right? My wife is not awake 5 a.m. to come here with us.
Got it.
So she likes to be on her own pace.
Sure.
So, yeah, the places that have, where you can stay on site or very close by, I think that's kind of her speed. So,
I gotcha.
Yeah.
No, it makes sense.
But, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a vacation from, her vacation from the kids too. So I think, she likes to sleep in and rest and enjoy herself.
Yeah, I don't blame her. That's been the one thing that prevents my wife from, I think, really seriously diving in to come with me. Is I told her, I said, look, man, I'm going to be up at 4:30 or 5, and I cannot wait for you to do anything.
Hey, you want to walk around and set up cameras with me on the track?
Exactly. And it's like, we have to leave the hotel now. I don't care what state your hair is in. We're leaving.
Yeah.
No, walking around setting up cameras might be like somewhere like Road America, for example, might be kind of fun because like it's kind of a little bit of a hike, you're doing your thing.
That's a pretty place to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Brendan, how did Layla enjoy hanging out at the racetracks? Other than getting to hang out with your significant other is obviously cool.
Yeah, sure. I mean, so she, I would start setting up cameras. She would go down on the grid and she'd take pictures and do that kind of thing through the first. Well, let's call it 45 minutes or so of every race. So it wasn't like, she was looking for things to do. She had the tasks and stuff. The early mornings, I think, got a little bit old after a while. But
yeah,
all right.
In general,
my wife asks us.
It's positive.
My wife asks the same question every day. Why do you guys have to do this so early?
No kidding.
It's for the track time,
kidding.
Man.
Yep.
It's all about the track time.
That's right.
Can't race all day if you don't start in the morning.
Right.
What I really needed Brendan to do was develop a business that relies on only being at the racetrack for the time that it's the most fun. For like a 2-hour window. I don't know what that would be, obviously. But having to be here before everyone and after everyone's like, whoa, all right.
Yeah.
We're going to be here for some time.
Yeah. No, I mean, we're certainly lucky. We maximize our time here. We come in, the work is done. We drive, we eat, we leave. So, I mean, it's the best case scenario for us. But
absolutely,
yeah, there's guys that are working on our car putting in some serious time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it shows.
Yeah. And sometimes you get a result like this where everybody pulls together, and for whatever reason, you're just not. It wasn't in the cards.
Yep. Yeah, it's a bummer. I was looking forward to coming up here and gloating for my team, but I'll keep my mouth shut and we'll see where this goes.
Right. Yeah, I gotcha.
I mean, you've got to still come away from like a 3-hour stint like that being like, you know what? Like, that was good. Like, I did more than I've ever done before, and you should be proud of that, right?
No, for sure. Yeah, I was happy with my drive. It was long, tiring. I think I made some positions. I did what I needed to do. Made up for what I thought was a bummer performance yesterday, but, it was tire equipment related, but that's okay. I still want to go fast. So I'm happy with that, but it's a bummer to whole team to put in all that work and then something happens, but that's how it goes. That's why we keep doing this.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we got a lot of fourth place finishes.
A lot of fourth place.
I think we'll be lucky to get fourth. Are we out of fourth already?
No, you're still in fourth at the moment. It will be close.
Okay. All right.
Whatever the issue is, it is definitely directly impacting performance. So.
Yeah.
I'm interested, and this is more of an inside baseball question for those familiar with the Rob Walker Racing family of racing cars. You guys have a fleet of spec Boxsters or BSR or whatever that are available to you for the Porsche specific weekends. One, did either of those organizations ever run at Fontana? And two, if you did run at Fontana, did you bump draft each other all the way around the oval?
I've only been with POC. So previous to Boxster, I did POC events, but just like in a time trial type of thing. So definitely not in that setting.
Sure.
No way. And I don't. Rob would know better than I would maybe, but I don't know if they did it there. I mean, that's a huge track. God, that'd be so boring with a spec Boxster with that kind of power going around the banking. But yeah, I mean, it's like MX5 Cup, I guess, right? You just get in a train and just make it happen. But I don't remember that happening. I've driven there a few times, but yeah, that would be boring at Boxster.
I gotcha. That I asked because I had that vision in my head of the 4 or 5 of you working together, because there's a series we used to cover in Florida that ran exclusively at Homestead.
Okay.
And when the MX5 or the Miata spec Miatas would go out there, particularly, they would run NASCAR 3 and 4 instead of coming back to the infield from the straight.
Okay.
And so they would push each other around, and it was quite entertaining to watch. And they had no such rules like IMSA does, where you can only push for a certain amount of time or only on the straight or whatever. And it was quite entertaining. And I was thinking, that would be a good way to get, you've got the 4 or 5 of you, and you can all be pushing everybody.
Yeah. MX5s were seeing 150 at Daytona. That's bonkers. Yeah. I don't think that car is designed to go that fast.
No, I don't think so either.
It's pretty cool.
Jordan Worth, have you ever done 150 in your Miata? Or has Jordan Worth stepped away? You have to press the button to get that.
I was going to say, no, I work in the corporate world, so I can say, Jordan, you're on mute.
Yeah, there you go. Jordan,
you're on mute.
Jordan, you're on mute. He may be doing something else. He's not compelled to speak at any point in time, so that's fair enough. JT, have you ever done 150 in your Miata?
No, I've done 121, I think.
Ooh.
Okay. And that's pushing it, I think.
A stock
in an NA? Oh, okay. Were you getting pushed at that point, or
downhill?
Pacific Raceways, a little bit outside of the Seattle suburbs, has a very long straight. It's part of their drag strip where they do the national races. So it's nice and long. So I could carry a lot of speed onto the straight, and it just kept going.
I gotcha.
Oh, I see. You can just billowing smoke out now. Yeah.
Has anybody been in touch to identify what the diagnosis is here?
I suspect they are. They're probably talking to Murray, but I have no communication with the team right now. So yeah, I'm very curious. So I'm distracted. I apologize.
No, that's not a problem. I mean, hey, if you want to go deal with that, we've got 13 minutes remaining. I mean, please go check it out.
Yep. Thanks for being here.
Of course.
You guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks for coming to chat with us. That was Chad Carnevale with Rob Walker Racing, who put in a hell of a stint today that's unfortunately going to be all for nothing on the results sheet. So hoping for a better trip out next time with WRL, but they'll have other racing to do for the rest of the year as well.
I think your suggestion of a turbo is not necessarily an off-base one. Watching that car accelerate, just based on the onboard telemetry, watching it accelerate up the hill, it got passed by multiple production cars on the front straightaway. It was getting past going up the hill into turn 3, barely accelerating past 80, 85 miles an hour.
Oh, yeah.
So whatever the issue is there is clearly costing it performance. And that is Lupe Tortilla directly behind it, by the way.
Yeah.
A couple of laps in the 210s, 211s now will do that to you. And I think, I thought it was maybe just going to lift off and let him scoot up the inside here, but...
we also need to be keeping an eye on second and third right now.
Yeah, there it goes.
Oh, yep, that actually just changed hands.
Well, that's fourth and fifth, but second and third...
TCB
Stoic and TCB. Yeah, if we could find the red and the white Toyota Supras.
Yeah, that actually...
the red and the white ones are currently coming out of turn 3.
Correct. That actually, that pass happened last lap.
Oh, did it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, so TCB moves up into second.
Okay, so 888 to TCB to Stoic. And then Lupe Tortilla there, just off the podium. Lupe Tortilla too far behind. I think we had kind of identified it as being... sorry, nope, it's a start timing monitor. I think we had kind of identified that as being a battle that was going to come together around the Stoic car. I don't think that's going to be the case. I don't think Lupe is catching quickly enough for this thing to get any dicier than it is here in the last 11 minutes. I think we will have seen the last of the position changes, at least there in GTO for the day.
Top 5, though.
Who's kind of found their level.
Top 5 for Kingpin.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, if you're going to do a bunch of these races and, maybe... I don't think they were planning on going out to Thunderhill, but with the flex events, you can still throw together a Midwest schedule. A place like this where, you've had a good weekend. There's 30 cars on the entry list. There's, 12 entered in the class, 11 entered in the class, I guess. You'd say, hey, this is great points day, right?
Yeah.
Come back and, you start a championship campaign if that is something that you're interested in. And to not have that when it was sitting there in front of you with 30 minutes left on the clock after 14 and a half hours of racing this weekend is kind of a bummer. You do get the mulligans and the drops, but even outside of the points, you want to have the good day,
It's too bad to use the drops at an event that you went to and ran well at. I think that's you do get the drops, but that now requires that you go to another event where you do well that you may not have gone to in the first place. Yeah, which is of course more cost.
I think our timing is... Oh no, it's caught up now. Interesting.
Hey, don't mind if I circle back here for a second. Did you ask if I've ever gone 150 in a Miata?
Yes.
That's not even possible.
Indeed, that's why we were asking.
150?
Indeed.
So, are we talking non-stock Miatas?
I'll be honest, man. It's been a long day. I don't remember what we were talking about.
Okay. We were talking about bump drafting.
Bump drafting, that's right. Yeah, bump drafting the Miatas on the NASCAR ovals when they did the road course.
That makes sense. And no,
I'd be surprised if the
anywhere near
gearing
that
was available for that. Probably need a 7-speed Miata to make that happen.
That's how you turn a 70 grand gearbox into a 90 grand gearbox.
Sure thing. Sure thing.
Where do we head next, Ryan West?
That's a great question, Brendan. I'm glad you asked. We're going to be heading to Barber Motorsports Park. Motorplex?
It's the Motorsports Park. Barber Motorsports.
Motorsports Park. Okay, goodness. I knew it wasn't Motorplex. I was just throwing that out there. But,
home of the allegedly finest motorcycle and vintage museum in Alabama. I haven't been.
Oh, in Alabama. I'm sure in Alabama. That sounds correct. But I don't know enough about motorcycles to speak definitively as to whether it's a good museum. It certainly looks cool.
I've always been told you got to go. Take some time and go over it. But I haven't had an opportunity.
Don't have that, unfortunately.
Looks like a really solid entry list.
Last I saw, we were at 44, 45 cars, something like that.
Heck
45.
Heck yeah. Rank it
Which
out.
is going to be interesting because I think we've spent the last couple of years at 60. And that is, I mean, we rarely start all 60, right? With things that happen during test days and with late withdrawals and things like that. So oftentimes you'll start like 53 to 56 or 57 cars. But it's a 2.3 mile track, right? So it is maximum traffic density at a track that is already pretty notoriously difficult to pass on in four-wheeled machinery. And I kind of wonder how breathing that traffic density issue is... Oop! We go a little deep into 14 there. How breathing some of that traffic density is going to change the way we race. If we see something a little bit cleaner, obviously we do the code 35s. You know, if we get a little bit less contact, it's certainly, you know, fewer full course yellows. Code 35s, I think, would be welcome. But yeah, I don't think necessarily in this case at a place like Barber that having a few fewer cars is necessarily a bad thing.
I would agree with that. I think that's fair to say.
And anyway, it's one of my favorite races on the schedule. I've always liked being there. I think it looks great on camera. They built a new cell tower on site last year. Cell coverage has improved markedly. I think
is it on the same weekend as the Bubba Boat Show?
Yes, I believe that it is.
Yes. All right. We're gonna be getting us some pontoon boats, some Sunseekers.
You may even see some early preparations for the IndyCar race because the IndyCar event has moved up like a month.
Nice.
In March.
Unfortunately, I think that's going to mean more people being more particular about where I can and drive, which is going to be...
That might be true.
A little vexing when it's all dead grass.
Yeah, March 29th. It's moved up from May 4th to March 29th.
Oh, you've got a month. So you're okay.
I mean, it's going to be all dead grass anyway, right?
Well, that tends to not matter so much. And if I imagine that if they know IndyCar is coming sooner, they're going to,
Yeah, fair.
They mostly have enough access roads, so
yeah,
should be all right.
Just a couple of other things to touch on here before, or as we start to wrap up our weekend. Cars, battles, etc. we haven't really talked about. GP2 Palomar Racing just utterly dominant this weekend.
Yes.
Leading the class by, as I do some quick mental math, 4+ laps. The time margin is 8 minutes, 53 seconds that has been built after a largely trouble-free run for the 989. It's just been pace. A quickest lap in that car that is a good 2 seconds quicker than the next fastest car in class. Yeah, just really tremendous work by everybody at Palomar. Second and a half cars in class. Really tremendous work all weekend after a tough end to last season to get that car. Yeah, 2 out of 2 now to start the year. 2 really good days for FastTrack Racing and those GR lights, as it were, as well. And they're going to come home with 2 second and thirds, I think I'm right in saying. They're rounded out the podium yesterday there as well. S Collective in GP1 in that number 140 Porsche Cayman. Better day today than yesterday, aided slightly by the trouble for the 550 fifth gear motorsports Porsche Cayman. But anyway, once they got there, they kind of put their foot down and stamped their authority on the race. 4.5 minutes to get back to Choice and back to Ginger, which are regular podium competitors, class win competitors in the World Racing League. Or GP1, so really, really good work there. Ginger Racing trying to chase down Choice Racing. Margins going out a little bit. It went from 20 now to 25 seconds, and I think everybody's probably just in a bit of bring it home mode there as well. AOA Racing sitting 4th place in both GP1 and GP2 as well. Zipa, good recovery from yesterday. Obviously, they had the really tragic fire that burnt their C5 Corvette, basically nothing. Everybody was okay, but unfortunately the car will probably not ever be a car again.
Yes.
They roll out the old 325i, and yeah, get a top 5 out of it.
I think it's
What's
an
that?
M3.
Is it an M3?
Yes.
Yeah, all right, fair enough. It was 325 for some reason. All right, yeah, I'll buy it. Anyway, they roll out the M3 and yeah, get a top 5 out of the day. It's a pretty good deal.
Yeah, definitely.
Talked about most of the things that happened in GTO throughout the day, but Sigler Racing, another good, just solid day of clicking off laps. Yesterday they were within 6 laps of the class lead. Today it's going to be 4. So making progress, and pace has been good when it has been asked of the team in the car. So that's all good stuff. Stack Racing with Rapscallion, Toyota R&D, both lost about an hour early on in the day from separate issues, but yeah, good recoveries there to come home, make the checkered flag regardless. SoCal Rustlers, I don't know if you talked to either of them, Ryan. I did see a Facebook post that said the issue that sidelined them both days was the same issue.
Ooh, that's too bad.
Yes. And I also saw a long band of Continental rubber. So I don't know if those things were related or not, but yeah, and 40-48 competition is to wrap up the last other class here. GTU, solid day both days, no major issues, right? Made the finish on both days?
Yeah. Some minor issues, but mostly been able to run. We should be getting the white flag soon for the 154, which has been noted in our YouTube chat. Lost 4th gear about 15 minutes ago.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it heads towards turn 1 right now.
Yeah, and the lap times are kind of reflective of that. 206.592. Yeah, you can see it in the lap times. Into the 205s, 7s, 10s.
Yeah.
That all happened right at lap 183. I wonder if this is a avoid 4th gear, just stay in 5th and 6th, or if you can kind of shift past it.
Yeah, said limping in 5th.
Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, bring it home mode. A minute and 18 is a healthy margin, but I'll tell you what, if it were very much closer than that, it could have been a lot more dramatic. Is Black Porsche headed up towards turn number 7.
Well, unfortunately, it seems we will not quite find out definitively what happened to the Kingpin car until after the weekend, which is unfortunate.
Do we just not know?
I do not know, and they have vacated their suite here.
Right, yeah,
so.
I had to meet the team, I suppose.
Yep.
They do tend to stick around though, so may catch up there. Either way,
we're gonna have a dub.
Well, we're about to.
Oh, I thought that was the checker waiting.
It was not.
The monitor.
Way out in the distance there. Is that a Porsche? Nope, that's an S2000. Oh, yes, it is a Porsche. Starter is about to switch between the white and the checkered there, and oh, there it is. Yeah, I found it.
He killed the tower.
Going through 15.
Yep, rounds the final corner there and onto the front straightaway for the 197th time. 7 hours of racing at Eagles Canyon Raceway are done, and the Sunday win in GTO overall goes to the 888 Racing number 154 Porsche 991.2 GT3 Cup. Not without its late drama.
Indeed.
But put themselves into a fine position late in the day today to pick up the win on their debut weekend. No less with that Porsche.
And the team as well. So their first WRL victory.
Second place, all things being equal here, should go to the TCB Racing number 246 with a late pass on the Stoic Racing number 87 to pick up the second spot on the podium. There's Palomar Racing in the number 83 to pick up the second GP2 win of the weekend. 2 for 2 on board with Kingpin as they nurse the highly wounded Supra home to confirm a top 5 finish there after obviously it's late. Some type of power delivery issue with that car. Really unfortunate end to the day, but hey, you made it to the end of 7 hours of racing. Don't take that for granted. For sure. Stoic Racing rounds out the GTO podium in that number 87. Lupe Tortilla in the end. I don't know that the chase was ever really on, but the margin from third to fourth, just 30.5 seconds. GP1, Team S Collective in that number 140 from 522 Choice Racing. The time margin going to be 4 minutes and 42. Then 19 seconds is the end gap to what was, I think, really a pretty fantastic day-long fight between those two cars. It was sometimes wheel to wheel, but not always. But I don't know that they were ever really separated by more than about 30 seconds.
Right.
Which is pretty cool stuff. And GP2, as we mentioned, the podium will be Palomar Racing in that 83. 4 laps in hand over the FastTrack Racing 989 and the 986. A further 5 laps in arrears of that. Gentlemen.
Brendan.
Yeah.
This has been good. I've enjoyed the weekend.
You sound exhausted.
I am. Thanks for noticing.
It really kind of hits you late.
It does.
Yeah, these weekends are not necessarily a walk in the park. It's like many things. It always sounds like a great idea, and then you're hitting there hour 13, 14. You're like, wow, I think I'm ready to go home. We've all had fun here, but I'm ready to go home.
Unfortunately, I've still got at least 15 or 16 hours before I can do that. So
sure, yeah. No, I mean a good weekend of racing, right?
Yeah. No, I always enjoy getting back into the WRL season. It's typically the first endurance race I watch end to end of the year, because I very rarely watch Daytona end to end anymore. I don't watch Sebring end to end that frequently as well. So it's nice to get back into endurance racing. This was the first big one I did this season, and I'm looking forward to the next one at Barber Motorsports Park here in about a month's time.
Yeah, join us.
Indeed.
Somewhere around, let's see, Central Time, right? So it'll be somewhere, I think that's usually a 9 a.m. start on the Saturday.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then an 8 a.m. start on the Sunday, but then there is, of course, a 1 hour. Or is it 1 or 2?
It's a 1 hour.
It's a 1 hour.
Yeah.
Where, did we used to have a 2 hour break?
At Road Atlanta.
Road Atlanta, that's right.
2 hour, that's 10 to 12. Barber is 11 to 12. But anyway, it is still 8 and 7. Kick off the East Region Championship with a flex event, which is we're looking forward to kind of wrinkle that throws into the season-long points battles as well. Join us there. It'll be Ryan West on site, as he was this weekend. It'll be myself, Brendan Kazmarek, JT Tammy. Probably have a guest appearance from Scott Michaels as well. I think we've got Jordan scheduled to push all the buttons for us again.
Sweet.
You gentlemen have any closing thoughts? By all means, we'll get ourselves out of here.
No, I think we've said it all, basically. A good weekend of racing, some news, some familiar faces taking the front here, and a new era in WRL. I'm here for it.
Yeah, another solid endurance race. I mean, we had stories throughout the day and every single hour we covered. Lots of clean, close racing. And, it was another good WRL event. I'm looking forward to more.
Yeah, I think without grinding this into a paste, after all the distractions of the last couple of months and all the, the kind of periphery things happening in the periphery over the second half of last season and now into the beginning of this season, coming to the racetrack always kind of it helps you reset. And I think this weekend is a good indicator of where things are now and where they're headed. I hope everybody enjoyed it as much as we all have here at DriversEye Live. I know, all things considered, this is about as well as this weekend could possibly have gone. The racing was excellent, and the storylines really built themselves up nicely, even for having fewer cars than maybe we would otherwise have expected. Ryan West is going to go collect cameras. JT Tammy has been with us all weekend long, except for like half the race yesterday, but never mind, that doesn't count.
Not really.
Jordan Worth has been on the buttons. For all of them, I'm Brendan Kazmarek. Thanks for joining us here at DriversEye Live for the Texas Endurance Super Prix at Eagles Canyon Raceway. Join us at Barber Motorsports Park for qualifying coverage on Friday, February the 27th. We'll see you then, and until then, take care.